Hey everyone, welcome back to Code with Poonam. Today we are diving into an array-based challenges, an essential topic in JavaScript. Arrays are everywhere in coding interviews, in real-world projects, and in data manipulation tasks as well. So mastering them will help us to solve the problems efficiently and write cleaner and optimized code. In this video, we will cover merging two arrays, finding the maximum and minimum values using different approaches, rotating an array by k times, removing duplicates and unwanted values from the arrays, finding the common elements between the arrays, performing the mathematical operations like squaring, summing, and averaging numbers in an array, and even we will explore the advanced topics like sliding subarrays, next smaller elements, and prefix sum arrays. So these challenges will sharpen the problem solving skills and help us to build a strong foundation in JavaScript. So grab a notebook, follow along, and let's break down this array challenges together. If you get stuck anywhere, please drop a comment. I am here to help. And also don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more JavaScript coding challenges. So let's get started with the question, and the question is challenge that is merging two arrays in JavaScript. This technique is super handy for combining the list and organizing the data. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned that write a JavaScript function that merges two arrays combining all their elements, right? So let us come here and we will break down this particular question. So if we see here, we have a JavaScript function here. So I will take it and I'll put it over here. What is the next important part here in this question? That it should merge two arrays combining all their elements, right? So I will put it here that as well, okay? So this function is going to do what? This function is going to merge two arrays, right? So we will define our function name as a merge arrays, okay? So we'll come here and we will put here as a merge arrays. Okay, this will be our function name. Now in the next line, what we have written, merging two arrays, combining all their elements, right? So this is what we need to do it, right? Okay, now what approach we are going to follow here now? Now in yesterday videos, we looked at how to merge two objects in JavaScript. So we will be using the same approach in this challenge as well. So please go through that video as well so that you don't have any doubts regarding how we can merge two objects, okay? So here, the same approach I said, right? So in this, what is the syntax of the spread operator now? The spread operator syntax is what? 3 dots, right? So this is what we are going to do now. Suppose I take an example of two arrays, right? How do we write an array? Inside a square bracket, right? So 1, 2, 3, if I take the first array, and suppose second array I am taking as 89, 67 and 56. Okay, this will be our second array. So what I want, the output I want is, it should be like this. Okay, I'll just write it over here. The resultant, what is needed from us is, we need to have the output like this. So this will be our output. So from this, from line number 7, we have to get it the line number 8. So this will be our input and this will be our output. So this is what is required from this function. So what we will use, as I said, we are going to use a spread operator. So what we will use here is, suppose what we will write inside this array, we are going to put 3 dots and ARR1 and then 3 dots again and ARR2. 3 dots is nothing but the spread operator syntax, okay? So when we write this, what happens? We have to understand that as well. So what happens? This creates a new array, okay? What it creates a new array. And the new array initially is what? It is empty. It creates a new array and initially it is empty, okay? Now, since it is empty, after that, what it is going to encounter? Now, it is going to encounter this part. So what it does, it spreads the elements of the array 1 into the new array. After that, it encounters this. So it again spreads the element of array 2 into our new array. And that is where finally our new array includes both of them. Okay. Both the arrays it is going to include, but it will be spreaded. It will be not be separated like this. It will be spread it out because we have spread it over here, right? So we will get 1, 2, 3, 89, 67, 56. Okay. So first it will encounter this and it will spread out its elements into the new array. Second, it will encounter this. Again, it will spread out the elements of this array and it will put it into the new array. So that is where in the new array, which was empty, it will hold the values. Okay. That is where it is going to have it over there. Okay. So let us come down and let us define our function here now. So we will write here what function, and the name of the function we have already decided that it will be merge arrays. So I will take it from here and let us put it over here. Okay. And now let us quickly invoke this function here, and to this function as an argument, we will pass this only. Okay. And I will remove that and. Okay. So we will pass this here and this will be our to array which we are going to pass it. Now what we will do, we are passing as an args, right? So we will receive here as a parameters, right? So as a params, we are going to receive it here. So I'll write here ARR1, ARR2, right? And then what we will do here is let us come here and just console it to test our function is running properly or not. So ARR1, ARR2 we will do and we'll come to our terminal and we will execute this. So we will write here what node, and today's challenge is 22 challenge. So we have our file name saved as 22 challenge question. So we'll write here and we will just see that we are able to get the arrays or not. So if you see here, we are able to get the array here successfully. So whatever we are passing it over here, we are accepting here and we are printing here in the console so that we are able to execute it. That means this function is successfully running. After that, what we will do, let us come here and let us define a new variable that is called as a merged. Okay, I'll create here with a merge. So we will declare it here, and then in that what we will do, the same thing. 3 dots, and we have taken it as an array 1, and then 3 dots, and we will write here as a array 2. And let us come here and let us console it out. So we'll come here and we will do console.log and we'll write here merged. Okay. Now, once again, we will just run this particular file. So I'll run it over here and I get what? If you can see, the resultant output is matching to the line number 8. Can we all see that here in the line number 8, what we have written, and the resultant output is the same. That is 1, 2, 3, 89, 67, 56. So in this, we have total 6 elements, right? So we have got this total 6 elements in this array that it has been successfully merged here. So what it did, it first created an empty array. Initially, it was empty, right? That is why it created an empty array. After that, what it did, it encountered this. This was nothing but 1, 2, 3. So it came here, it spread it out and it put into the new array. After that, it encounters this. This array is nothing but this 89, 67, 56. That also it spread it out and it has been put into the new array, right? And then we console that our array which we have stored it in a variable merge, and we are able to print it and we are able to see here. So this is how the working it has been done over here, right? This is what is this particular function. Now let us come here and let us pass some fruits name as well. So I'll come here and I'll write here merged arrays, and in this first let me pass here apple. And let us pass here orange, okay? So this is our first array. And in the second array, let us come here and pass, suppose what? Mango. And let us pass here something called as a, what we can pass here? Suppose let us pass cherry, okay? Another fruit name. Now let us test it one more time. So if you come here, we get here what? First time, this is getting printed. It is getting printed. That is our line number 13, okay? After that, we are able to get this as a line number 15 also if we see. So we are able to get it over here, right? So it has been successfully printed. So let us come here and comment this out, okay? And let us just improvise this console.log statement as well. And I'll just write here now what? Merged arrays I will write here. And let us put colon here and clear our terminal and let us test it one more time. So if we see, we are able to get merged array. First was numeric and second one we have passed the fruits, right? So we are getting a fruits array as well. So this is what we have done, right? So we are able to execute it successfully and we are able to merge as well, correct? So let us come here and let us have a recap on this one more time. So what we have done, since this function was related to merging the arrays, what we have done, we have defined and declared a function name called as a merge array with a parenthesis, right? And then what we are doing it, we are passing from here this as an argument, and it is being received here as in parents, and we have printed and we have tested that this function is running fine. After that, what we have done, we have declared one variable. In that, we have used our empty array, and in that, we are passing our arrays with a spread operator so that it spreads out the elements, right? And it is being put inside our new array. And then we have just consoled here. So in the console, if we see, we are able to get our merged arrays. Now, it is not necessary that you are supposed to pass only the two arrays. You can pass more than two arrays. So just you will have to receive it here, and then you will have to put that as well here with a spread operator. As soon as you do that, you will be able to merge that array as well. Okay. So this is what is being how you can merge the two arrays. This is how you can merge the two arrays. So with this function, you can merge the two arrays. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is create a function that can merge both arrays and object, okay? And this will be super useful for the cases where you are going to deal with mixed data types and want a flexible solution. So let's open up our VS Code and read out the today's challenge. If we see the question is already there in the VS Code, what is the question? Write a JavaScript function that merges two arrays or two objects, and you have to print an error if the inputs are of different type. Okay, so let us understand this and let us break down this particular question. If we see here, we have here what? JavaScript function. So we will take it and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important line here? That we have to merge the two arrays and two objects, right? That also we will put it over here. And in the last case, what it is written? Print an error if the inputs are of different type. So that also we have to take care of, right? And that also I'll put it over here. Okay, so these are the three important parts of our question. Now, since this question is related to merging the two arrays and two objects, so we'll come here and we will define our function name as merge data. Okay, this will be our function name, merge data with a parenthesis. Okay, now let's come to the next line, that is merging two arrays and two objects. Okay, in the previous two videos, we have clearly discussed how we can merge two arrays and two objects. If not watched, please go and watch out that as well. You will get a very clear understanding about it. Okay, so what approach we will follow here is we are going to follow the approach that is a spread operator itself. Correct? So we will be using here what? Spread operator. Spread operator syntax is what? Three dots, right? This is what we are going to use it. We know that if we have to merge two arrays, what we have to do here? We are going to create an empty array and we are going to pass our array with a three dots, that is with a spread operator, right? So three dots and our array 1 we are going to pass, and after that again three dots and ARR2, that is second array. So this is what we will do it if it is a case of an array, right? If it is a case of an array. Now, if it is a case of an object, then what we will do? We will be creating an empty object. In that, with our spread operator syntax, we are going to pass our first object, and then we will be passing our second object as well. That will be our obj1 and our obj2. So this is the case when we are working with the object. Now, since we have worked separately, that was okay. Right now, we cannot directly use this, okay? Because the input we are passing, we don't know whether it will be an array, whether it will be an object, or whether it will be a mix, right? So we don't know the type of that input what we are going to pass it. So in that case, we will have to understand what is the input, and then we will have to properly conditionally solve this. So in this case, first of all, we will be using what? If and else condition here. Okay, so we are going to use if and else. Okay, so here, how many conditions we have to pass? First of all, for the array, correct? second for the object, and third for the error, right? So that is why first condition will come here for the if. We are going to pass here our first condition, correct? Then again there is a second condition here, right, for the object, because we cannot directly write if and else because we have a error also, right? So the second condition we are going to pass it here. So that is where we will be using else if. So here our condition 2 will come with respect to our object, and after that this else part will print our error. Okay, so this is what is the approach we are going to use it here. That if condition, if our condition is satisfied, we are going to print an array. If it is, we will be working for the objects, and then we will be working here for the error. Okay, so if this condition is getting satisfied, then we will be merging our two arrays. If this condition is satisfied, then we are going to merge our object. And if both of them, the conditions are not satisfied, then we are going to print the error that the inputs are of different types. Now, what will be the condition we are going to use it? Okay, now we have to check first what that it is an array or not, right? It is an array or not, it is an object or not. These are the both scenarios we have to create it. So to check whether it's an array or not, okay, to check whether it's an array, we have a method called as a isArray. What is the method name? The method name is what? IsArray. So on our array, so how do we write it? We write it array dot isArray, and in this array you pass your first array. Okay, so this is when you pass it, it will check whether it is an array or not. If it is an array, it is going to give you true. So here, since we don't have only one array, we have two arrays, right? So I will use it with a AND operator, and we will come here and we will write array dot isArray, and here we will write here ARR of 2. And if this condition is satisfied, that means it becomes true, then we are going to work upon this and we will be getting what? The final resultant after merging the two arrays, correct? So this is what it will be. Now, so this is the first part. If this condition is true, we will be getting this and we are going to merge the two arrays, right? We are going to do this part, correct? Now, in the second case, now, when we have to check whether it is an object or not. So how we will be checking whether it is an object or not? How we can do this? So here we are going to pass two things, okay? Now, why two conditions we will be passing in this? Now, why two conditions? Because first of all, we will check whether the input, okay, whether the object 1 we are passing, that is object or not. Okay, so that is, we are going to check whether it is an object or not. Now, one more important part here is I have to tell you the type of array is also object. That is why two condition here. The type of your array is also an object. If you console your type of, you will get it as an object itself. I'll show you that as well. Okay, so that is why this only one condition cannot solve our problem. So first of all, we are going to check this, that this type of obj2 is object or not. Okay, so this we are going to do it. After that, we will have to also put here with a not operator that it should not be an array, because this, if I check the type of array, it is an object. So that is why we will be taking this as well, but with a not operator. Okay, so we'll come here and we will put here a not operator and we will pass here obj1. So it should not be an array, that it can easily identify, right? So with a not operator, if it is not an array, then only the condition will be executed as true and we will be able to merge the two objects. Got it? So this will come here and we will be doing it. Okay, and we will come to the now we will come to the last part, that is our else part. Okay, in this, if the inputs are of different types, how can we identify the inputs are of different type? Because at every place, here also you will get false, here also you will get false. So in this case, we will not have an option left. So it will come here to the else part and it will just print here in the console that inputs are of different types and I cannot execute it. Correct? So this is what is the complete approach we are going to follow. Okay. So let us come down and write our function. Okay, so we'll write here function, and we have decided that our function name will be merge data. So let us come here and quickly invoke this, and while invoking it, I will pass here the array as an argument. Okay, so we'll come here and we will write here what 1, 2, 3 as our first array, and second I'll write here 4, 5, 6. And here while I'm receiving it, I will write here input 1, comma input 2. Why input 1 and input 2? Because here when we are working with the object, it will differ, right? So we cannot give here right now array 1 and array 2. So that is why we will keep here input 1 and input 2. Now let us quickly come here and console the values. Okay, here. So input 1 and input 2 as well I'll do, so that we can get the values. So we'll come here and we'll write it here, and we get here 1, 2, 3 as our first array, 4, 5, 6 as our second array. So we are successfully able to get this. Okay, now what we will do, I wanted to show you that I said, right, our array is also an object and object is also an object, correct? I told you, right, when we check the type of anything, we get here as an object. So that I want to show you all here. So let us come here and check it. So I'll write here what console. To check the type, what we have to do, we have to use here what type of. And I'll write here what input 1, and I'll come here and I'll write here type of, and I'll write here input 2 as well. Okay. Now let us test it one more time. So you'll come here and you see object. That means what I said, that array type is also an object, that we are properly getting it here. That first time also object, second time also an object. Now let us invoke it one more time. And let us pass an object here. So I'll just write here A colon 30, and then I'll write here B colon 89. Okay. And let us pass one more object. So we'll come here and we'll write here C colon 90. And then I'll write here D colon 67. Okay. Let us once again run it. We get what? Object. So for this also we are getting object. This also we are getting an object. So that means what we said, that our array is also an object when we check the type, and our object is also an object when we check the type. So that is why we will have to do what we will be doing that in that case. That is why additional condition we will have to put it for an object. Okay. So let's come here and let us now write our if else condition over here. So we'll come here and we will write here what. Now first of all, let us just comment out and we will clear the terminal as well. Okay. So we'll come here and I'll clear it off CLS. Okay. Now let us come here and let us write our if condition. So in this if condition, first of all, we have to check the input which is being provided, it is an array or not. Okay. So I'll just comment it right now, line number 33. Okay. And I'll come here and I'll write here array dot is array. Okay. And in this, I'm going to pass my input 1. After that, what we will do, we will use our AND operator because we want to check both the test cases, right? That it has to be true, right? So I will be writing here what? Array dot is array, and I'll write here what? Input 2. So both of them should be true. Then only it should go inside and it should merge our array. Okay. So we'll come here and then what we will do it, we'll come here and we will now define our variable with a merge array. Okay. So we'll write here merge array is equal to now empty array. In that we are going to pass what? With a 3 dots, that is spread operator, input 1, and then one more time 3 dots and input 2. Right? This is what we are going to do it, and just we will console it out here. Okay. So let us come here and let us do it here. Okay. So now let us test it here in this. So we'll come here and we will write here what? Node, and we will write here today's file name, that is 23. And we'll write here what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's written here, right? So we are able to get this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we are able to execute this and we are able to successfully merge an array. So it has checked whether it is an array. Both the test case we are getting here as true, and that is why it is able to merge it. Now the next we have to check for the object, right? So we will write here else if, right? So we are going to write our another condition that we have to check first of all, it is an object or not, and second, it should not be an array. That is what we have to check it. Now to check the type, what we have to use? We have to use what? Type of. Okay. So we will come here and we will write here what? Now, since we have done this, let us come down and let us check for our object as well. Okay. So we will write our second condition here inside our else if, right? Now, first of all, what we will have to check? That we will have to check the type, right? And then second, we have to check it should not be an array. So to check the type, what we are going to use here? Type of. Okay. So we will be using type of. So we will come here and we will write here what? In this, just write it directly. Type of input 1 is equal to object. Okay. And type of input 2 is equal to object. And so this is our first thing. After that, one more here will come that we have to check it. It should not be an array, right? So again here and will come, and then we will write and array dot is array, and we will pass here what? Input 1, because it should not be an array, right? Then again, one and operator, not operator, array dot is array, and then here I will pass what? Input 2. So this is what we are going to put everything inside this. And then if I come here, I will just write here what? Let us just write here console.log objects are present. Okay. I'll just write it so that let us see whether we get it or not. Okay. So we, in the line number 40, we have our object as well. So let us come here and just let us invoke it one more time. So let us come here, and if we see we are getting objects are present, that means this is able to successfully identify that it is an object, it is not an array. So this also is getting proved correct, and this also is getting proved correctly. Okay. Let us come here and let us declare a variable that is a merged object. Okay. And then we will write here what? Is equal to flower braces, and inside that with a 3 dots, it will be our input 1, comma 3 dots input 2. That is nothing but our spread operator, right? Syntax. And then let us just console it, console.log merge object. Okay. And we will just comment our line number 33. Okay. So let us quickly come here and one more time let us test it. So we can see here it has successfully merged. Can we see A colon 30, B colon 89, C colon 90, right? And D colon 67. So we are able to get this also. Now, the two conditions where we wanted to do here is we have successfully done this. Okay. So this is also done and the function is also defined correctly. Right? Now we have to work upon the last line that we have to print an error if the inputs are of different types, right? So I'll just put it over here. Okay. And what we will do here is in the else part. Okay. We'll come here and we'll write the else part. And in that, I'll just write here what? Console.log, and in this we are going to write here what? We'll just put this and I'll write here what? This colon with the error. Okay, so I'll write here error and a colon, and inputs are of different types. And here we can just put here what? Input 1, comma input 2 as well. Okay, now here right now we don't have anything with in regards to this. Let us run it in the terminal one more time. Note 23 challenge question. We get it this part, right? So it is not going here because these two are satisfying the above two conditions, right? Let us come here and invoke it one more time, and we will pass here what? First, let us pass an array 45, 67. Okay. And another, let us pass an object with T colon 90 and U colon 67. Okay. Let us come here and just one more time, let us invoke it and see whether for this, it is an array. For this, it is an object. And for this, it is a mix, right? So let us just test it one more time. If we see here, we are getting third instance that it is a different type, right? What we are getting that the inputs are of different type. And we are getting in the form of an error message. Also, it is showing, right? Error colon, right? Because we have written here error, right? So because they told print an error, then you can improvise it in another way. You can also do here what console dot error. Okay, you can also use here console dot error. Okay, it's up to you all. If you want to use log, you can use log, or if you want to use your error console dot log error, you can use that as well. Okay, so this is what, if we see both the test cases are completely running fine. If we see all the three, so if we see here, all the three test cases are perfectly running fine. Okay, so let's have a quickly recap what we have done here. So first of all, what we did, we declared a function, we defined a function with a merge data. After that, we tested for an array that we have to check if it is an array or not by using a isArray method, and we are using our input one because that was an array in the first 45 line number invocation when we did, and then here it is going to merge it and we are able to get it right. After that, what we have done, we have written the condition for the object that it has to be tested, that it should be an object and also it should not be an array. Why? Because our array is also an object and object is definitely an object, right? So where we check the type of that time, we get an object. So that is why we have to make sure that if it is an object, it should not be an array. So that is where here we are doing that part, right? And then we have merged the object here by using our spread operator. Similarly here by putting here square bracket, correct? And then we are consoling it at both the places, console.log, merge array and merge object. Once this both the test cases is done, then we come to the last, that is our else part, wherein if we are passing here this part, what happens if we are passing with the different data types. Okay, so then in that case, what it should do, it should print an error. So we can use console.log to print it, or we can use it console.error to print it, and we are going to write here what inputs are of different types, and we can just show what are the inputs. So that is what we have done here. And if you see here line by line here, I have explained it very thoroughly that how we have proceeded with this, right? First checking an array, then checking an object, and then last, if the inputs are of different types, then put it in the else part, right? Correct. So if we see here in the last line, while invoking, we have properly passed here the array, we have properly passed here the object, and here it is a mix of the data. And if we clear the terminal one more time, and if we run this particular file, we get this properly, that in the first time it is merging an array, second it is merging an object, and third time it is throwing an error that it is of a different type, right? So that is what we are able to do it over here. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is to work with an essential concept in JavaScript, that is finding maximum and minimum value in an array of numbers. This is super useful in any kind of data analysis or when you need to find extremes in your data. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. So if we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned that write a JavaScript function that takes an array of numbers and return maximum and minimum number of values. That is what is our question, right? Now let us come here and we will break down this question. So we will just take the important part of this question. That is JavaScript function, correct? After that, what is the important part here? It takes an array of numbers, right? So this also we will take up here and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important part? That it returns the maximum and minimum number of values, right? So that also I will put it over here. So these are the important parts of our question. Now this function is what going to do? It is going to return us what? Minimum and maximum value, right? So I'll come here and I'll define the function name as min, max, number, okay? This will be our function name. Now in the second line, what it is written? Takes an array of numbers, right? So let us just write here a sample array. So inside a square bracket, we will just write here what? 1, 23, 45, 90. Okay. So this will be our sample array. Okay. Now, what is the third line? Maximum and minimum number of values, right? This is what we wanted, correct? So then what approach we are going to follow here? So we will be using JavaScript math methods to make this process simple and efficient. So in math methods, what do we have now? We have math.min and we have math.max. So this is what we are going to use it. Now, as the name itself suggests that this is going to give us what? Minimum value, right? Okay, and this is going to give us what? Maximum value. So this is what is going to provide. So I'll just write it here as well. So as the name itself suggests, right? MIN, minimum value, MAX, maximum value. So this is going to return it. But now in this parenthesis, what it accepts? It accepts the list of numbers, I can say. It doesn't accept a array. It accepts the numbers. So how we can write it here inside this? So if I have to write it, I will be writing math.min, and in this just the numbers, not the array. So I'll take it from here as well and I'll put it over here. So what is the minimum value from here? We will get here what? 1. So it is not going to accept what? It is not going to accept the array. So I'll come here and I'll write here what? Math.max, and in this also I'll pass it like this, and this is going to give us what? 90. So if you see here, it is not going to accept what? Array. So how can we make that work out now? We have an array, we don't have a numbers. So how can we do that? So in the previous videos, if you have gone through that, in that what we have used a spread operator. Those who have not gone through, please, I request, please watch out that videos as well. Okay, so there we have done much more in depth about the spread operator. Okay, so the spread operator, we are going to use it here. Okay, what is the syntax of a spread operator? 3 dots. What does a spread operator do? It spreads out the elements of an array, correct? We are working with respect to the array. So I'm saying about it that it is going to spread out what? The elements of the array. So then how we are going to write it then? We will be writing what? Math.min and 3 dots and then our array. So whatever will be our array, we are going to pass it like this with the spread operator, that is 3 dots. And if you want to find out the maximum, so we will write here math.max and in the spread operator and the array. I will also show you what if we pass directly the array, what we get it. That also I will show you when we are writing down our function. So this is the approach we are going to use it, that we are going to use math.min and math.max along with our spread operator, since it is an array, because math.min and math.max method takes number over there. It doesn't takes directly your array. Okay, so let us come here and define our function. So function, and what we have decided, our function name will be min max number, right? So that is what. So we have defined our function. Let us quickly invoke it here and let us pass the sample array which we have created. So I'll come here and I'll put it over here. So this is going to accept it as what? As an ARGS, and as a parameter, I will just write here what? ARR, correct? Now then what we will do? We will come here and we will just test it out. So we will just come here and we will write here console.log ARR, and we will just test our function is successfully running or not. So we'll come here and we will write here what? Node, and we will write here day 24 challenge, because today's challenge is day 24. So we'll come here and we will write here what? 1, 23, 45, 90. We are able to get it. So when we run this particular function, we are able to get this, right? Now, after this, what we will do here is, now let us come here and define a variable. So we'll declare a variable called as a min, and we will define also for a max. Okay, const min and const max. Okay, so we'll define it like this. Okay, and in this, both of them, we are going to store our minimum and maximum value. As of now, I'll just comment it out here and I'll just write here what? Math.min, and in that I will directly pass the array. Okay, I'll directly pass the array. And now let us just run it and see what do we get here. So node and day 24. Now you see what do we get? Since we have not consoled, we are not getting anything. So let us come here and console it. So console.log min, and now let us test it one more time. So we'll come here and we'll write here what? Node 24 challenge, and we got here our array, that is 18 line, and then we are getting not a number. So this is not giving us the output. It is giving nan it is giving. That is not a number. So that means it is not able to find out that it is a numbers. So it is not able to recognize the numbers, and that is why it is giving us what? NaN. That is not a number. So now if I just pass it with a spread operator with a 3 dots, and let us test it one more time, okay? Now if you come here and you will see I got 1. So that is the minimum, right? Now let us come here and once again we will come here and we will write here what? Math dot max as well. And in this also I will pass directly the array. And now let us just console it one more time. So we'll console it and we will write here what? Max. Okay. Now let us come here and let us run it node day 24 and we get what? NaN. Here we are able to get this out, but here we are getting again what? Not a number. That means it is not able to find out that whatever we are passing is an number. So we will use our spread operator and we will spread out the elements of an array. And then once again, if you run it, now you will get here what? 1 as your minimum and 90 as your maximum. You can come here and you can make it 100 here, and then you can just see what do we get. So I'll clear the terminal and we will run it one more time, and you get here 23 now, and here it is 100. So we are successfully able to get our minimum and maximum value out of our array. Got it? Now let us come here and we will just improvise this. So I'll come here and I will take it here down. Okay. So whatever the logic will be there, it will be together and we will be writing it like this. Okay. And I'll comment this console.log ARR also, and we will write here what? In the double quotes, I will just write here what? Minimum. Okay. And I'll put comma with a colon. Okay. And here let us come here and let us write here what? This is our maximum, right? So we'll write here what? Maximum with a colon, and now we will just test it out. If we want, we can improvise it more. As of now, let's come here and test it. So we'll write here what? Node, and we will write here what? 24, and we will get here minimum is 23 and maximum is 100. So we are able to get this here. So what we have used? We have used along with the spread operator, because it cannot directly accept your array. It needs the list of numbers. That is where it is going to work here. Got it? So let us come here and now let us do a recap of what we have done. So what we have done is here we have used our math methods. What were the methods? Math.min and math.max, right? These are the two methods, but this two method doesn't take directly an array. What does it take? It takes the list of number. If I want to show this, I can show this as well. So let us come here. After this, I will just write here to show you all console.log, and in that I will pass it directly like this. And you will get guys 1. Let us see this. We are getting or not? See here. 1 we are getting. Okay. So it takes the list of numbers, not the array. That is why the execution has been performed now. So I'll just comment it out here. Okay. Just to explain you, so that it takes a list of number. Same goes with your maths also. So that is where now we have an array. We don't have a numbers, right? So how can we get the numbers? We will use a spread operator, right? Using 3 dots, what we did? We used here along with our math.min and 3 dots and our array. And as soon as we passed it, we were able to spread out the elements of the array, right? Then we came here and we write down the function min max number, and we are passing the array, correct, from here, and we are receiving it here. Then what we did here is what? We declared 2 variables, and then we calculated our minimum and maximum number here, right? Using our math methods along with the spread operator. And then we just consoled here, right? And when we invoke the function, we were able to get it. So we can try out with a different test cases. Let us try out with a negative number. What do we get if there is a negative number? So min, max number, and let us write here minus 3, 20, 78. That is what I'm going to write it now. Minimum should get minus 3 and maximum should get 78, right? So let us clear the terminal and let us test it one more time here. So what we get? Minimum is 23, maximum is 100. That is for the first one. For second one, minimum is minus 3. So we are able to get it. And maximum is what? 78. So we are able to successfully get from this as well. Even if it's a negative number, it is going to give you the correct values only. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is work with the numbers, but this time we will take it a step further by allowing multiple inputs directly. So this will give us more flexibility in working with the numbers. So let's move to our VS Code and start solving this particular challenge. So if we see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned. What is the question? Write a JavaScript function that takes n number of numbers as an input and returns the maximum and minimum values from those numbers, right? So yesterday's problem also, what we did, we find out what maximum and minimum number, right? But there we were passing as an array, right? But here we are not going to pass as an array. We will be passing as a number, and then we will accept it and we will find out the minimum and the maximum number. Okay, that is what is the today's challenge. So now let's break down this question. Okay, so if we see here, what is the important part? That is a JavaScript function. So we will take it and we will put it over here. After that, what is the important part? That it takes n number of numbers as an input, right? This is the important part here, right? That also we will put it. And after that, it should return what? Maximum and minimum value. Okay. So this also, let us come here and put it here. So these are the three important parts of our question. Okay. Now, since this question is going to return what? Maximum and minimum value. So we will define our function name as min, max, num. Okay. This will be our function name with the parenthesis. Okay. After that, what it is saying, that it should take n number of numbers as an input, right? So we can come here and we can just put here 4-5 numbers right now, 45, 89, 34, like that numbers it should take up. So this will be our number. So assume we are going to take this many numbers, okay? After that, what it is written here, that it should return the maximum and minimum values, right? In yesterday's video, same thing has been covered, guys. So I request everyone, do watch out that video as well. Here as well, I am going to explain y'all, okay? Now, what will be the approach then? What we are going to use it here? We will be using what? Math methods, okay? So we will be using here math methods. In math methods, we have math.min and we have what? Math.max. So these are the two methods which we are going to use it. Now here it is written min. That means it is going to give you what? Minimum value. Okay. And this is what? Maximum, right? Max. So it is going to give you what? Maximum value. So this both the methods is going to return it, right? Now here what is the case, that it takes what? Now this takes directly your numbers like this. So if you're passing it from here, it will directly give you the minimum and the maximum value. So if you come here and if you write here math.min and if you pass everything to this, you will get your desired result. So what would be the minimum value from this? If I say 34 would be the minimum, right? So we will get here 34. Let us change here. 34 is repeated. So I'll just put it 35 here. And let us come here and also change it. So this will be our minimum, right? Now, if we come for a maximum, then what we will get for a maximum then? So if we come here and if we write maximum, for a maximum, what will be the value? We will get here what? 89. Again, if I see 89 is repeated, so let us make this as a 98 here as well, and we will here make it 98 here as well. So if we see here, the highest value is what? 98. So this is our maximum. So this will be our resultant which we are going to get. So minimum method like math.min will give us the minimum value. For a maximum, math.max is going to give us the maximum value. Now here, the challenge is what now? If suppose here, okay, fine, it is here 5 numbers. But what if I have 50, 60? So then how we are going to address that? Because what will happen now in JavaScript, if we want to pass multiple numbers to a function, what we will do? Either we will pass it as an array or as an individual arguments, right? That is what we are going to do it. In both the scenario, if we are passing as an array, then we can receive it as an array in our function. Okay, but if we are passing as an individual arguments, then we have to define that many number of parents in the function, right? That many numbers. But so then if it is 50, then we will have to define 50, right? So that would be a difficult scenario. So in JavaScript, to handle that, we have something called as a REST operator, or we say a REST parameter. Okay. What do we have? We have a REST parameter, or we can say as well as REST operator. So this will help us here. Okay. So what it will do, when you are passing the n number of arguments, in the params, what you will do, you will not define individual numbers. What you will do, we have a syntax and you can use the three dots. It is similar to the spread operator, but the working is totally different. And we can write here rest, we can write here params, whatever. This is user defined name. Okay, we can write it like this, and this is known as a rest parameter because we pass it as a parameter to a function. So when you are doing it, you will be doing it like this function, and suppose I write here right now function f1 as this, and if I invoke it, when I am invoking this function, okay, here when I'll be invoking this function, this is just a sample to explain the rest operator. Okay, so here if I am passing this list of numbers, okay, from here, so when I'm receiving it, I will not come here and I will do it n1 comma n2 comma n3, because if this is going to be more, then in that scenario what I can do, right now it is only 5, suppose it is 30, suppose it is 40, then what we will do? So to handle that, we have our rest operator or rest parameter. So it tells us that you don't do it like this, you come here and just put three dots and you write here as a rest. When you write here as a rest, and when you try to console this, okay, when you try to console your rest, it will automatically, they will convert it into an array. We will see the resultant. So your output will be like this. What you will get the output, your output will be like this in an array. Now, since it is again converting into an array, then we want to find out the minimum and maximum, right? But minimum and maximum, what does it take? It directly takes the number, and here we are getting an array again. So please remember the challenge, guys. Yesterday question what we have did. In that we did what? If we are getting this, we have spreaded out the elements of an array. So same thing we are going to use here as well. So to this what we will do, then we can just come here and do this console.log 3.rest. So then what it will happen, this will now no longer remain in an array, it will spread it out. Okay, then we can directly use it inside our min method and in our max method, that is math.min and math.max method, both of them. So this is what is the complete approach we are going to use it. So this question has your methods as well, along with your spread operator and the rest operator. So here this will be your spread operator, okay, which is going to spread out the elements of an array. Okay, so this is what will be in this case. So now what we will do, let us come down and let us create a function and let us see how we can handle this. Okay, let's create a function called as a min max number to handle this. So this is what we decided, right? So function min max num, and let us quickly invoke it. So I'll invoke this here and I will pass the set of numbers which we have decided. So this is what I'm passing it here. Now in this case, I am not going to receive it as n1, n2, n3, n4, guys. I will be receiving it here with the usage of our rest operator or rest parameter. So I'll come here and I'll put it here, what, 3 dots, and I'll put it here as a rest. Okay, and just I'll console this rest and I will see what do I get. Okay, so let us come here and check it in the terminal. Today's challenge is 25. So we will write here what, note 25 challenge question, and you see it got converted into an array. That is what I said. When you are going to console it, you will be getting in an array. So this is what we are able to get it over here. And now one more important thing, again I am repeating it, the rest which I have written, it is user defined. You can put in place of rest as a params, parameter, numbers, input, value, whatever the name you want it, you can put it over here. This is a user defined. Okay, now this is giving me into an array. Okay, now since it is giving me an array, I cannot directly use my methods, right? Our math methods, I cannot directly use it, correct? So what I will have to use? I will have to use a spread operator here. So I will just show you what will happen on this if I use a spread operator now. So console.log, and I will use here what? 3 dots, and I will write here what? Rest again. Okay. So when I am using here, I'll write here rest, and we will come here, and once again we will run it in the terminal. You will see here what I am getting: 45, 89, 34, 98, and 35. This is what I am getting here. So what it is doing? It is spreading out the elements of that array. Now we can pass this to both the methods, right? Now we can pass it because this method needs this, right? It doesn't need an array. So now what we will do here is we will come here and we will define our two variables, that is minimum and maximum. And in that we will calculate and store it. Okay. So come here and let us come here and declare a variable const min is equal to math.min, and in that we are going to pass this rest along with the spread operator, that is with the 3 dots. And let us just come here and console our min. I'll write here min, and we will once again test it in the terminal. So we will get here 34. That is our minimum value, right? Now let us come here once again and let us declare another variable that is called as a const max. And we will write here what? Math.max. And in that again with a spread operator, we are going to pass our rest. Okay. And now let us come here and console it our max, and we will see here what in the terminal that we are going to get 98. That is what we are getting here, correct? So this is what? This was our rest. Okay, this is our, I'll just write here. This is your rest operator, or you say as a parameter. Why as a parameter we say? Because we are passing inside this function as a param. That is why it is said as a rest parameter also. Okay, now when you come here, this is no longer your rest parameter or rest operator because it is just passed like this. So this is a spread operator. So I will repeat once again, don't confuse in this because the syntax is the same. But always a rest operator is termed as a rest parameter because you have to pass it as a parameter to a function. Okay, this we are not going to pass it. Okay, so this is your spread operator. Okay. So this I'll just write it here. This is our spread operator. Fine. So let us come here and let us clear the terminal one more time. And we will just test it one more time. So we get here what? 34 and 98. So math.min needs a number list of numbers, and we are able to pass it out with the help of our spread operator. So I'll just comment the other thing, that is this line number 23, line number 24. Okay. And now in the rest parameter, we get one more privilege. That is the best test case, I would say here. Now here I can just pass 78, 90, 56, 34, 23, 67, like this, n number of, okay, 90, once again you pass, 12 you pass, okay, you pass n number of numbers, but you don't have to change your function. You are not going to change your function. Once again run it and check. You will get your value. So here if you see the least value, that is a minimum is 12, and still our maximum value is 98 itself. If you come here and if you put 200, then you will get your maximum value as 200. So that is what it is. Can you see here? So what we did, we are passing your list of this, but when we are receiving it here, it is automatically converting into an array. And since it is converting into an array and spread operator is working dynamically to spread it out the elements, then this automatically we are passing here, and then we don't have a hiccups to change our function. So whenever we are going to create a function, we have to make sure our functions are dynamic in nature. So in this case, if you change your input at any point of time, your function will remain the same. So that is the best use case of your rest operator. Okay, so this is, if we come here and one more time, I will just invoke it and I'll just pass here 3 values, 1, 45, 78. So let us come here and clear the terminal and let us one more time run it. We get here 12, 200, 1 and 78. That is, for this we are getting minimum is 1, maximum is 78. So let us come here and let us improvise this. Just we will write here what? Minimum and maximum. Okay. So let us come here and write here what? Minimum colon. Okay, and let us come here and here also write here what? Maximum with a colon. Okay, so we are able to get it. Now let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So if we check, we are getting minimum is 12, maximum is 200, minimum is 1, and maximum is 78. If you want, you can pass this rest here as well, but right now I'm not doing it, okay? So let's have a recap one more time. So what we were asked to do to find out a minimum and a maximum value, okay? But it will accept, your function will only accept what? N number of numbers as an input. It is not saying that 2 or 3, it is saying N number of. And when it is saying N number of, that means we have to write a function in that way that whatever the input we are passing, it should not break, right? That is where we have to write a function in a dynamic way. So if we come here, we know if we want to find minimum and maximum, we have to use this math methods, min and max of that. So that we have used it, but it takes in numbers, right? So that is here, that was not a problem, correct? But because we were passing here N number of numbers only, but N number of numbers means how much? If tomorrow, if I change my input, then it will be a problem, right? So in that case, we used a rest parameter or a rest operator to avoid that scenario, right? And we used it with a 3 dot. So when we are passing inside a function, it will automatically convert it into an array. And then with the spread operator, we will spread it out. And then we will pass it to the math.min and math.max method, because it takes just list of the number. When we were passing N number of numbers as an input, as an argument to the function, that time what happened? When we are receiving it here, we are not receiving as an individual parameters, right? We are receiving as a rest operator. So since we are receiving it as a rest operator, it got converted into an array, right? And that is where there was a need of a spread operator. And that is where with the help of the spread operator only, we can pass it to a math.max and math.min methods. That is what we have done here as well. So I've written our function, correct? And we are using our here rest operator to accept N number of input values from here, correct? And then we defined it here, the minimum method and the maximum method. And then we were passing along with the spread operator this rest, right? And then we improvised our console.log statements as well. Also in line number 22, 23 and 24. In this 3 lines, I clearly mentioned here what is it doing. This is our rest operator. This is our console.log, which is giving us the values in an array. And this is giving us what? It is spreading out the elements, right, of that particular array, correct? And then finally, we have invoked it and we have tested our function. So let us come here and clear the terminal. And one more time, let us test it. So if we test it, we are able to get that as well. So minimum, minimum and maximum, right? So this is what is the particular today's problem. Okay. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about rotating an array by k times. Here we will be using a basic JavaScript methods like pop and unshift to solve this problem. So let's begin with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here question, right? That write a JavaScript function to rotate an array by k times, right? And we have here our sample input and output as well. So let us come down and we will break this question. So what we will take here, we will write our JavaScript function, right? After that, what do we have? We have to rotate an array by k times, right? Just take this rotation and I will put it over here, okay? Now, since this rotation is mentioned 2, I am going to repeat this by 2 times. If it would have been mentioned 4, I would have repeated 4 times. That means what do we understand by the rotation? That our start point will always be 1 and the end point will be given to us, right? That means in terms of what? Rotation. So here in this case, our end point will be what? 2, because we have got our rotation as 2. Now let us come here and we will check what? Our input array, number of rotations also, and as well as our output as well. So this is our array. So I'll just take it over here. Now Since we know now the number of rotations is 2, that means it has to be rotated 2 times. Let us see what will happen in the first rotation. Okay, so I'll just put it over here. Now what will happen here is, if we see the desired output, this element 5 was placed at last and now it is placed somewhere in the start, right? Even it goes for 4 as well, right? So that means what is happening? The last element is getting placed at the first index, correct? So we are removing the last element and we are inserting that element at the beginning. So in the first rotation, what will happen? We will have here 5, then we will have here 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. This will be our desired output after the first rotation. Now what will happen in the second rotation? Now our array has changed. This is our array. So then what will happen? I'll just write here our new array. So this is our array. Now, when the rotation is 2, what will happen? See here. Now, 4 will come in the start. That is what it is going to happen because the last element is inserted in the beginning, right? So that means here what we are going to write 4, comma, then 5, then comma 1, then comma 2, then comma 3. That is where. So whatever is the last element will be placed in the beginning. Since the number of rotation is 2, it is going to end here itself and this will be our desired output. So we see here, this is what we are getting here as well. So what we have to do in this, we have to remove, I'll just write here that as well. We have to remove the last element, okay? And then we have to insert that last element in the beginning. So insert the last element in the beginning. Okay, so this is what I'm going to write here as well. Now, what we have to do, this, how many times we have to do this? We have to repeat this process, or I would write repeat this process k times. That means number of rotations, right? That is what is k times. So we will have to repeat it k times. So this is what is the final approach we have to do it. Now we have methods to do this. So for removing the last element, we have a pop method. What does pop method is going to do? It will remove the last element of the array. And then we have a unshift method. So what this unshift method will do? It will add the element in the beginning. So whatever the element we provide, it is going to add up in the beginning. So what logic I would say that whatever you're removing here, that only we will pass it to the unshift and that automatically will get add up over here. And then we will repeat this step or this process by k times, okay? So let us write down this code step by step and we will understand that as well, okay? So we will define here function name as what? Rotate array, right? So I will just write here rotate array and I will just quickly invoke it here, okay? Rotate array. And in this, what I am going to pass my input and the number of rotations, right? So what do we have here as an input? We have here array. So I'll just take this and I will pass it over here. After that, number of rotation is what? 2. This is what we have to pass it. So we will come here and we will receive here as an array, comma, rotation, okay? So that is what we will do it here, and we will come here in line number 20. We will just console it out and we will check. So this is our array and then we have our rotation, right? So let us come in the terminal and we will write here node, and today's challenge is what? 38. So I'm going to write 38 challenge and I will just hit the enter. So what do I get? I get here what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is our array and the number of rotation as well. That means this is successfully running, right? Now what we decided here that we will be using loop, right? For the number of rotation. So let us come here and use our loop, okay? So I'll write here what? For loop, correct? And in this we will declare it, right? Let I is equal to, it is going to start at 1. And then what we will do, I less than or is equal to, I will just put my rotation here and I will increment it by 1. That means I plus plus, correct? And then we will come here and now let us just come here and console and check our I value also. What do we get in the terminal? So node 38, right? challenge, and we get here 1 and 2. That means this loop is going to run only 2 times, right? If I pass my rotation number of times more, it will pass here. I will get I value. If I pass the number of rotation as 4 or 5, then I will get here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So this is what everything is working properly. Now let us come here and we will write down what we have discussed from line number 10 to line number 17, okay? So let us come here, and what we will do, we will first extract the last element. So I will write here what? Const last element as well, okay? And in this, I am going to just pass my array dot pop, okay? And I will console it here and I will show you as well. So console dot log last element, okay? So let us come here and console dot log I am just comment. Now console.log I line number 20. Console.log I line number 23. I am just commenting it out. Okay. Now let us come here and rerun this, and we will get here something like 5 and 4, right? Since this is getting repeated twice, we are getting both of them, right? 5 and 4. This is what we needed, right? Now we have here the last element. Now what we will do, this last element, we will be passing to the unshift method, okay? Pop method doesn't takes anything. It will just remove the last element. Always remember, it is going to remove the last element. We don't have to pass anything inside this. Pop and the parenthesis on your array, it is going to work. Now here in unshift, why we have to pass? Because we need to tell, right, to the method that you have to add this particular element to the array, right? That is why you need to pass the element over here. So here what you will do, array dot unshift you will use on the same array, and then we will pass our last element directly to this. Correct? And we will come here and outside we will just console it over here. So console.log array. Okay. And now let us see in the terminal, what do we get? We will write here what? Node 38 challenge, and we will see here we got what? 4, 5, 1, 2, and 3. I showed here what this 5 and 4 was getting removed, right? And then because of this unshift method, it is getting added to this particular array in the beginning. So it is removing the element, it is adding. Then again it is removing, and then it is adding. So it is going to repeat it till your rotation is completed, right? So since we passed here 2, the number of rotations were 2, and we got here 5 and 4. So 5 was removed and it was added in the beginning. Then 4 was removed and it was added in the beginning. So that is what we have. We can test it with one more input here. So let us come here and write here rotate array, and I will just pass here what? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 let us pass. And we will pass here as number of rotation as 4, okay? Now let us once again, let us test it in our terminal. I'll just clear the terminal and rerun it here. Node day 38, we get here what? See, when I wrote 4 times, so first time 60, it was added. Then 50, it was added in the beginning. Then 40, it was added in the beginning. Then 30, it was added in the beginning. So this is what we are getting here, okay? Let us come here and improvise our console.log. So I'll write here what? Rotate an array k times. I'll just take this, and in our template literal syntax, we will come here and I will write here rotated an array, and this k I will mention the rotation, okay? So let us come here and I'll write here rotation, and I will write here colon. Let us see what do we get in the terminal, and then accordingly we can modify. So node 38 I will write, and we see here what? Rotate an array 4 times, and this is our output. But this is already rotated, right? So let us come here and we will write here rotated, right? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it here. So we get here what? Rotated an array 4 times. So this is what is the desired output. Now we will comment out the other console.log statement. So we will comment out line number 20. We will comment out line number 25. And we will just save it and rerun it in our terminal. Now what I get here, array has been rotated 2 times, and here array has been rotated 4 times. So this is what is the desired output, which we are getting it over here, okay? So let us have a recap of this question. So we have to write a JavaScript function to rotate an array by k times, right? And we had our input and output as a sample as well, right? Now we defined here function as a rotate array as we wanted to rotate an array by k times, correct? Then we came here and we wrote our approach. That what was the approach? That we have to remove the last element and insert the last element in the beginning. So by using pop and unshift, we did that. And then also we discussed about our for loop, right? How in this for loop will be included. So for loop is included on the basis of the rotation, that is start and the end point. So end point is always the number of rotations which are being provided to us. And start will be always 1 because we know if it is 2, we have to rotate it 2 times. If it is 4, we will have to rotate it by 4 times. So this was our rotations where we had to use our for loop. Then we came down and we defined our function as a rotate array. And then what we did, we passed here 2 params, that is array and rotation. And we consoled and we tested in our terminal, right? After that, we used our loop, and inside this, we have done this operation 2 times because of the rotation, right? So then we did here what? We have used a pop method. Pop method doesn't take anything inside it because it is just going to give you the last element, right? So it removes the last element from the array. That is its job. It is not going to accept anything inside the parenthesis, okay? After that, what we did, whatever the last element was there, we just passed it to the unshift method, because unshift method need to know, right, which element I need to add it in the beginning. So that is where we passed our last element to the unshift method, and that is where at the end of this, we have just consoled our number of rotations, right? What we are getting as a desired output, and we tested in our terminal as well, right? After that, what we have done in line number 31 and 32, we have just invoked this 2 times and we saw the output in the terminal. So then in line number 28, we just improvised our console.log statement and we printed our rotated array, right? After that, in line number 31 and 32, what we have done, we invoked this function 2 times to test what the output we are getting. And we saw that in the terminal, we were getting our desired output only, right? So this is what was the challenge today, guys. So using pop and unshift method demonstrates how simple array methods can be efficiently used. Try this out with your own arrays and the values of rotations to get hands-on experience, guys. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about removing duplicate characters from a string. So here we will be using a set constructor function to efficiently handle this task. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. In the VS Code, we have here our question mentioned that write a JavaScript function that removes a duplicate characters from a string. And here we have our sample input and output as well, right? So let us come here, and first thing we are going to break down our question, right? So we will take the important chunks of this question. So what is the first important part here? That we have to write a JavaScript function, right? So I will take out here and I'll put it over here. After that, what is the next important thing? That we have to remove the duplicate characters from the string, right? So that also I will put it over here. Now, since this question is demanding what? Remove duplicate characters from a string. So we will define our function name with respect to this as well. So we'll come here and we will define our function name as what? Remove duplicates from with a parenthesis, okay? So I'll make this D as well capital, okay? So this will be our function name, remove duplicates, okay? So let us come here and understand the approach. So I'll just write down here what? Approach, okay? Now let us read this line once again, that we have to remove the duplicate characters from a string, right? So here we will be using a set constructor function, okay? Now, since we are using a set constructor function for removing the duplication, so we have to use it along with a new keyword. So I will write it here what? New set, and it will be with a parenthesis, and inside this we are going to pass our string. So right now a string is what? Programming. So I will just pass here. Now what does new keyword is going to do? This new keyword will create an instance of that set object. So I'll just write it here what it will do. It will create an instance of the set object. So I have written here that as well. Now what is the next thing? What will be the output we are going to get? We will not get the direct output what has been required. Here we will get the output as in set object itself like this. And what this is going to hold? This is going to hold our actual, or I would say the unique characters or the elements from that particular string. So this is what we are going to get it. Now, since it is at the end of the day, the output would be what? Set object. So we will be using here what? Our spread operator on there. So I'll just write here what? Spread operator. Okay. And what is the syntax of the spread operator? 3 dots. We have seen about the spread operator in many of our videos as well. So please watch out those videos as well if you want to learn more about the spread operator. Okay. So now how here we are going to use it. So what does here spread operator will going to do? It will convert our set object into an array. For that reason, we are going to use it here. So what we will do, we will write here what? A square bracket, 3 dots, and we will write here output. So whatever the output will be there, that we are going to put it inside an array. Why? Because why square bracket and a spread operator? Because what it will do, it will convert our set object into an array. Now, since we get it inside an array, we can easily use our join method. So on this, I will be using our join method as well, that too without a space. So what it will do, it will convert this particular array into a string, correct? So it will bring back all the elements together and it will convert it into a string. So this is what will be the approach we are going to use it. We will be using our set constructor function, and along with it, we will be using with a new keyword. Why new keyword? Because it is going to create an instance of the set object. Then the output we will be getting as what? A set object output, right? Which will hold our actual, or I would say the unique characters or the elements. Now, since we want the output in a string format, then what we have to do, we will be using a spread operator and we will convert it into an array. So using a spread operator syntax, we will be converting into an array, and later on we will be using a join method to bring back into a string. So that is what is the approach. And now let's proceed with our function. Let's dive into step by step. So we will define our function, and the function name will be what? Remove duplicates with a parenthesis, flower braces, and let us invoke it here, remove duplicates. And here I will be passing our input string. What is our string? That is our programming. So let us come here and write it here. So we are passing here like a argument, right? Now it will come here and it is going to receive it as a params. So let us write here today as an input string itself. So I'll write here what? Input and a string. So this will be our param. So let us come here and we will console it here, console.log and input string. And we see here what do we get in the terminal. So node day 39 challenge, right? And we get here programming. So we are successfully able to get this, right? Now, after this, we have to use our set constructor function to see how it removes the duplicate and store the unique characters. Let us come here and let us declare a variable called as a const unique characters. Okay, and here we are going to write our set constructor function now. So new set, and in this we will pass our input string, right? And now at line number 21, let us just console.log unique characters, and we will see what we get in our terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 39 challenge, and we get here what? Programming we are getting. So I'll just take this output and I will put it over here. Let us understand this. Now if we see, this is programming, correct? But it is not real spelling of the programming. What it has been done, we had 2 times R, we had 2 times G, and we had 2 times M. So what it has done, your R has been taken only one, your M also has been only taken once, and your G also has been taken only once. So wherever there was a repetition, it has removed the second and it has just taken our single, or you would say the unique characters from that string. If it would have been repeated thrice, 4 times, 5 times, then also what it would have been done, it would have just taken one time and the remaining it would have been excluded. That is how it stores the unique characters from a string. This is what is the job of a set constructor function. Now we have got here our set object, right? Now we want to convert it into an array. So what we will be using? Our spread operator syntax, right? So let us come here and declare it const result string. I will write here as a variable. So it will be a result string is equal to square bracket, 3 dots, and our set object, right? The output where it is stored inside our unique characters. So I will just write it here, unique characters, and we will come here and our console, our result string. So console.log result string. And let us test it in our terminal. What happens now? If we see here from this particular set object, we are getting what? In an array. So our spread operator has successfully converted into an array, right? Now what we will do here itself, we will directly use our join method also, right? Now here we need the output in a string. So I will use here what? Join method without a space. So just I'll pass here double quotes. And now let us come here and rerun it one more time. So we get here what? Similar output, right? PROGAMIN, and this is what we are getting. So first our set object has helped us to get the unique characters. Then spread operator helped us to convert it into an array. Then our join method brought the elements of the array together in a string form. So this is what was expected from us, right? So if we see in the string, we have been removed the duplication and we are only getting our unique character. So this is what it was expected from us, right? So let us come here and we can invoke it with one more string. So let us write here remove duplicates and we will pass here what? JavaScript. Here also what is repeated now? Our A is repeated, right? JavaScript, here A is repeated. So that let us see whether it gets wiped out or not. So we will come here and we will write here node day 39 challenge and we get here what? Only one A is there. Can you see? So that means it has been removed the duplication and we are just getting the unique characters. So if we see our terminal is filled up, so let us come here and we will comment out the rest of the things. So we will comment out line number 19, line number 22, right? And now let us test it. Node day 39 challenge. We get here the exact output, right? Let us come here and improvise our console.log statement. So I'll put here comma and I'll use our template literal syntax and I will just write here what? Unique character. So I'll just take it from here as well and I'll put it over here and I'll write here colon and I'll pass here a space as well. Now let us come here and retest it in our terminal. So what do we get? Unique characters is this and unique characters is this. So this is what was expected from us, right? Let's have a quick recap of this particular question now. Now what it was been asked to write a JavaScript function that removes a duplicate characters from a string, right? And this was our sample input and output. So we took our function name as what? Remove duplicates with a parenthesis. And the approach we used here, what? We used a set constructor function, which is going to give us the unique characters, right? And we have to use it with a new keyword because it is a constructor function. It is going to create an instance of a set object. So we get here output as what? A set object which was holding what? The actual or the unique character. So this was our output, right? Which we got it. Now, since it was in a set object, we would have to convert it into an array. So we took the help of our spread operator, 3 dots, right? And you see how we have written square bracket, right? Inside that 3 dots and whatever the output was there, we have to write it here. Then since it was an array and we wanted it to a string, we used our join method as well, right? So it brought our all the elements together and it converted into a string. So same thing we have written inside our function as well. So we wrote here function remove duplicates. We passed here our input string as a parameter. Correct. And here we used our set constructor function along with a new keyword and we were passing our input string, right? So we saw that we got our unique characters and this was the output, right? After that, it was a set object, right? So then what we did, we used our spread operator and we used our join method as well. So since it was the output was a set object, so we used our spread operator along with the join method and we got here what? The unique characters, right? So in line number 25, we have just consoled out our result string, which is holding the unique characters in a string, right? And in line number 20 and line number 31, we have just invoked this particular function where we passed two different input string. One was programming, another was JavaScript, right? And we got our desired output in the terminal, right? So I'll just write here what? Note day 39 challenge, and we get this was our desired output, right? So if we see here, the set constructor function automatically filters out the duplicates, making this approach concise and efficient. So try this function with your own string and see how it works. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is
all about checking if two arrays are equal even if the order is different. So we will proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question that we have to write a JavaScript function to check if two arrays have the same elements regardless of their order. And also we have our sample input and output. What is the input? We have been given with two arrays at line number 4, and this is our output. If we go on the line number 5, we have been given two arrays and this is our output. Okay. So this is our sample input and output, and this is our question. So first of all, we will break down this particular question. So we will come here, and what is the first important part of this? That we have to write a JavaScript function. So I will write it over here, the JavaScript function. Okay. After that, what is the important part? That we have to check if two arrays are same regardless of their order, right? So I will come here, and that also I will put it over here. Now this question is related to what? Checking two arrays are equal or not, right? So we will come here and we will define here our function name as what? Are arrays equal? So this will be our function name along with the parenthesis we will write. So this will be our function name. Okay. Now we will go to the line number 8. That it is written we have to check two arrays have a same element regardless of the order. So here we have to understand the approach, what we are going to do it. I will just come here and I will write down the approach. Okay. Now we will go to our line number 4 and 5 and we will observe our sample input and output. Now we will focus on our input first. What do we have here? It has been given with two arrays, right? And let us calculate the length of it. What is the length? Here it is 4. What is the length? It is 4. So that means length is same. Here also come to line number 5 and check the length. It is 3 and here also it is 3. That means array's length is same, right? Now why I'm emphasizing on the length? Because see, suppose here you have a 10 elements inside this and here you have 5 elements. More or less, it has more, right? Now length is differing. So then arrays cannot be equal, right? To get this, two arrays have a same elements regardless of their order, we have to do a multiple checks. But first check, we will do it using our dot length property. So I will just write here dot length. Okay. So this will be our first check. And now how we are going to check it out? We will be using our not is equal to operator. Okay. Now, since we are going to compare it, right, that our first array length is not is equal to second array length, then you give me that arrays are not equal length mismatch, something like this. So since it is a condition, right? So we will be putting inside what? If condition. So left hand side, we will have what? ARR1 dot length, and right hand side, we will have what? ARR2 dot length. I am assuming this as a array 1 and this as a array 2. Okay. So we will come here and we will write here what? ARR1 dot length is not is equal to ARR2 dot length. Okay. This will be the case. Now, if this turns out to be true, it is going to give me a length mismatch. If this turns out to be false, then we have to do again a multiple checks, right? So what we will do, first thing, we are going to use our sort method, okay? It will sort it up, right? So I will use our sort method and we will get our new arrays, right? So using our sort method, it will sort it in which order? It will sort it in a ascending order first, and it will give me the arrays, right? So we will what do? We will store it into a variable now. So we will come here and we can write here what? Sorted ARR1, and we can have your sorted ARR2, right? So we will store it into this two variable and then we will compare it up, right? So then what will happen? At least we will have in a same order. So it will arrange it in a proper order and then we can check our each element. So first we will have to sort it up, right? Then after that, what we will do here again, now since we want to check our each element, right? So we will have to iterate on each element, correct? I will just write here the for loop. Now how we are going to write it? For let I is equal to 0 because it is an array. Now here we can write here less than array dot length, means you can use both the arrays or you can use the sorted arrays. Any one length will be always the same, right? So you can use any one of them, right? I'm just using sorted array dot length. You can use ARR1, ARR2, sorted ARR1, sorted ARR2. Any one of them is going to be fine because it is going to run till that point. So I will write here what dot length, right? And after that, I am going to increment this up, right? Now here we will have a flower braces. Inside this flower braces, we have to write a logic, right? Now what logic we are going to write it now? Now since we want to check the each element, right? So again we have to use here not operator only. Now here the only thing will be we have to again use our if condition, and what we will write here not is equal to, as I said. And this side will be what? Sorted arrays. So we will have here our sorted array of I. Remember this, it will be always of I. And it will be not is equal to of what? Sorted ARR2 of I. So how it is going to compare? So it will compare. If it is not is equal to, then you come here and you say elements differ, because length already we checked. So this is not for the length. This is for the element checking. So first it will take 10 and 20. If it is going to match, it is going to give you true. Now, if you don't use the sort method, it will directly check 10 and 20. So once you sort it up, what output you are going to get? You will get something like this: 10, 20, and 34 it will remain. And here you will get what? 10, 20, and 33. So this will be your sorted both the arrays, right? Now, when you're checking this condition and when you're iterating it up, what will happen? Here it will run through the particular length, right? After that, it will enter and it will come here to our if condition. Now, how it is going to check? First, it will take 10 and 10, right? Correct. So here you will get true. So it will go to the next, right? What is the next? 20 and 20. Again, it is going to be true, right? After that, what it will do in the third iteration, it will check 34 and 33, which turns out to be false, right? This is false, correct? So that is where you will get arrays are not equal as elements differ. So this is what you are going to get. In the first case, if it is sorting, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it will check first time 1 and 1, second 2 and 2, third 3 and 3, fourth time 4 and 4. So it is obviously the same. So we are going to get here what? Arrays are equal, right? So if it turns out to be true, it is going to give us arrays are equal. And if it is different, then it is going to give me what? Arrays are not equal as the elements differ, right? So this is what we are going to do it. So this will be our final approach. So let us come down and let us write our function. So we have decided that
we will come here and we will write here our function. So function, and what will be the function name? Our arrays equal, right? And we will quickly invoke this as well. So at line number 20, let us invoke it, our arrays equal, okay? Now in this, we are going to pass our two arrays, right? So that is what I will take here and I will put it over here. And I will remove this and I will put what? Comma, okay? Now let us come here and let us receive it. So I will write here what? ARR1, comma ARR2, okay? And let us console it out. So console.log ARR1, comma ARR2, and let us test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 42 challenge, and I get here what? Our both the arrays. That means this function is successfully running, okay? Now, what is the next thing we have to do? We have to write our approach, right? So first thing, we are going to check it with the help of the length, right? So what I will do here is we are going to write here our if condition, and I will write here what? Our ARR1 dot length is not is equal to ARR2 dot length, right? If this condition turns out to be true, then you give me a console.log statement that length mismatch. So I will just take this and I will put it in our console.log. So I will write here what? Console.log. Inside the double quotes, I will write it like this, length mismatch. And also what we will do what? Early return as well. This is called as a early return. I will write it here as well. Now this means what? That if this turns out to be true and you are giving me length mismatch, So you don't execute the rest piece of code. Here itself it will terminate and we will get our output. Okay. Now I can show you this as well. Okay. So if I get here now, let us rerun it here. What do we get? Let us see. So I'll write here what node day 42 challenge, and we are getting the same thing, right? The previous output. We didn't got this line. Now let us change here as 5. Okay. Just to test this, and we will test it out. Now you see we got here length mismatch. That means this is successfully running, right? I will remove it now, okay? Because we have to test the other condition as well. Now if we see, I will just clear the terminal, and what is the exact output on the basis of this input, that we are not going to get anything. Only we will get here our arrays, right? No length mismatch, okay? After this, what we will do now, then we have to sort our arrays. So we will come here and we will declare our two variables. What was the two variables? Sorted ARR1 and sorted ARR2, right? So we will write here what? Const sorted ARR1 is equal to, and we will write here what? Const sorted ARR2 is equal to, okay? And in this, we are going to store our sorted array. So I will write here what? ARR1 dot sort method. And here itself we will come and we will write here what? ARR2 dot sort method, right? And we will test it in the terminal as well. So for that we will write here what? Console dot log, and we will write here sorted ARR1 and then sorted ARR2. Okay. Let us test it in the terminal. What do we get? We get here what? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it has been sorted, right? For the first array, it was already sorted in an ascending order. We can see the difference in our second array, right? So it has been sorted. Now what is the next thing we have to do? We have to compare our each element of the sorted array, and if any elements differ, we are going to give it as what? Arrays are not equal, correct? So let us come here, and next thing we are going to write our for loop, okay? So we will write here what? For, and we will write here let. It will start from 0, right? It is array, and it can end at where? Any of them array. You can see here 4, right? This is array 1, this is array 2. This is sorted array 1, this is sorted array 2. Why I'm saying is length is the same, right? So we don't have to worry about it. So we can take any of them. So I will take it with respect to this only. So I'll take our sorted ARR1, okay? So we will run till sorted ARR1 dot length, right? And we will write here what? I plus plus, okay? Now inside this, what we have to do? Again, we have to test the condition, right? Before that, let us just console it out. Let us see on each iteration, what will be the I value, what will be the sorted arrays value, okay? So for that, we will just write here what? Console.log of I, and in this, we are going to write here what? Sorted array of I, and after that, we will write here what? Sorted array 2 of I. Now let us come here and test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node day 42 challenge, right? And if we see what, when I is equal to 0, what is the first array and what is the second array value? Here also we can see properly. Now we see here from top to bottom, it is the same. That means arrays are going to be equal, right? That means here we have to test it, right? We have to check for each of them. So what we have to do, we will take this particular, right? This particular condition, correct? So we will write here if our sorted ARR1 of I is not is equal to, correct? Sorted array 2 of I, right? And we will write here what? Console.log statement that if your arrays are not equal, give me elements are differing, right? So we will take this line and we will put it over here. So I'll write here what? Console.log statement. And inside the double quotes, we'll write it like this. Let us test it out in the terminal, and we get here what? 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 4. Now what we are getting? Are we getting this particular line? No. So what do we are getting in the terminal? We are not getting this particular line, right? Correct? Now, why we are not getting this particular line? Because it is turning out to be what? False. So here also we need to do a early return, correct? So we will write here a return, and after this, everything happens out to be false. Here directly one statement we are going to write, that is console.log our arrays are equal. This is what we are going to write it. And if you see now in the terminal, you will get your arrays are equal. See, last line you are going to get it. So I'll just clear the terminal and we will rerun it one more time and we get here arrays are equal. Okay. Now let us invoke it one more time. Okay. So we will invoke it one more time at line number 37. We will write here what? Our arrays equal and we will come at the top and we will take our second array as well. So let us copy this and we will put it over here and we will remove this and we will put comma now. Now let us see what do we get. Okay. So we will come here and we will rerun it. Now what do we get? Arrays are not equal as the elements differ. So we are going to get this, right? Now let us come here and we will invoke it one more time and where we will pass here as what? 67 and 90. Let us see what do we get now. So let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it here. We get here length mismatch. It is not going to execute anything, right? It will directly give me length mismatch as well. So this is what we are going to get it. So what we will do, let us come here and we will just comment our other consoles. So we will remove this line number 26 as well. We will remove this line number 28 as well. Now let us rerun it, clear the terminal, and we will rerun this particular challenge. And what do we get? First time we are getting arrays are equal. Second time we are getting arrays are not equal as the elements differ. And third time we are getting our length mismatch, right? That means what? That means we have done what was expected from us, right? So let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it has been written, we have to write a JavaScript function to check if the two arrays have the same elements regardless of their order, right? And we have been provided with a sample input and output as well, correct? So what we did here at line number 7, we defined our function name as what? Our arrays equal. And to achieve the line number 8, we have done here multiple checks, right? So we wrote our approach, right? What the first thing we did? We checked that both the arrays have a same length or not, right? If it is having a same length, then it is okay, it is good to go. If it is not, then we have written here length mismatch, right? After that, what we do? We did a sorting method, right? So we have sorted both the arrays to align their elements in order, right? In which order? It will give me in an ascending order, right? After that, what we did here, after getting our sorted array, we wanted to check our each element, right? For that, we took our for loop, right? And then inside our for loop, what is the logic we have written? We have to compare our each element of the sorted array. That is where we have written our if ARR1 of I is not is equal to sorted ARR2 of I. And if they are differing, then arrays are not equal. And we did a early return as well, right? And then after that, we just wrote here what? Arrays are equal if none of the conditions are turning out to be true, right? So that is what we have written here as well. We wrote here our function, our arrays equal. We are accepting here as a params and we tested out with our length, right? So if it is true, then you give me length mismatch and you do a early return as well. That means here itself you close this function. Okay, after that, if this turns out to be false, then you come here and you declare a two variable and sort them out. So what we did, we wrote a for loop and we inside that we wrote our condition as well to check for arrays are not equal, right? We wanted to compare our each element of the sorted array. That is why we wrote our if condition as well inside it. And we wrote our console.log statement and we did a early return as well. If that is true, then you do a early return and you don't print this line. If not, then you come here and you print directly arrays are equal, right? If none of the conditions is true, then it will come here directly and it is going to give us this particular line. At line number 36, 37, we invoked it, right, with different arrays, correct? In line number 36, it was same. In line number 37, it was not equal and the elements were differing, right? And in the last one, the length were only not matching, right? So let us come here in the terminal and rerun it and test it out. And we will write here what? Node day 42 challenge and we get this, right? So we are able to execute it properly what was expected from here, right? So we have been done it correctly and we are getting the correct output as well. Now, why this challenge, guys? Because arrays comparison is a frequent operation in coding interviews and real world projects, such as validating data or implementing sorting algorithms, right? So sorting makes this proficient and straightforward. Okay, let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is removing all the occurrences of a specific element from an array. So we will proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. In the VS Code, we have here question along with our sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. So what is the question? Write a function to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array. And we have here input, that is our array, and a target. And we have here output as well, right? So first of all, what we will do, we will break down this question. So what we have to write? We have to write a JavaScript function. So I will take here and I will put it over here. After that, what we have to do? We have to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? So that also we will put it over here. After that, let us understand our input and output. So in the input, if we see, this is our array, right? And this is our target, correct? Now, what is the output? 1, 3, 4. So from this, what we can understand that whatever the target value is being given to us, from this array, we have to remove it. That is where it is given to. So you can see here in this, how many 2 we have? We have 3 times 2, right? So that target number has been removed from the original array and we get a new array as a 1, 3 and 4. So this is what we have to do. So let us come down and first of all, we will define our function. So our function name, we will keep it as remove occurrences, okay? So I'll take this and I will just write here what? Remove occurrences, okay? And we will write here with a parenthesis. Okay, now let us understand the approach for the line number 8. That is, we have to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? So how can we do it? I will write here the approach as well. Okay, now in this question, we are going to use a filter method. Okay, now this filter method is what? It's an array method. So let me write that as well here. Now, how does it work? In the filter method, we are going to pass a condition. Okay, so I will write here what? Condition. Now, based on the condition, it is going to consider only your true values. Wherever it will find the true values, it is going to consider, and based on that, it is going to return a new array. So it will return a new array. So that is what is a filter method. Now, if I have to tell you with respect to this particular question, what it will do, it will return a new array excluding all the occurrences of the target value. Okay, now if you see, it is an array method. So here also in the input we are getting, so in the input we have an array, right? So we can easily use our filter method and we can see that it is checking and it is only giving 1, 3 and 4, right? That means 2 is repeated again and again. So that we have to remove, right? So how we will do it? So now we will come here and in this filter method, now we will see how we will write it to get that particular output. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what? ARR. I am assuming this input array is ARR. Okay, so ARR dot filter I will write and I will pass here our parenthesis. Now this filter method take function as a parameter. So I will pass here that as well. Okay, now this function which I am writing, this is going to take a parameter again. So what I will pass here, I will write here element itself. Why do I write element? Because if you see this particular array, what it has an element, right? So I refer directly the element itself because it is going to work on each and every element. You can give any other name as well, but I give as a element itself. Now what we will do, we will come here and we will check, right? So our each element we will have to check that it should not be is equal to the target, right? Then only we are going to work. So we are going to use here not is equal to operator, and right side I will be writing what? Target. Okay, and left side we have to write here our element. Okay, so I will write here what? Element. So this element, if it's not is equal to the target, then only you should return me, right? So we will come here and we will get the true values when it is not is equal to, right? So if it checks, it will give me at this 2 and 2, right? It will give me false value. So that will be ignored. It only gives me the true values. False values are ignored by the filter method. Okay, so we will get a out output here directly like what? 1, 3 and 4. So it will return a new array. And always remember, whenever we are using a filter method, it is not going to change your original array also. If you want to see, we will be seeing when we are writing our function. Okay, so let's dive into the code and let's write our function. So I will write here what? Function, and we will write here the function name as what? Remove occurrences. Okay, let us now quickly invoke this function. Okay, so remove occurrences, and I will pass our array and this target also. So let us take this array from here and I'll put it over here, and then we have here what? 2 as a target, so that I will pass it here. And I will write here what? ARR comma target itself I will write. Okay, now let us come here and console it out. So I will write here what? ARR, and I will write here target. Okay, so let us come in the terminal and we will write what? Node day 43 challenge, right? So node 43 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got our array and our target also, right? Now to this array, what we are going to use? We have to use our filter method. So let us come here and use that as well. So I will write here what? ARR dot filter. Okay, after that, this is going to take a arrow function. So I will write here a function. Okay, and this is going to take what? Element again as a parameter, right? Now this element should not be is equal to our target, right? That is the condition we are going to write. And on the basis of the condition, now I said, right, it is going to take the condition. Where is the condition? We are going to write here. And in this condition, if it returns out to be true, it will give you a new array with that true values. That is what we have to see here. Okay, so now what I will write? Element should not be is equal to our target. Okay, and then what we will do? Let us come here and we will store this into a variable. So let us write here const result. Okay, is equal to, and we will come here and once again test this out. So console.log, and I will write here what? Result. Okay, so let us come here and we will run this. So node day 43 challenge. Now what do we get? We got very easily 134, right? So this has filtered out, right? Now, I told you, right, whenever we are using a filter method, it is not going to change or mutate your original array. So here I will show you that as well. So I'll write here what? Console.log ARR. Now let us test it out here. So we got here our original array. So it is not going to change or mutate the original array. Okay, so this is what. So we have used our filter method to exclude the target values, right? This was our target and it has been removed, right? Let us come here and we will now improvise our console.log statement. So I will use our template literal syntax and we will take this particular line from here and I will put it over here. And instead of remove, I will write removed all the occurrences, right? Of a given value, what was the given value? I will write here dollar flower braces and I will write here target. Okay, from an array, what was our array? So that also I will write here what? Dollar flower braces, and it is ARR. Now let us clear the terminal and let us see how do we get it in the terminal. So node day 43 challenge, and you see here what? Removed all the occurrences of a given value to from an array, right? And here let us put hyphen and we will put colon as well. So I will write here hyphen. Okay, here as well I will write here hyphen. Okay, and then I will write here colon after this. Okay, now let us rerun it one more time to see. So let us come here and node day 43 challenge we will write. So node day 43 challenge and we will hit enter. Now we get here value 2 from an array and we have written here colon as well, right? So we are getting our proper answer. Now what we will do, we will comment out other console.log statement like this and this one as well. Okay, so let us come here and rerun it. Node day 43 challenge. And we will see only our particular output we are getting. So we have removed all the occurrences from a given value to an array of this, and our output is what? 1, 3 and 4. We can test it with another input as well. So let us come here and we will invoke it remove occurrences, and I will pass here what? An array of 10, 20, 30. Okay, and I will repeat here 20. Okay, 3 times. And I will write here our target will be what? To remove 20 itself. So we should get 10 and 30 now. Okay. So I will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I'll write here note day 43 challenge and we should get 10 and 30, right? So if we see here, we are getting 10 and 30, right? So in both the cases, it is removing our all the occurrences of a target value. Okay. So let's have a quick recap of this question. Okay. So we have to write a function to remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array, right? And here we had our sample input and output. In the input, we had given an array along with our target value, right? And our output was 1, 3, and 4, where we wanted to remove the target value from this particular array, right? At line number 7, what we did, we declared a function, correct? Remove occurrences with a parenthesis we have written, and that we have used as well in line number 14. Now in the line number 8, what was written? To remove all the occurrences of a given value from an array. What approach we used? We used a filter method. Now what is a filter method? It's an array method. So based on the condition, it is going to give us the true values in a new array, right? Now this filter method take function as a parameter, right? And in this function, we are going to pass here what? Element again as a parameter, and we will write our condition. What is the condition? That element should not be is equal to our target. If it is coming out to be true, you give me that values. So when we test it out, it is going to give us the true values where at a place of 1, 3, and 4. Because rest all place, it is going to be equal, right? So that values I don't want. That is where we have used our filter method. It will leave your false values and only it will take your true values, right? So that is why we have used the filter method. Now at line number 14, we have written our function remove occurrences, and here we are taking here two params, right? ARR and target, right? And here we just tested our in a console.log statement what we are getting. And the same thing we have done here as well. So what we did, we declared a variable called as a result, and in this we are storing our whatever the filter is returning, right? So ARR dot filter, and this element should not be is equal to our target. That is what we have taken here. After that, we just console the result and we improvised our console.log statement as well. So what we have done, removed all the occurrences of a given value and we have written our target, right? From an array, and this was our array. If we see in the terminal, we were getting the proper result along with this proper statement, right? Now at line number 21 and 22, what we did, we invoked it with the different input arrays and our target values. And now we will once again test here. Okay, so I will just clear the terminal and I will write here note day 43 challenge. And if we see here, we are getting the proper result, what has been expected from us. Okay, so what it has been doing now here in the first case, it contains 3 occurrences of 2, right? That is where it is removing all of them and it is giving me what? 1, 3, and 4. In the second case also, it is having 320. So that means 20 is being occurred 3 times, right? So that also it is removing and it is giving me 10 and 30, right? So now why this filter method we have to use? Why this challenge is important? If I have to say, removing specific elements from an array is a common operation in coding interviews and real world projects. It can be applied to a scenarios like filtering user data, cleaning up the list, or pre-processing input for the algorithms. Also, we can use in the search case scenarios. Okay. Also, we can use in the search case scenarios. So this filter method is a powerful tool in JavaScript, making tasks like this efficient and concise. So it's a great way to manipulate the array without mutating or original one. This also we saw here, right? At line number 19, we saw that it is not mutating or changing our original array, right? So that is why I said it's a great way to manipulate the arrays without mutating the original arrays. So I want y'all Please try this function with your own arrays to see the magic in action. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding common elements between the two arrays. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question, right? Along with the sample input and output. So what is our question? We have to write a JS function to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? And after that, in the example, we have here what? Our input, that is two arrays, right? This is our array 1, this is our array 2, correct? And here we have our output as well, right? So we have here input and output. So let us come here and we will break down this question and we will understand as well, right? So we will write here what? First, we have to write a JS function, right? So I will write here, okay? What is the next thing? We have to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? So let us come here and that also I'll put it over here, okay? Now let us come here and define our function name. So I'll come at line number 7 and we will define our function name as what? Find common elements, okay? So I will write here what? Find common elements with the parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Now let us come to the line number 8. What we have to find? We have to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? So let us come down and understand the approach for this question. So I will write here what? Approach, okay? So in this question, we are going to use a filter method, okay? Now, what does this filter method do and how does it work? It works on each and every element of an array, right? And it returns a new array containing the elements that passes a condition specified by a callback function. So this filter method is going to take what? A callback function. So I will write here like this. And here we will pass what element and where is the condition to be written? Here we are going to write a condition, correct? And in this callback function, we pass a condition and on the basis of the condition, it returns us true or false, correct? So I'll write here what? True or false, okay? And we know that false values is always ignored, right? So I will write here ignored. And which values is going to be considered? This value is going to be considered. So we get only the true values when we use a filter method, right? So we will get in a form of an array. So that is what I said. It works on each and every element of an array and it returns a new array containing the element that passes this condition. Only the true values is to be considered, okay? Now we understood that we have to write a condition, correct? Now, what is the condition we are going to write? Now, if you see the question, what it is written here, that we have to find a common elements between the two array, right? So, first of all, I will write here what? Condition. And let us see the two arrays. So, this is our first array. This is our second array, right? Now, we have to check that this particular element exists in this particular array or not. 3 exist in this or not, 4 exist in this or not, 5 exist in this or not, 6 exist in this or not. Whatever it is existing, we have to give the common elements, right? So here what we are going to use, we will be using a includes method. So I will write here what? Includes method, okay? Like this. So we are going to use the include method and for each element, it is going to check that if it exists in the second array using this includes method or not. And later on, it will return the resulting array containing all the common elements, okay? So these are the two things we are going to use it. Filter method, and in that condition, we are going to write the include method. So let us see how we can implement this. So we will come down and we will define our function. So we will write here what? Function, and our function name will be what? Find common elements, right? With this parenthesis, okay? And we will come down and we will quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Find common elements, and in this we are going to pass our both the arrays, right? So let us come here and let us take this 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our first array. So let us pass it over here and we will write here what? Comma, and let us take our second array. You can also do one thing. You can declare like let array 1 is equal to let array 2 is equal to, and you can store it, and that also you can pass it here. I am directly passing it over here, okay? And now let us come here and receive here as what? ARR1 comma ARR2, right? And let us come here and we will console it out. So console.log I will write, and we will write here what? ARR1 comma ARR2, correct? And let us come here and in the terminal, let us test it out. So I will write here what? Node, and today's challenge is what? 53. So I will write here what? Node day 53 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we got? We got here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 3, 4, 5, 6. So we are able to get both the arrays, right? So we are getting here both the arrays. That means this function is successfully running, right? Now let us start using our filter method, okay? So we will come here and first of all, we will declare a variable, okay? So I will write here what? Common elements, okay? In this, we are going to store our common elements array, okay? So we will write here what? ARR1 I will write, and we will use our filter method, okay? And in this, we are going to write a callback function. So let us come here and write it, and we will write here what? Element. Now here what we will write? We will take our second array. So array2 dot includes I will write, okay? And in this, we are going to pass what? Element, okay? Now, what does this mean? So if you see here, this particular array1 is going to filter it out, and it will check that this array1 element is there inside this array2 or not. That is what it is going to check. So it is going to check that if it exists in the second array or not. So that is what we said. What it is going to do, it is going to check that this array1 exists in the second array or not. So this particular element will come here, and we are going to test it here. And if it is there, then it will come and we will get our values, right? So let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here what? Common elements, okay? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 53 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we got? We got here 3 and 4. So it has been clearly observed that this 3 and 4 is here also. This 3 and 4 is here as well, right? So it is finding the common elements, right? So by using the filter and include method, you can easily do this, right? So it is checking for each element, right? So array2 dot includes element whenever you write. So it is going to check this particular element. Array1 element is checking in array2. So remember this line, guys. What it is doing, that array1 element exists in the second array or not. That is what it is checking. So we are using for that includes method, and everything is getting sorted here if we use the include method. So that is what we have done here, okay? So now let us come here and improvise our console.log statement as well. So I will write here what? Template literals, and we will put comma, and I will write here what? Common elements, okay? So as we write here, we get it. Let us come here and rerun it. So I will clear it out. We got here what? Common elements 3 comma 4. We can put here colon as well, okay? Now let us come here and we will invoke it one more time with different arguments, right? So let us write here what? Find common elements, and let us pass here what? 10 comma 30 comma 50 I will write, okay? This much. And we will come here and we will write here what? 30 comma 20, okay? Let us see what do we get, okay? So rerun it one more time. So node day 53 challenge I will write, and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here 30. That means if here it is 4, right? Here it is 4 elements, okay? In the second case, there are 3 elements and there are 2 elements. In that scenario also, it is perfectly going to work. So it is not dependent on that we should have a common number of elements also. That means the length should be same. No. Even if the length is different, it is going to give us the exact output, okay? So we will come here and we will remove this line number 16. So for that, we will just comment it out, and I will come here and clear the terminal. And one more time, we will rerun it. So node day 53 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we get? First time I got 3 and 4. Second time I got 30. That means everything is working properly, right? So that is what we are getting here. And that is what it was expected from us, okay? Let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it was been asked that we have to write a JS function to find the common elements between the two given arrays, right? And here we had our sample input and output as well, right? So in the input, we have here array 1 and array 2, right? In array 1, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as an elements. In array 2, we have what? 3, 4, 5, 6 as an element. And in the output, we have what? 3 and 4. So from the input, we can clearly understand that here we have what? 3 and 4 is the common elements, right? So then we came to the line number 7 and 8. We broke down the question and we wrote what? JS function. And we defined our function name as what? Find common elements, right? And then we wrote here what common elements between the given two arrays, right? So for this, we understood the approach. What we used a filter method, right? What does this filter method do? It is going to work on each and every element of an array, and it returns a new array containing the elements that passes a condition specified by a callback function. So that is what we have passed here. We passed here the callback function, and to that we passed a condition, right? So what was the condition? For that condition, we passed here what? The include method, right? So in this includes method, what it was doing for each element, it is checking that it is existing in the second array or not, right? And if that condition passes out, we get a true. Otherwise, we will get false. So for the false values, filter method is going to ignore everything, right? And only it is going to consider the true values. So that is what we got here, right? So then we came here and we wrote our condition using this include method, correct? So later on, we came at line number 15 and the same thing we implemented here. Okay, so we defined our function find common elements, and we passed here two parameters. That is nothing but array 1 and array 2, right? And we wrote our logic inside it, correct? At line number 17, we declared a variable called as a common elements, and on that we used a filter method, right? So array1 dot filter method we have done, and we have written inside that a callback function, and we have written a condition using our includes method. So what it is doing for each element, it is checking that our array 1 elements is existing in the array 2 elements or not, right? So that is what we are checking here. So at line number 18, we printed our resulting array, right? That contains all the common elements, correct? And we have improvised here little bit as well, right? Then we came at line number 21 and 22 and we invoked this function two times. So first time we invoked wherein we had a same length, we saw that we were getting the common elements. Second time when we invoked, we passed a different length, but then too it was giving us the correct output, right? So this is what it is. We have found out successfully the common elements between the two arrays, right? So we have used a filter method on our array 1 that is going to go through each element, right? We used the include method to check that if that element exists in a array 2 or not. And the common elements are returned and logged, right? That is what was the question, and we have done this successfully as well, right? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 53 challenge, and I will hit enter. So we got here our exact output, right? Now I'll tell you guys why this challenge is important. Because finding common elements between the arrays is a fundamental task in data comparison and validation, even in merging data sets. Also, when we implement the features like search filter, recommendations, and etc., we are making, guys, an excellent progress. So let's keep up the momentum and dive into more challenges. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is finding squares of an elements in an array. That too, we are going to solve it in two different ways. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. What is the question? We have to write a JS function to find the square of each element in a given array. So if we come here in the input, we have our array, right? What is the array? We have here 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the elements of the array. And in the output, if we see, we have 1, 4, 9 and 16. So if we see what is 1 square 1, what is 2 square 4, what is 3 square 9, what is 4 square 16. So that is our output. So we have to find the square of each element in this particular array, right? Let us come here and we will break down this particular question. So first of all, what we are going to write, we will write here what JS function, okay? Now in this question, we have to write a JavaScript function for what? To find the square of each element, right? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. Now, since this question is demanding what, we have to find the square of each element. So we will come here and we will define our function name as what? Find square, okay? And now after that, we will come to the line number 8 now. What it is written here, we have to find the square of each element in a given array. So for this, we are going to write down our approach. So I will just write here the approach, okay? Now in this question, we are going to use what? Map method. So I will just write here what? Map method. Now what is a map method and what does it do? Map method is a powerful array method, right? That allows us to transform each element in an array by applying a function to it, correct? Map method takes a function as an argument which is called for each element in an array. So we will write here what? Arrow function, right? So this is the function which is going to take it. And here we will write what? Element, correct? Because it is going to work on each and every element, correct? So here we are going to write element and here I will write the calculation. Now what is this calculation? Here only we will do the calculation that will help us to transform the each element in an array. So as I said in the beginning, this question we are going to solve it in two different ways. So I will write here the first way. Now since we want to find out a square of a particular element, so how can we find the square of a particular number? We have to just multiply each number by itself, right? So suppose if it is 2, then we have to multiply again by 2, right? So that is what we are doing. We are multiplying the each number by itself. So if it is an element, what we have to do? We will have to multiply element times element, correct? So here we are going to multiply each element by itself. So this is the first approach, very simple approach which we are going to follow. Because map method works on each and every element, we are taking here the element and the same element we are going to multiply by itself. So that is where we will get the square of that particular element, okay? Now we are going to see the another way as well. So how we are going to do it? So first I will write here what? Second way. So in the second way, how we are going to solve it? We are going to use our math.power method. We have seen this right in the previous challenges as well. So the same method we are going to use here as well. Now, what is this math.power method? It is a math methods, correct? So we will be using this built-in math.power function to calculate the square. So what does this math.power method returns? It returns the value of x to the power of y, right? So here what will be the x and what will be the y? X will be what? Our element, okay? And what will be the y? Y will be 2. Okay, so if I have to write here what we are going to do, we will be writing math.power, okay? And in this we will write what? Element comma 2, okay? Now this is what we are going to do. So these are the two ways which we are going to solve it. First, we are going to multiply the element by itself, correct? And second, we will be using math.power method, okay? Now in both the scenarios, whatever the way you want to use it, you can use it. Here, this map method will remain constant, okay? We will see how we are going to do that, okay? So let us come down and we will see it out how we are going to implement this out. So we will define our function name as what? Function find square, right? So function find square we will write and here parenthesis and we will quickly invoke it as well. So I will write here what? Find square and in this we are going to pass our array, right? So we will take this particular array and we will pass it over here, correct? So this is our what? Argument, right? We are passing as an argument and we will receive here what? As a params, correct? So we will write here what? ARR, correct? Now let us come here and console it out. So console.log ARR. Now let us come to the terminal and we will test here. So we will write here what? Node Day 54 challenge, correct? I will hit enter, and what do we get? We get 1, 2, 3, 4 in an array form. That means this function is successfully running, right? Now let us come here and we will write our map method, okay? So first of all, we will declare here one variable called as a const, and we will write here what? Square, and we will write here what? Normal, because we are going to first use our normal method, that is multiplying the element by itself, right? So we will come here and we will write what? ARR dot map, right? And this map method takes a function, right? So I will write here what? Arrow function, correct? And in this I will pass our element, correct? Because it is going to work on each and every element. That is why I keep the name as element. You can keep the name as you want, okay? Then what we will do? Element times element, right? So I will write here element times element, okay? And now let us come down and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here what? Square normal, and let us come here and test it. So I will rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 54 challenge, and I will hit enter. What I got? 1, 4, 9 and 16. That means it has successfully transformed the each element in our array. And we are getting what? Square of each number. So this was our first way where we have multiplied the element by itself, correct? Now let us go to the another way where we are going to use our math.power method, right? So we are going to create here another variable called as a const square map, okay? So I will write here what? Square math, okay? And we will write here what? ARR dot map, and we will pass here what? Same arrow function, okay? And in this I will write here what? Element, and here we are going to use what? Math dot power, correct? And in this we will pass our element will be what? X, and Y will be what? 2, because we want to get the square of it, right? Now let us come here and we will write here what? Console.log square math, okay? Let us come to the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 54 challenge, and I will hit enter. What I got? I got the same output, 1, 4, 9 and 16. It is exactly the same, right? So by using this multiplication method or by using this math.power method, we are reaching to the same output. So you can use any one of the way to solve it. It's up to y'all, okay? Now we will come here and improvise our console.log statement as well. So we will write here what? We will use our template literal syntax, and we will write here what? Squares using normal multiplication. So I am going to write here what? Squares using normal multiplication, okay? So this is what we are going to write it, and we will write here what? Colon. So we are going to get here this particular output along with this particular statements, okay? Now let us come down and we will improvise this also. So we will again use here template literal syntax, and we will write here what? Squares using math.power. So let us come here and put it over here like this, and we will write here what? Math.power, and we will write here what? Colon, okay? Now let us retest it. So I will clear the terminal now, and we will write here what? Node day 54 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we got? Squares using normal multiplication and squares using math.power, right? So both of them we are getting. And now let us come here and comment this out, line number 19. So I will just comment it out, and we will clear this terminal. And if we rerun it, what do we get? We will get just our output, right? So this is what it was expected from us. We can come here and we can invoke it one more time. Let us come here and we will write here what? Find squares, and we will write inside an array 10, 20, 30. Okay. Let us come here and rerun it. So node day 54 challenge, and we will hit enter. Now what do we get? Square of 10 is what? 100. Square of 20 is what? 400. Square of 30 is what? 900. So we are successfully getting this as well. So that means whatever number we are going to pass it, it will calculate the square and give us, right? So this is what it was expected from us, okay? So now let us have a quick recap, okay? So let us come up and let us read out the question. So what it was been asked, we have to write a JS function to find the square of each element in a given array. And if we see, we had our sample input and output, right? So what was our input? We had 1, 2, 3, 4, right, as an array. And in an output, if we see what we had, 1, 4, 9, and 6, right? That is nothing but the square of each element of our array, right? So we have for 1, it is 1, for 2, it is 4, for 3, it is 9, and for 4, it is 16, right? So this is the output which we wanted out, right? So at line number 7 and 8, what we did, we broke down this question. We wrote here what JS function, and we defined our function name as what find square, right? And at line number 8, we wrote we have to find the square of each element. For that, we wrote our approach. So in the approach, what we use, first thing was common that we have to use a map method. What is a map method? It is a powerful array method that allows us to transform the each element in an array by applying a function to it, right? Here we used a map, and in that we passed a arrow function, right? And in that we passed our element because it works on each and every element, right? So that is where we are passing here, and we have written here the calculation. If we see here carefully what we have done, we have written the calculation itself, right, to transform the element, correct? So that is what I have written here, the calculation part. So now what was the first way? First way was multiplying the each element by itself, right? So that is what we did, element times element. And in the second way, what we used a math method power, right? So math dot power method we have used. Now what is this method? It's a built-in method, right, to calculate the square. This math dot power method returns the value of x to the power of y. So what was our x? X was our element, y was 2, right? And that is where here what we have done, math dot power element comma 2. So here our element is nothing but x and y is nothing but our 2, right? Then we came down and we understood the approach and we wrote the same as it is in our function itself. So here is the implementation we have done, right? So what we have done, we have written our function called as a find square, right? And here we are receiving our array as in params, right? At line number 19, we just consoled our array, right? And then at line number 21 to 25, we have solved this particular question in two ways, correct? So I will just write here what first way, okay? Now what was the first way? By multiplying our each element by itself, correct? So that is where we have used our map method, and in that we are passing a function to it. And here we have written element. Why? Because it is going to work on each and every element. If you want, I have said earlier also, you can change this name to anything. But I write here element because we refer this as a elements, right? So that is why I write here element. And that is what we have done. Element times element, and whatever the final output we are getting, we are storing into a square normal, right? And that is what we have consoled here, square normal also. And we have improvised this console.log as well by writing squares using normal multiplication. At line number 25, what we have done, we have used the same map method, right? And we are passing the function to it, correct? Now in this, what we have done, we have used our math dot power method to calculate the square of each element, right? So that is what we are doing it, and whatever the resultant is there, we are storing inside our square math, correct? And at line number 26, we have consoled it, and we have just improvised the console.log statement as well by writing squares with math.power, correct? At line number 28 and 29, we have invoked this function two times. And what it is happening here in this array.map method iterates over the array, and element helps us to calculate the square of each element by using a normal multiplication, right? In the second way, what we have done here is we are using the array.map method, which is going to iterate over the array and the element. And then we are using the math.power method, which is simple to calculate the square of any number in a mathematical format, right? So that is what we are doing it. And if we come in the terminal and if we clear the terminal and if we rerun it, we will get the exact output. So we will write here what node day 54 challenge, and if we hit enter, we get the same output what was been required, right? So that is what is this question. I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because squaring number is a simple yet foundational concept in mathematics and programming, and often used in machine learning algorithms, geometry calculations, and physics simulations. Also, we have solved this problem using two approaches. So let's keep up the momentum going on as we explore more ways to think creatively in coding. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is a simple yet powerful problem, that is finding the product of all the numbers in an array. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move to our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to calculate the product of all numbers in an array using JavaScript, right? And here we have our input, right? So in the input, we have array and the output, we have some number, right? Same goes here as well. In line number 7 and 8 also, we have our array and in the output, we have given as a number, correct? Now, what is it? Okay. So if you see here, we have to calculate what product of all the numbers, right? So if you multiply 2 times 3 times 4, what you will get? 24. If you do 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5, you will get 120. So that is what it has been asked. We have to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, or you can say product of all the elements in an array. Okay. So let us come down and we will break this particular question. So what first we have to do? We have to write a JS function, right? After that, what we have to do? We have to calculate the product of all the numbers, right, in an array. So we will take this and we will put it over here. Okay. Now, since we want to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, we will come here and we will keep the function name as what? Find product. Okay. So I will write here what? Find product and with the parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Okay. After that, we will come to the line number 9. So we have to calculate what product of all the elements in an array, right? So for that, let us come down and write down our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Okay. Now in this particular question, we are going to use what? A reduce method. Okay. So I will just write here what? Reduce. Okay. Now what does this reduce method do? Reduce method will be used to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array. How? Reduce method will iterate through the array, multiplying each element with the accumulator. So we know that in this reduce method, it takes function, right? So here we are going to pass what? Function. So this is going to take it like this, right? It's an array method, that also we know. And what does it returns? It returns our accumulated value. So I will just write here what? Accumulated value. And in this, we are going to pass what? Accumulator, that is nothing but ACC comma CV, that is nothing but the current value. Okay. So this is what it is going to do. And here we are going to write what? Calculation. So here is the place where we will write the calculation to find what? Product of all the numbers in an array. So what this reduce method will do? It will iterate through the array and it will multiply the each element with the accumulator. Okay. So let us take this input and we will understand the calculation, how it is going to work. So I will just write here this array. So now here we know we have ACC and CV. So in the first case, when you are not providing any ACC value, your first element will be the ACC value. So in this case, what will be your ACC now? Your ACC will be 2 and your CV will be what? 3. So this is how it is going to happen. And now what is the calculation we are going to do? We have to do some calculation, right, to find the product. So we will write the calculation as what? ACC into CV. That is nothing but accumulator times our current value. Or you can say accumulator multiplied by the current value. Okay. So you will come here and in the first instance, what it will happen? 2 times 3. Okay. That is nothing but your 6. Okay. Now your accumulator value will get updated here. Now after this, what will be our accumulator value? It will be 6. And what will be your current value? It will move to what? 4. Okay. So then in the next case, what it is going to happen? 6 times 4. Okay. So this is what we are going to get. And here we will get 24. That is what we have, right? 24. So we have only 3 elements. So first time your ACC will become 2 and your current value will become 3. That is what we have written. And when you do the calculation, ACC times CV, you will get what? 6, right? So now your ACC will have 6 and your current value will become 4. Then you will come down and you will again multiply ACC times your CV. That is nothing but 6 times 4. That is nothing but 24. That is where you will get your final product as what? 24. So this is what it is going to happen in this case. Now, in case of this particular input, what it will happen? Now, let us see that also. So I will write here our second array. Okay. Now, what will happen here? What will be the ACC value? It is going to take our 1. Then what will be the current value? It is nothing but our 2. And what is the calculation we have to do? ACC times CV, correct? So this is what we have to do here. So in this case, what will happen? It will be 1 times 2. That is nothing but what? 2, right? So after that, what it will become? ACC value will become what? 2. And what will be your CV value? CV value will become 3, okay? So then you come down and what it is going to happen? 2 times 3, right? So I'll write here what? 2 times 3. So that is nothing but what? 6, correct? So now your ACC value will get updated. So what will be the ACC value now? It will become 6, okay? And what will be the CV value? It will become 4. So what is 6 times 4? It is nothing but 24. So we will write here that as well. So we will get here what? 6 times 4 and that will be what? 24, okay? Then what will happen to your ACC value? ACC value will get updated to 24. And what will be your CV value now? CV value will become 5. Now, what is 24 times 5? It is nothing but 120. So, let us come here and do that also. So, we will get here final product as 120. So, that will be our final output for this particular input, that is 120. So, this is what is the approach we are going to do it. So, in this challenge, we will be using specifically only the reduce method, no any other method. You can easily do that. What does reduce method do? It reduces to a single value, right? So you can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, all those things you can do it. It will reduce to a single value. It's an array method and it returns your accumulated value. That is what it is returning. So what is your 120? It is nothing but your accumulated value, right? Now suppose if you had one more element in this array, what will be your accumulated value? It will become 120 and your current value is going to change, right? So that is what we are going to do it. So this is what is our final approach which we are going to follow in this question. So now let's come down and we will move towards our implementation. So we will write our function now, okay? So we will have here what function and we will define our function name as what? Find product, okay? With the parenthesis, okay, let us quickly invoke it here. So I will write here what? Find product. And in this, we are going to pass our array. So what is our array? We will take it from here. That is nothing but 2, 3, 4. So let us come here and pass it over here, okay? And now let us come here and receive it. So I will write here what? ARR, okay? So let us come here and console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log ARR, okay? So let us come here and we will run this particular file. So we have to write what? Node day 55 challenge, right? And we will hit enter. Let us see what do we get. We got our array. That is nothing but 2, 3, 4. That means this function we have written correctly, okay? Now let us come here and we will use our reduce method to calculate the product, okay? So let us come here and do that. So I will come down and what I will write? ARR dot reduce I will write, and in this we are going to pass our callback function, right? And here we will pass what? ACC comma our CV, that is nothing but accumulator and our current value. And here I am just going to write what? ACC times our CV, got it? And this entire thing, let us store it into a variable called as a product. So I will write here what? Const product is equal to, and this will get stored inside this. Now let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of product, okay? Now let us come here and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node day 55 challenge and I will hit enter. What do I get? I got 24. That means this function is properly running and giving us the proper calculation, right? Let us come here and one more time invoke it with the another input. So what was our another array? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let us take this and we will pass it over here as well. Let us rerun it and retest it. So we will come here in the terminal and we will write what? Node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. What do I got? I got 120. That means this is also successfully running, right? So that means we have achieved what we wanted, right? Let us come to the line number 31 and we will improvise this particular line as well. So we will use our template literals and we will put here comma and we will write here what the product of an array. I will write here like this, the product of an array, and let us use that array as well. Okay. So I will write here something like this. ARR, okay, and I'll write here is, and we will write here colon, and let us see what do we get here. So I will write here node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. What do I get? The product of an array is what? 120, right? So we are successfully able to get this, correct? Now let us come here and we will comment out our line number 28 and let us save it and let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. Now what do I get? The product of an array is 24. The product of an array is what? 120. Okay. Now in your mind, one question will be there, why I have written it like this. Okay. If I don't put a square bracket no inside our template literals, we will not get in an array form. I will come here and I will show you like this. Okay. Let us rerun it one more time. I am not getting in an array form. I am just getting the elements of an array. So that is where whenever you are using a template literals and whenever you want to use an array over here, please use it in a square bracket only. So pass your array inside a square bracket, then only your template literals will work out here. So let us clear the terminal and we will write here what node day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. See now we are getting in an array, right? So that is what we have successfully done this. If you see at both the places, we are able to get our final output that is nothing but 24 and 120, right? So this is what it was expected from us, okay? Let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. Now in this question, we have to find what the product of all the elements of an array, right? And down we had our input and output as well. So we understood that it is to calculate the product of all the numbers. So that is what we did. If you come here and if you do 2 times 3 times 4, you will get what? 24. That is nothing but the product of all the elements of an array, right? If you test this also, you are going to get 120 only, right? So this is what we understood. So we came here and we defined our function name as what? Find product, right? And we wrote the important part from this particular question, that is we have to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array. Okay, then we understood and we wrote our approach as well. So in this question, what we used a reduce method, right? Reduce is an array method. What does it do? This method iterates over an array, right? And what it is going to return? It is going to return us a accumulated value. It's an array method, right? So that is where we use the reduce method to calculate the product of all the numbers in an array, okay? And then we understood that what we are going to do. So we wrote here what? Reduce, and in that we passed our callback function, right? And in that we have written what? ACC comma CV, and we did here what? Calculation part. What was the calculation we had to do? That is nothing but accumulator times CV, right? So we understood with respect to the two inputs how it is going to perform, right? When our input was 2, 3, 4, it is going to undergo this process and we are going to get the product as 24. When it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is going to perform the same calculation, right? But since it is iterating through an array, it is going to iterate this many times and we are going to get product as 120, right? So after that, we implemented the same approach inside our function as well, right? So we wrote here what? Function find product, and we are passing here what? Array as in params, right? So we are receiving this particular array here and we wrote our console.log array, right? That is where we understood that this function is running properly. Then we came here and we used our reduce method, and whatever the output was there, we were storing into a variable called as a product. Okay, then at line number 31, we consoled it and we improvised as well, right? And we also understood inside the template literals, if I want to write an array, we cannot just write dollar flower braces array. I will have to put it inside a square bracket as well. So that is where I have written that as well. And line number 33 and 34, we invoked it 2 times to test it that whether what we have done here, we are receiving it or not, the same output. So then we tested out in the terminal and we got the same output. So let us clear the terminal one more time and I will write here what? day 55 challenge and we will hit enter. So we are getting the exact output, right? This reduce method iterates through the array, multiplying each element with the accumulator. I will tell you why this challenge is important, guys. Because calculating the product of numbers is a fundamental operations in programming and has applications in statistical and mathematical computations. Also in the algorithms that involve factorials or cumulative product operations, and also in the problem solving scenarios in competitive programmings. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about calculating the average of all the numbers in a given array. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output. Okay. So let's read out the question. Now, what is the question? We have to write a JS function to calculate the average of all the numbers in a given array, right? And if we see here, we have been provided with the input and output. What is the input? Is an array, right? 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50 are the elements of the array. And here we have the output as 30. Let us come and read out the next input output. What do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And what is the output? We have here 3. Now we will break down this question and we will understand this question as well. So let us come here and we will write here what? We have to write what? JS function, right? So I will write here a JS function, okay? Now what is the next important part of this question? That we have to calculate the average of all the numbers, right? So let us take this and we will put here as well. Right now we are just going to understand how to get the average of all the numbers, okay? So what we will do, we will first understand the normal method. So how to get the average of all the numbers? First we have to add up all the numbers, right? Whatever the numbers we will be provided with us, we have to add it up. And then we are going to divide it by the total list of numbers, right? So in this particular input, what are the numbers we have? We have 10, we have 20, 30, 40 and 50, right? So first let us add up together. So we will write here what? 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50, okay? The output is what? 150 now. Now we are going to divide this by total list of numbers, right? So how many in the list we have numbers? We have 5, right? So 150 divided by 5 when we do, we get what? 30. Can you see? This is the exact output which we needed. Now let us come to the next input also. We will write here what? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. What is the output we are going to get? 15. Now this again we are going to divide by total list of numbers. It is how much? 5 again, right? So 15 divided by 5 we will write. And what do we get? We get 3. So if you see again we are getting the same output. So this is what we have to write in our approach and then we have to implement in our function as well. So let us see how we are going to do the same. So first what we will do, we will write here the approach, okay? Now in this approach, we know that when we want to add up all the elements of an array, now we know one method, right? We have done in many of the challenges. When we want to sum it up together, all the elements of an array, what we do, we use which method? We are going to use here again our reduce method itself, right? Now what does this reduce method do? It is going to iterate through the array and it is going to add each element to the accumulator. So this method will help us to calculate the sum of all the elements in an array. So what is this reduce method? It is an array method, right? And what does it do? It gives us the accumulated value. Now I'll write here what? Reduce method and we will pass our callback function, okay? That is nothing but an arrow function. Now in this parenthesis, we are going to pass what? ACC comma CV. That is nothing but the accumulator and the current value. Please watch out the previous videos as well, guys. You will get a descriptive knowledge about this. ACC and CV, reduce and all the stuffs, okay? So I request, please do watch out the previous challenges as well. So ACC is nothing but the accumulator. It is going to accumulate all the values. That is why we write here ACC. And current value is nothing but your elements. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do it. So here we have to write here the calculation. Okay, now in this calculation, what we will write, we will just write what ACC plus CV. Okay, this is what we are going to do. Okay, now what happens, first time when we don't have a ACC value, what will happen, we are going to provide ACC is equal to 10, right? And our CV will be what, 20. Then our final output will be what, it will give me 30, right? In this case, in the first iteration, so that means our ACC becomes what, 30. Okay, and then what will be your current value then? Again it is going to be 30, because if you observe this particular input, what is it, 10 and 20, right? The accumulated value becomes 30, right? When you do the calculation correct, ACC plus CV, so it will be 10 plus 20, so you get 30, right? So that means your ACC is holding now 30. So that is where you get 30 here. That is ACC is equal to 30, and CV becomes your 30 because it will shift, right? In the next iteration from 20, it will become 30. So that is where you get here what, 60, right? After that, what happens? Your ACC value will become what? 60. So I will write here 60. And what will be your CV value now? Your CV value becomes 40. Okay. So then what is the final output you are going to get in this iteration? It will be 100. So that is what happens. Okay. And in the next iteration, in the last iteration, I would say your ACC will become what now? 100. And what is your current value? It is nothing but the 50, right? So we will write here what, 50, and then in the last iteration you get here as 150. That is how it is going to iterate through the array, and it will add up each element to the accumulator value. So your resultant is nothing but the accumulated value. If you have one more after that, it will go and add up the same, right? So it is going to iterate till it reaches to the last element of an array, right? And at the end of that, it is going to give you the accumulated value itself. So here we have successfully calculated our sum, right? Now we are getting the accumulated value. That means we have calculated the sum of all the elements in an array, right? So we have reached till this point, right? Now we have to divide, right, by the total number of array elements, right? So how can I get the total number of elements? By simply using our dot length property, right? So I will write here what, dot length. Okay. Now what we are going to do? We are going to divide this sum by the total number of elements. How? We will write here what, ARR dot length, and that is going to give us the length of that particular array, and we can easily divide it up, and we can do that. So what we will do, we will come here and we will do the sum divided by our ARR dot length, right? And this is going to give us our average, correct? So this is what we are going to do. So if I have to say what is our sum, that is nothing but our accumulator, which we are getting it from our reduce method. Then we have to divide this accumulator by the total number of elements. So from where we are going to get, by using our length property, right? And then easily we will get our average, right? So that is what we are going to do here. So this is what is the final approach we are going to do. Let us come down and implement our same approach inside our function. So we will write here what, function calculate average. Okay, and let us come down and we will quickly invoke it. So I will write here what, calculate average, and in this we are going to pass our array. So let us come at the top, line number 5, we will take this and we will put it over here. So at line number 30, let us pass. And at line number 27, let us receive also. So I will write here what, ARR. This is nothing but the params, right? So let us come here and we will console it out. So console.log ARR we will write. And in the terminal, we are going to write what, node day 56 challenge. Okay. So node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got our array. That means whatever the function we have written, it is successfully running, right? Now let us come here and get the sum, right? So we will declare one variable called as what, const sum is equal to, and we are going to use our reduce method. So I will write here what, ARR dot reduce. Okay. In this, we are going to pass our callback function, right? So that is nothing but our arrow function. And we will write here what, ACC comma CV. Okay. And here what we are going to do, ACC plus CV, right? Now let us come down and let us console it out. So I will write here what, console.log sum, and let us test this out again in the terminal. So I will just clear the terminal now, and we will write here what node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here what 150. So successfully we are getting the sum of all the numbers of an array, right? Now let us come here and we will find out our average. Okay. So once again we will declare a variable called as a average. Okay. So avj we will declare it, and we will write here what sum divided by arr dot length we will write directly. Okay. Now let us come here and console our average also. So console.log, and I will do here what average. So let us rerun it. So node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What I got? I got 30, right? So that means if you come up, you are able to get our first output, right? And it is nothing but the exact output, right? Now let us invoke it one more time with the another input, right? So I will write here what calculate average, and let us go up and take our second array. So I will take this input and we will come here and we will put it over here. Okay. Now let us come to the terminal and let us test it out. So I will write here what node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do I got? I got here 15 as a sum, and we are getting here what 3 as an our average. So that means this is also running properly. If you come up and if you check the output, you are getting first one as 30 and second one as 3, right? So that means this both the things are executed properly. So let us come down and let us comment it out, which is not required. So line number 28, we will comment out. Line number 31, we will comment out. So let us come here and now let us improvise this console.log statement. So I will pass here what template literal syntax, and I will write here comma. Okay, I will write here what the average of an array is. Okay, I'll write here like this. And here we are going to write our array also. So in the previous challenge, I explained you very clearly that whenever we want to write array in template literal, we have to write it inside a square bracket, right? So we will write here what square bracket inside that dollar and flower braces, and we will write here our array. Now let us come here and check it out. So I will clear the terminal and we will write here what node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do I got? I got the average of an array is 30. Average of an array is 3. That means this is successfully executed, right? Now let us come here and we will comment this out. Line number 28, line number 31. And here we will put colon as well. Okay, now let us see what do we get. So let us come here, clear the terminal and rerun this node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we get? We got here what average of an array is 30, average of an this array is 3, right? So that means it is successfully coming, and the rest of the things is not coming because we have commented it out. Okay. So let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this question. Okay. So let us come up, and what we are going to write, we have to write a JS function to calculate the average of all the numbers in an array, right? And if you see here, we had our input and output, right? So we have been provided with our two arrays, right? And they provided the output also, correct? Then at line number 12 and 13, what we did, we took the important chunks of the question and we mentioned here. So what was it? We have to write a JS function. There is where we defined our function name, right, called as a calculate average. Then we came at line number 13 and we wrote what average of all the numbers, right? We understood just how we have to find out the average of all the numbers without considering an array, right? So we understood that first we have to sum it up and then we have to divide by the list of the numbers, correct? Then we came down and the same thing we wrote in our approach as well. So for that we used our reduce method, right? What does this reduce method do? It is an array method and it is going to iterate through the array, adding each element to the accumulator, right? So this method is going to calculate the sum of all the elements in array. And finally, it returns our accumulated value. Correct? So we understood this and we wrote our approach, right? So in this question, the first thing we used here, what? A reduce method. What does this method do? It is going to iterate through the array, adding the each element to the accumulator, right? It's an array method and it returns the accumulated value. That is why we have used a reduce method to calculate the sum of all the elements in an array, right? And then we understood also the how the iteration is going to perform. What is ACC, what is CV, why we are writing ACC plus CV, right? We understood everything, right? What is ACC? ACC is nothing but the accumulator, and CV is nothing but the current value, because every iteration there will be a shift in the current value. So that is why we write here our current value. After that, we wanted to divide the sum by the total number of elements, right? For that, we used array dot length, right? So that is why we have used our dot length property, correct? So that is where we were dividing sum with our array dot length, and we got our average, okay? The same thing we wrote inside our function also. At line number 27, we declared our function called as a calculate average, and we were passing ARR as a params, right? Then at line number 28, we wrote our what console.log ARR just to test whether our function is running properly or not, right? Then at line number 30, we wrote here what const sum is equal to, and we used our reduce method to store the sum of all the elements of an array inside that sum variable, right? So for that, we used our reduce method, and we did the calculation as what ACC plus CV, right? And finally, we got our sum also. Then at line number 31, we wrote our console.log sum to test whether we are getting sum or not, right? Then we here clearly found out our average also. What we did, we divided our sum by our length, right? So that is where we have done sum divided by ARR dot length, and we stored inside a variable called as average, right? Then at line number 34, what we did, we improvised our console.log statement, right? What we wrote here, the average of an array is what average, right? And we also understood whenever we want to write an array inside a template literal, we have to write it inside a square bracket. And then you have to write dollar flower braces ARR. That is as usual. Always remember, whenever you're writing array, don't miss out the square bracket, okay? If you're missing out, you will just get a list of numbers. You will not get in an array form, okay? Then we came at line number 37 and 38. We invoked this function 2 times, and we got our exact output in the terminal, correct? Now, when we are invoking it, what it is happening? Our reduce method is summing up all the elements of an array, and then total sum is getting divided by what? Array dot length to calculate the average. Correct? So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node day 56 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we get? We got here 30 and 3. That is nothing but the exact output, okay? I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because calculating the average is a basic yet critical operation used in statistical data analysis, computing grades or performance metrics, and also in aggregating the results in algorithms. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding a minimum value in every sliding sub-array of size k. So let's proceed with this challenge, and we will move towards our VS Code. In the VS Code, if we see, we have our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function to find the minimum value in every sliding sub-array of a size k. And if we see the input, we have what? Our array, and we have the k value as well, right? And in the output, we have been provided with an array, right? So we will have to understand this question. So for this, what we will do, first we will break down this question and understand as well. So let us come here, and we will write here what? First, we have to write our JS function, right? So we will write here JS function. Then what is the next important line here? That we have to find the minimum value in every sliding sub-array of a size k. So this everything is important, right? So that also I will take here, and I will put it over here, okay? Now, since this question is asking to find the minimum in every sliding sub-array, so we will come here, and what we will do, we will define our function name as what? Find, we will write minimum in sub-array. This will be our function name, okay? So let me just write it like this with a parenthesis, okay? Now let us come down at line number 10 and understand the question, what it is given to us. So now let us come here, and we will understand the input and output, okay? So in the input, what we have been provided, we have our array, we have the k, right? Now, in this array, what is being said, we have to keep sliding, right? And we have to take the sliding sub array of size k. So what is our size k? That is means 3, right? So what you will do, you will keep sliding with a window size of 3. So first our sub array will be what? 1, -2 and -3. Then you will slide. So you will go to where? -2, -3 and -4. This will be your second sub array. Then again you will slide to the next element, and what will be our window? -3, -4 and 5. Then again you will slide and you will have what? -4, 5 and 6, right? And after that you are going to slide again to 5, 6 and -7. Now when you are sliding it up, along with that we have to find the minimum value, right? So if you see here, what do we have? 1, -2 and -3. So what is the minimum value? -3 is the minimum value. That is where you get here -3, right? Then now you slide, what is there? -2, -3 and -4. This will be your second sub array. From that, what will be your minimum value? -4. That is what you have. Now when you again slide, what will be our array? -3, -4 and 5, right? So what is there again in that? -4, right? That is the minimum value. That is where you get here. Again, when you are taking this particular array, that is -4, 5 and 6, what is our minimum value? Nothing but -4. Then our last window size, that is 5, 6 and -7. So what will be our minimum value? -7. That is why you are getting in the output like this. That means -3, -4, -4, -4 and -7, right? This is our output. Now we have to understand the approach, how we are going to get this particular output, okay? Yeah. So we will come here and we will write here what? Approach, okay? Now in this particular question, we are going to use our nested loop. So let me just write here nested loop. What is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop, right? Now in this question, we will be just using two loops. That means we will have a I loop, and inside I loop, we will have our J loop, okay? This is what we are going to use it. Now I'll tell you why we need a nested loop here. Because if you see our input array, what we are doing it, we are taking our sub array, right? And then we are sliding it up. That means we are working on the elements, right? So we will take our I loop and it is going to iterate over the starting index of each sub array. So for example, this will be our first iteration, which is going to work. This will be our second iteration. This will be our third iteration, and so on. So if you see how many sub arrays you can find here. So this will be our first sub array. This will be our second sub array. This will be our third sub array. This will be our fourth sub array. And then you will get your last sub array. This will be our 5, 6 and -7, right? Last sub array. So if you see here, our I loop should run how many times? 5 times, okay? So I will just write here what? 5 times, because we want how many sub arrays from this? I will write here 5 sub array also, okay? Now let us come here and let us write here our for loop also. So I will write here what? For let I is equal to 0, because it's an array and we want from 1, right? From here. So we are going to write I is equal to 0, and where it should end? I should end at 5, right? That means 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'm saying like this, okay? So let us come down and write our I loop. So I will write here what? For, and inside this we are going to write our let I is equal to 0. Why I is equal to 0? Because we are starting from here, right? So that means from 1. So this will be I is equal to 0. And where it is going to end then? If we are considering I is equal to 0, I should end at what? Less than or is equal to 4. Then only it will be 5 times, right? 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. If you count, it is total 5 times. So how we will get this 4? If I make it 4 and if I'm going to put some other input array, then it will not work, because it will have different number of sub arrays, right? So that is where we will have to write here some logic, okay? Normally what we put arr dot length, right? That means our, what is our length of this? If you see, we have 7 elements in this, right? So our array dot length will be what? 7. And if you see your k value, what is our k value? It is nothing but 3. So if you use here 7 minus 3, what you will get? You are going to get what? 4, right? That means exactly what we need here, right? So then what we will do, instead of writing 4 here directly, I will write here what? ARR dot length minus K. So this will give me always whatever I will be passing an input array. According to that, it will provide me. So that is why instead of hard coding, we are going to use it like this, okay? And then obviously we are going to increment it, right? Correct. Now this is our I loop. So it will iterate now 5 times. Okay. That is what it is going to do. Now here we are going to write our inner loop also, right? So let us come here and we will write here our inner loop. Now what will be our inner loop? It will be a J loop. And what it is going to do? Our inner loop will gather the elements from the current sub array of a size K. And then we have to write a logic to find the minimum also, right? So that is what we are going to do it here. So first let us write our J loop. So what will be there inside the J loop? So we will come here and we will write here what? Let J is equal to I. We are not going to start from 0. Why I? Because we need to slide along with our I, right? Or you can say we want to shift along with our I. Because if our I is at here, this will be our sub array. If our I is placed here, this will be our sub array. So we have to move along with our I. That is why J is equal to I. And where it is going to end? Now I'll explain you why I'm writing here I plus K. What is our sub array size? Our sub array size is nothing but 3. That means our inner loop, J loop, should always run 3 times. Correct? Make sure, okay. I will explain you guys now why I have written I plus K, okay. Now what is our sub array size? Our sub array size is what? 3, right? That means it should run every time 3 times, right? This is our sub array. So the loop should run 3 times. So our inner loop, that means our J loop is going to run what? Always 3 times. So if you see here, the logic which I have written, I will explain you with help of the iteration. So what I will write here, I is equal to 0, our first iteration, that time our J will become what? J is equal to I, then J will also become 0, right? Then what is our condition we have written? J less than 0 plus 3 I will write. Why 0 plus 3? Because I plus K, I is what right now? 0, and what is K? It is nothing but 3, right? What is the K value? It is 3. So I plus K, that means 0 plus 3. So what it is going to give me? 3, right? Then what will be our number of iterations? It is going to start from 0 and it will end at 2, right? Because we have written 0 plus 3, that is 3. So 0, 1 and 2. How many iterations? 3 iterations, right? That means 3 times this loop will run. After that, I value is going to increment, right? I is equal to 1 will happen, correct? Then what will happen to the J value? It will also become J is equal to 1. Then how many times it is going to run? So what it will be? J will be less than 1 plus 3. 3 will remain constant because I value is not changing. So what it will be? 4. Then how many times this loop is going to run? 3 times again. How? 1 to 3, right? Because it is 4. So again, if you come here, how many times this will run? 3 times only, correct? Let us come down. Now when I is equal to 2, so J will be 2, right? Then what will be our condition? J less than here 2 plus 3, 3 is going to remain same. What will be 2 plus 3? 5. That means it is going to run from 2 to 4, right? If you count 2, 3 and 4, how much it is? Again, it is 3 times only. So I will write here 3 times. So this loop is going to run again 3 times. Now when I becomes 3, so we will come down and we will write here what? I is equal to 3. What will be our J value? It will be again be 3, right? Now what will be our condition? J less than 3 plus 3. What is 3 plus 3? Nothing but 6. Now how many times it is going to run? Again 3 times, right? Because 3 to 5 it will run. 3, 4 and 5. So how many times it is? Again 3 times. So I'll write here again 3 times, okay? So for each iteration you are observing, right? Now when I becomes 4. So I will write here what? 4. What will be our J value? J also becomes 4, right? Now what will be our condition here? J will be less than 4 plus 3. Nothing but it becomes what? 7, right? That is what we are going to get. So how many times it is going to run now loop? If you see here, it is going to run 4, 5, 6, right? That means 4 to 6. Again, it will be what? 3 times only, right? So I will write here what? 3 times. Now when I becomes 5, the loop is going to terminate. So the loop will terminate. Why? Because we already understood in the beginning, I loop is going to run only 5 times. And if you count from 0 to 4, it is 5, right? So when I becomes 5, it is going to terminate the loop, and that is where is the end of the loop. But this is not the end of the question, guys. Why I'm saying is because I have just explained you how the loop is going to work, how the nested loop is going to work in this, okay? Now we have to work on our finding the minimum value of the subarray. Now we are getting our subarray, we are iterating over the subarray. Now let us come down and write down the logic to find the minimum value from the subarray, okay? So I'm just going to write it like this. Now let us come here and we will declare here a temporary variable with an empty array, okay? Now why do I need this? Because I am going to store the elements of each subarray. So whatever will be our subarray, we are going to store it here. So I'll just write it subarray store. So we are going to store our elements of the each subarray into this temporary array. How we are going to do that? By using our push method, okay? So we will use here what? Push method. So whenever we will use a push method, we are going to do that and it will get updated our temporary array, okay? Now what we will do, then we will come down and we are going to use your math.min method also, okay? So by using this math.min method, we will find the smallest value in the subarray, correct? But we are not going to directly pass our temporary array. What we will do, we will pass it using a spread operator, and we will write here what temp. Now why spread operator we need it? Because we know that math.min method doesn't work on the array, it work on the numbers, right? So we need to provide the numbers. Now here we have an array, right? So what we will do in this case, we will use a spread operator to spread out the elements of the array. Then our math.min will work as per its requirement only. So then we will get our final smallest value from that subarray, okay? So that is what we are going to do. So every time it will run and it will give me the minimum value. Now this math.min method is going to return me what? Minimum values, right? But if you observe the output, it is an array form, correct? So we will come here above our loop and we will declare an empty array called as a result. So I will write here result is equal to empty array. And we will come here and what we will do, I will use again push method because I want to push our minimum values, right? So we will come here and what we will do, result I will write here. Let me just comment it out. Result dot push I will use, and here what we are going to do it, then we are going to pass our minimum value. Suppose whatever the values I am getting, I am storing inside a min value. So that is what I am going to push it here, and then we will get our final result. So at the end of the day, we will console it outside our loop, our final result, and that will be having our minimum values from that particular window size, okay? And that is where will be our final output. So this will be our final output, okay? So this was our approach. Now let us come down and we will implement the same thing inside our function. So what I'm going to write, function, and what will be our function name? Find min and subarray, right? And let us quickly invoke it. So we will come here and what we are going to write, find min subarray, and here we are going to pass our input array and our k size value. So what is our input array? This is our input array and k value is what? 3. So let us pass it to this. So I will write here what? Array comma 3, okay? And we will receive here as a params nothing but arr comma k, right? Now let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log arr comma k, okay? Let us test in the terminal also. So we will write here what? Node day 62 challenge, and we will hit enter. What we get? We got our array and our k value as well, right? That means this function is running properly, correct? Now let us come here and we will write our nested loop now. So what it is going to start? It will start with a I loop, right? So we are going to write here what? For let I is equal to 0, right? And where it is going to end, if you see above, it will end at where? I less than or is equal to arr dot length minus k, right? So this I will take it from here and let us put it over here, okay? So this is what we are going to do it. Now we will just console our I value, okay? So console.log, I will write here I and we will write here comma I. Now let us test it here in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we get? I0, I1, I2, I3 and I4. That means we are getting our values, right? And if you see here how many times it is running, only 5 times. That is what we have done here. When I reaches 5, it is going to terminate, correct? That is what here is also happening. Now let us come here and we will write our J loop also. So where J is going to start? J is going to start at where? J is equal to I, right? And where it is going to end? We have written here J less than I plus K. So let us take it here and we will put it here. And then we will write here what? J plus plus, right? And we will come here and we will just console. So let us see how many times this is running. So we will write here what? J and we will put comma J, okay? Now let us come here and we will rerun it. So I'll clear the terminal and we will run at what? Node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we get? See, for I is equal to 0, it is running how many times? 3 times. Can you see here? 0, 1 and 2. When I is equal to 1, it is running how many times? 3 times only. 1, 2 and 3. That is what we have done here. 1, 2, 3. When I becomes 2, it is running how many times? 2, 3 and 4. That is what we have done here, right? When I is equal to 3, how many times? 3, 4 and 5. Now we will write the logic to store the minimum values of the sub array. Okay. So first we have to declare a temporary array. So we will write here what? Let temp is equal to empty array. And then what we are going to store? We are going to store the J values. So what we will do? We will write here what? Temp dot push and we are going to push our ARR of J values, right? So that is how we are going to get it. So we are going to gather the elements of the sub array and we are going to put it in our temporary array. So our temporary array will hold nothing but our current sub array. Now we will come here outside this loop and what we will do? We are going to use our math.min method. So I will come here and declare what? Min val, okay? And we will write here what? Math.min and what we are going to do here? In this, we will use our spread operator writing our 10. Correct? What will our spread operator do? It will spread out the elements of an array and then we can easily find the minimum value of the sub array, right? But now if you just console your minimum value, you will get it. So I will write here what? Console.log min value. Okay, let us see what do we get. So let us come here and clear the terminal and node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, -3, -4, -4, -4 and -7. That means here it is storing and here we are getting the minimum value. Now it is in an array form, right? That is what we have done here. Now since it is an array form, we are going to declare one more variable here, right? That is nothing but result is equal to an empty array, correct? And then we will come here and we are going to store that out, right? So we will come here and what we will do? Result dot push, right? And whatever is the minimum value, please store it or push it inside our result, right? And then outside this, what we are going to do then? We will write our console.log result, correct? Let us write it here and let us come here in the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here clear terminal and I'll write here what? Node day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, -3, -4, -4 and -7. We are able to get this particular output. So if you see, we are successfully getting the final output. So let us comment the all other things, right? So console.log this line also and this particular line also and let us just test it one more time. So we will type here CLS and what we will do? We will write here what? Node and we will write here day 62 challenge and we will hit enter. We got our final output. If you want to see your sub array, you can console your temp also, okay? So I can write here console.log temp and let us see what do we get. So let us come here and rerun it one more time. See, this is our sub arrays and from this it is finding it out. So a temporary variable was there. It is holding nothing but our each sub array, okay? And what we have done, we have used a push method to do that, okay? Now let us come here. Now let us come here and just improvise our console.log statement. So I will write here what? Minimum values of sub array. So I'll write here minimum values of subarray and colon I will just write, and we can just see in the terminal. So note day 62 challenge and hit enter, you get your final output. Okay. Let us come here and have a quick recap of this particular question. So if you come at the top, what was the question? We had to write a JavaScript function to find the minimum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? And we had been provided with the input and output, right? What was our input? We had an array and the k value, right? And in the output, we have got our minimum value in every sliding subarray, correct? That was our input and output. Now we understood this question and we broke down here, right? So we wrote our function name as what? Find minimum subarray, right? Then we also understood how to slide it with a window size of k, right? Our k value was 3 and we kept sliding after each element, right? Like this, and this was our subarray elements, right? And that is where now we understood it and we wrote our approach also. And we wrote a nested loop, right? What was the outer loop doing? It was iterating over the starting index of each subarray. And what was inner loop doing? It was gathering the elements of the subarray of size k, right? So then how many times the outer loop is going to run? It is going to run 5 times, right? And for each iteration, j is going to run 3 times. That we have seen very clearly, right? Then what we understood, that we have to declare 2 variables now. One was our result array, one was our temporary array, right? Which is going to hold our subarray elements. So that is what we did using a push method, right? So we have written here the logic as well, right? After that, we used our math.min method to find the smallest value in the subarray stored in the temporary array. That also we have used it along with our spread operator, right? Then we came here and we pushed the minimum value into our resultant array, right? And then we return our result array after processing all the subarrays, right? That is what we have done. And the same thing we wrote it inside our function also. We declared a function name as what? Find min in subarray, and we were receiving here 2 params, that is nothing but arr and k, right? Then we wrote our nested loop here and we also declared the variables wherever it was necessary, right? So finally we got our result where it was holding all the minimum values. Then at line number 48, we just console the minimum values of subarray, and that is where we got our final output. And at line number 50, we invoked with a input array and our window size 3, right? And if we clear the terminal, we can see our final output. That is nothing but note day 62 challenge. And if you hit enter, you are getting the minimum value of the subarray, right? That is what we have done here, right? Then, so guys, sliding subarrays are the subsequences of the array formed by the consecutive elements. This challenge reinforces the use of nested loop and the array operations in JavaScript. Also, I will tell you why this challenge is important. Because it builds the understanding of sliding window problems often used in the competitive programming. It also strengthens your logical thinking and loop optimization skills. So start solving this question now itself and see how you can optimize this question more as well, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding the maximum value in every sliding subarray of a window size of a k. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, okay? So let us read out this question. We have to write a JavaScript function to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k. And if you see here, we have been provided with the input, that is an array, and the k value, right? And in the output, we have the final output here, okay? So let us understand this question now. So let us come here and we will break down this question. So what we have to write? We have to write here what? JS function, okay? Now what is the next important part of this question? That we have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So that also I will take here and we will put it over here. Now let us come to the line number 8 and we will define our function name, okay? Now what we have to find? We have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So we will come here and define our function as what? Find max in subarray. This will be our function name with a parenthesis, okay? Now let us come to the line number 9. Let us understand this line number 9. What we have written, we have to find the maximum value in every sliding subarray of size k, right? So now to understand this, we will come to our input and output, okay? So if we see in the input what we have been provided, we have been provided with an array. We have been provided with a k value. Now why we have been provided with a k value? Because we have to get a sub array of a size k. So that is why we have here our k. Okay, now in this, if you come, there are total how many elements? There are total 7 elements if you see. So from 1 to 7 it is, right? So what is the length of this array? It is 7. Okay. Now in this 7 length, how many sub arrays can be formed? If you see within sliding, this will be our first array, correct? Then if you slide it with the next element, this will be the next array. Then if you slide it, this will be our next array. And if you slide it, this will be our next array. And after that, this will be our last sub array, right? So if you see here, how many arrays can be formed? It can form 5 sub arrays, okay? With a sliding effect, okay? So now, if you come here, if this is our first subarray, 1, -2 and -3, right? So what is the maximum value? It is 1, right? Now when you slide -2, -3, -4, what will be the maximum value? -2. That is what you have here. Now if you again slide -3, -4 and 5, what is the maximum value? 5, right? Then again if you slide -4, 5 and 6, what is the maximum value? 6. Now again, if you slide 5, 6 and -7, what is the maximum value in this subarray? It is 6, right? So that is where we have got our output in this form, okay? And the output is also in an array form, okay?
Now we have understood that how we are able to get this particular output from this input. So now let us come down and we will write our approach as well. Okay, so let me just write here approach. Now in this question, we are going to use our nested loop. Now what is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop is called as a nested loop, right? And this we have seen in our previous challenges as well, okay? In this question, we are going to take only two loops, okay? And what will be that? It will be I loop and a J loop, okay? So I will write here what? I loop and I will write here what? J loop, okay? Now, I loop will be our outer loop and J loop will be our inner loop, okay? So what this I loop is going to do? I loop will iterate over the static index of each sliding sub array. So that is what we are going to do. So it will slide and it will iterate over each sliding sub array. So let us come here and first we will understand our I loop itself, how we are going to write it. So we will write here what for and where it will start. Obviously, it is going to start at where I is equal to 0 because it's an array, right? So array is going to start at 0th index. So we are going to write here I is equal to 0. Now we have understood that there are 5 sub arrays, right, in this. So I will just write here how many sub arrays we have. 5 sub array. That means it should run 5 times, right? Then only it will give me the 5 values, that to a maximum values, right? So we have to make sure this loop is running how many times? 5 times it should run. If you see it, you can see here once again, this will be our first sub array. Then this will be our second sub array. Then this will be our third sub array. Then this will be our fourth sub array. And then you will have here what? 5 sub array. That means it should run 5 times. Now we are starting our I is equal to 0, right? That means how much time it will run? 5 times. So 0 to 4 is how much time? 5 times. So that means where our loop should end, I should be less than or is equal to 4. So if you count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it is how much? 5 times, right? So that is where we are going to write it and we are going to increment it also. Okay. Now if you see, I have written what? I should be less than or is equal to 4, correct? But we will not hard code it. Why we are not going to hard code it? There is a reason behind it. Now we are working with respect to this particular array. If I give you some other array, then what? There might be a possibility, right? That it will increase the sub array count or it will decrease the sub array count because the length of the array will not always remain the same, right? So that is why what we will do here is we will not hard code this. We will try to get some logic in place of 4. So if you observe here, what is our length? We already discussed our length of the array is 7. And what is our k value? It is 3, right? So if you subtract 7 minus 3, what you will get? you will get here 4 if you subtract it. So this is what we are going to use it. So in place of 4, we will write here what? ARR dot length we will write, and we will write here what? Minus K. Okay. So this will be our for loop. So our loop will start I is equal to 0, I is equal to 1, I is equal to 2, I is equal to 3, and I is equal to 4. So there will be total 5 iterations happening, and this iteration will start over the starting index of each sliding subarray. So now let us come here and we will understand our inner loop also. That means our J loop. So I will write here what? J loop. Okay. Now we will write our J loop over here. So what we are going to write? For let J is equal to I. Now, why I am writing? Because if you see, whenever the value of our I is 0, this will be our sub array, right? As soon as it slide, this will be our second sub array. As soon as it slide, it will be our third sub array. So if you see, it is moving along with our I value. That is why J is equal to I. Okay. So now where it should stop, if you see how many times it should run 3 times, right? That is what is our logic here. Every time it is forming a 3 element sub array, right? So we have to make sure that it is running 3 times, correct? So whatever the value of I will be there, plus 3 I would do. That is what I am going to do. So if you see here, then what I will write here then? Whatever the value of I. So I am going to do here what? I plus 3 always, correct? Whatever will be the y, because I am starting with the I value. So if I is 0, then 0 plus 3 I am going to do. If I is 1, then I plus 3 I would do, because it will be 4, then 1 to 4 it will run. We will see this into our iterations now. I'm just telling you. So I plus 3 I will do. That means here in this case, what will happen? 0 plus 3 I will write. That is equal to 3, correct? So I need 3 iterations. We are getting it. Now in this case, I is okay. But what is our 3? 3 is nothing but our K, right? So we can substitute this 3 by K. And what we will write here? J should be less than I plus K. Here I will write. And I will increment this by J plus plus. Got it? Now let us understand the iteration. Okay. So when I is equal to 0, what will be the J value? J will be 0, right? Then we have our condition. J is less than I plus K. That is nothing but 0 plus 3. So that is equal to 3, right? So how many times this loop is going to run? 3 times. How? 0 to 2 it will run, and it will be how many times? 3 times, right? Now let us come down and we will see when I is equal to how much? 1, right? So what will be our J value? J will also be 1, and we will write here what? J should be less than 1 plus 3, right? Because it's I plus K, so 1 plus 3 we will write, correct? So I'll write here 1 plus 3, that is nothing but 4. So our loop will run from 1 to 3, right? That is nothing but our 3 times itself, right? Now let us come down and see when I is equal to 2. So what will happen when I is equal to 2? J will be also is equal to 2, and J will be less than 2 plus 3, right? That is nothing but what? 5. So our loop is going to run 2 to 4, correct? That is nothing but what? 3 times, right? So I'll write here 3 times. If you count 2, 3, and 4, it is 3 times, right? Now when I becomes 3, so I'll write here what? I is equal to 3. So what will be our J value? J value will also be 3. And what is our condition? J should be less than I plus K. That is nothing but 3 plus 3. That is what? It is 6. So the loop is going to run from which point? It is going to run 3 to 5. If you count, it is again 3 times, right? So I'll write here 3 times. So this loop is going to run again 3 times, correct? Now when I is equal to 4, okay, so I will write here I is equal to 4. Then what we will have our J value? J will also be 4. And then we will write here our condition. What will be the condition? 4 plus 3, that is nothing but what? 7, right? Now we will run our condition from 4 to 6. If you count 4, 5, 6, it is again 3 times, right? So I will write here what? 3 times. Now this is where our 5 iteration is completed. Okay. Now I value is going to increase again. I is equal to 5. But our I condition it is going to check. And that is where the I condition fails and the loop will terminate here. Okay. So that is why we will not be proceeding with further iteration, because we are stopping here, right? At 5 maximum. So this will be our J loop. So this is how it is going to work along with our I loop. Okay. Now this is just we have understood the iteration with each sliding sub array. So we have understood how our I loop and our J loop is going to work, right? What is I loop doing? I loop is iterating over our starting index of each sliding sub array, and our inner loop is going to gather the elements of the current sub array. Okay, let us see how it will do it. Okay, so we will come here, and what we will do now, we will write the logic, okay, for finding the maximum value from this subarray. This is just the iteration, right? This is not the end, right? We have to find our maximum value from the subarray. So I'll come here and I'll write here what, find the max value, okay, from the sub array. Okay, so that is what I'm going to write here. Now what we will do, the first thing we are going to do it here, we will declare an temp variable and we will initialize with an empty array. Why we are doing it? Because here we are going to store our elements of the sub array. Okay, so that is why we are doing it. And by using what we will be doing it, by using our push method. Okay, so this method we will use it and we will push it to our temporary variable. Okay, that is nothing but an empty array, so we will keep pushing it. Okay, after pushing, what we will do, we will use our math.max method. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what, math.max method. Okay, and in this we will pass our temporary array. Now we cannot pass our temporary array directly, we will have to take help of what, spread operator. Why? Because math.max method only take the values, direct numbers it will take, and it is going to provide you the maximum value. But here in this case we have an array, so we will have to take the help of our spread operator. Why spread operator? Because it spreads out the elements of an array, right? So that is why we are going to use our math.max method, and in that we will pass our array along with a spread operator. So it will spread it out and it is going to give our what, max value. So I will write here our max value. Then what we will do later on, if you see the output, it is in an array form, right? So we will have to come here and we will also declare one more empty array, and that we can name as result. Okay, so I will write here as a result and we will declare that empty array, and whatever the value we are getting it, we will keep pushing it inside it. So we will come here and what we will do, we will write here what, result we will write, and we will use our push method, and whatever the max value will be there, we will keep pushing to that resultant array. Okay, so we will come and finally we will get our max value array from that sub array. So I will write here what, in this result we will have our max value from our sub array. So we will be getting our final output like this. So this is what we are going to do, and this is our final approach. So I hope you have understood the nested loop. You have understood how the loops are going to run, our I loop also, our J loop also, and then how we are going to find the maximum value from the sub array. Okay, so we will implement the same thing inside our function also. So let us come down and we will write our function. So let us come here and we will write our function and our function name. What is our function name? Find max in sub array. Let us quickly invoke it down. So I will write here what? Find max in sub array, right? And in this we are going to pass our input array and the k value. So let us take it from here. And this is our input array and this is k value, right? K is equal to 3. So let us pass it to this. So I will write here this input array and I will write here 3. So this is nothing but we are passing as an arguments, right? So let us receive here ARR comma what? K, right? And let us come here and console it out. So console.log and I will write here ARR comma K, right? Now let us test it out in the terminal. So we will write here what? Node day 63 challenge and we will hit enter, correct? Now if you see, we got our input array and we got our K value also. So both the inputs we are receiving it here, right? Now let us come here and we will write our nested loop. Okay, so what is our nested loop? First we are going to start with our I loop. So we will write here what? For let I is equal to 0, right? And where it is going to end, we have written here, right? I should end at ARR dot length minus K, right? So we will come here and we will write it over here. Okay, and we are going to increment it I plus plus, right? Inside that there will be a J loop. So we will write here what? J is equal to what? I, correct? And then it is going to end at where? J should be less than I plus K. We have understood the iteration also, right? And we will come here and what we will write? Then I will write here J plus plus, okay? And we will come here and we will console it out our J value and our I value. Let us see. So I will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here our template literals. I will write here I colon, and let us write here dollar I, okay? And then we will put comma, and then we will write J colon dollar J. Let us see what do we get in the terminal, okay? Let us come here and rerun it here. So we will clear the terminal. So we will write here what? Note day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, for each iteration, it is going to run 3 times. When I is 0, J will run 3 times. When I is 1, again 3 times. When I is 2, again 3 times. When I is 3, J is again running 3 times. When I is 4, J is running again 3 times. So, and you can see 0 to 2. That is what we have written, 0 to 2. Then we have written 1 to 3. Same 1 to 3. Then we have written 2 to 4. You can see here 2 to 4, and you can match your I value also. It is matching it up. When I is equal to 3, 3 to 5, right? That is what we have done here. And then 4 to 6 also it is coming. And it is not running for I is equal to 5 because your I condition doesn't get satisfied and it fails, and that is why it is terminating the loop. So please pause the video here and understand one more time the iteration while doing this function, okay? Now we will come here and I will just comment this out for a time being, okay? Now let us come down and we will now find out our maximum value. So we will write our logic to find out the maximum value. So what we have to do first, we have to declare a temporary variable and we will initialize it with what? Empty array. So let us write here what? Let temp is equal to an empty array, right? And we will come inside this by using a push method. We are going to store the value of J. So if you want to check it out, what is the J value? That also you can check it out by doing ARR of J, okay? I will just write here what? Temp dot push I will write, and in this what I am going to pass? ARR of J, correct? And this will be updating our temporary variable. That is nothing but our temporary array, I can say. So we can come here and we can console that out also. So console.log temp, you will find your temporary sub array. So let us come here and we will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. Note day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. So you see you are getting your sub arrays. This will be your first sub array. This will be your second sub array, third sub array, fourth, and this is your 5. So you are getting totally 5 sub arrays. You can see here clearly from here and it is ending at here, and you can understand it. This was our first, then second, then third, and this was our last, right? 5, 6, and -7. You are getting it till the last. That means 5 sub arrays we are able to get it. Now in this what we have to do here, we will come and we will find our maximum value by using our math.max method, right? So let us declare one more variable as a max val, okay? So we will come here and we will write here what? Const max val is equal to, we will use our math.max method. So I'll write here math.max. And in this, using our spread operator, we will use our temporary array. So I'll write here like this, and we can console our max value also. So let us come here and console it out. Let us see, do we get or not? So console.log, I will write here what? Max val. So we will get here in the terminal what? The values, right? So let us come here and clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 63 challenge, and we will hit enter. See, what do you get? When this was your sub array, it is 1. When this is your sub array, it is -2. When this is your sub array, it is 5, right? And when this is your sub array, it is 6. When this is the last sub array, it is 6, right? You can match with this your final output: 1, -2, 5, 6, and 6. So you are getting the exact values what has been expected, right? But this is in an array form, right? So that is why what we decided that we will declare a empty array and we will start pushing it to that empty array, right? So we will come here at the top and we will declare an empty array here. So I will write here what? Let result is equal to empty array, right? And we will come here and whatever is the max value, we are going to push it to our result array. So I will write here what result dot push, and I will write here what max val. Okay, that's it I'm going to write. Now just let us comment all the console.log statements and we will see what is the output we are getting. Okay, so let us comment this out and let us comment this out also and let us save it. Okay, let us come here and we will check it out, but we haven't consoled it till now the result, so we are not going to get our result, right? So we will come here and we will console that as well. So console.log and we will write here what result. Okay, now let us come to the terminal and test it. So I will clear this out and we will write here what node day 63 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? 1 minus 2 5 6 and 6. Let us check our output. See, 1 minus 2 5 6 and 6. So this is nothing but our final output array. We are getting this, correct? Now let us come here and we can just improvise this. So I will write here what maximum values of the sub array. Okay, so let us write here like this. So I will write here what maximum values of sub array. Okay, let us write it and rerun it one more time. Okay, sub array colon we will write and let us clear it and we will rerun it. So we will write here what node day 63 challenge and we will hit enter. So what do you get? You got your maximum values of an sub array is 1 minus 1 5 6 and 6, right? So this was our final approach which we have implemented inside our function also, and we are able to get it also. You can try out with a different arrays also, it is going to work. Okay, and even if you want to change your window size, you can also change the window size to k is equal to 4 and 5. It's up to you. That is why we have written this logic by using our k value. Otherwise we would have hard coded it, but we have not hard coded it. We have used our k value wherever it was necessary. Okay, that is why we will not be able to get anything wrong here. So let us come here and we will invoke it one more time and we will pass another array. Okay, so let us write here 23 comma 45 comma 67 and comma 89. In this, how many sub arrays can be formed? Only two sub arrays, right, of a window size of a 3. Let us come here and let us pass here only 3 once again. Okay, so let us test it out one more time in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 63 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you get? See, 67 and 89. We are able to get from this maximum value and from this maximum value. Okay, let us invoke it one more time and we will change our k value also. Let us see that out also. So I will write here find max in sub array and we will come here and we will pass 79, 45, 78, 90, 34, 23, a big array I'm writing here, and we will write a window size of 4. Okay, let us come here and we will clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what node day 63 challenge and let us hit enter. What do you get? 90, 90, 90. Let us see. Our k size is 4. So if you see here, what is our first sub array? It is this one, 78, 45, 78 and 90. What is the maximum value? 90. You get 90. Correct. Now in the second sub array, when you slide it up, so this will be our 4 window size. Here again you can see 90, correct? And again, if you slide it up, what is the maximum value? 90 in this subarray. So every time it is 90 only, that is where we are getting here 90 as our subarray. If in place of 23, if I would have written 100, no, then you would have got 90, 90 and 100. Let us test that out. So let us come here and we will invoke it one more time and we will pass 100 in place of 23. So let us put it here and I will write here what 100. Okay. So remove this 23 and write 100. So let us come in the terminal and rerun it one more time. Node day 63 challenge and hit enter. See, you got 90, 90 and 100. So if you see in your last sub array, you are getting 100 as your maximum value. That is why it is getting updated. So if you see, it is working out with the different combinations with a different k value. So even if your window size is different, it is going to work. So this logic will work with whatever the length of the array and with whatever your k size will be. That means our window size will be with a sliding sub array. So it is going to work out. So that's what this question was demanding from us, and we have done that successfully also. So now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. Okay. Now, if you see here, what was our question? We have to write a JavaScript function to find the maximum value in every sliding sub array. of size k, right? And we had our input and output as well. So we understood how to reach to this particular output, right? Whenever we were sliding it up, we found out the maximum value, correct? And then we reached to this particular output, correct? That is what we understood. Then we broke down this question and we wrote at line number 9 our JS function. We defined the JS function as what? Find max in sub array with a parenthesis, right? And then we wrote here what? Find the maximum value in every sliding sub array of size k, correct? So from line, we wrote our approach, correct? So in this question, we understood that we will have to use a nested loop, that too only two loops, right? That is I loop and J loop, right? And how many times I loop is going to run? Only 5 times, correct? So we didn't hard coded it. We wrote here arr dot length minus k. So that is where our I loop is going to stop. So what is outer loop? That means I loop doing, it is iterating over the starting index of each sliding sub array, correct? Then we understood how the J loop is going to work. So since the window size was 3, we have to always make sure that it is running 3 times internally. For that also we wrote our logic, right? I plus k, correct? And then we understood the iteration. So we understood that I is going to run only 5 times, right? 0 to 4. And when I becomes 5, it will terminate. And hence our internal loop also terminated, right? And that is where we completed our all the iterations here. And once we understood the iteration, then it was very easy to find out the maximum value from the sub array, correct? Then we declared a temporary array and we stored the sub array element inside the temporary array, right? By using a push method. Then how we can get our maximum value? We can get by using our math.max method, right? And in that we were passing our array but using a spread operator, correct? We cannot directly pass the array inside our math.max. That is why we needed a spread operator, fine. So we got here our maximum values, but if you observe your output, it was in an array form. That is where we again had to declare an empty array and we pushed our maximum value to that result array, correct? And that is where we consoled it and we got our final resulted, and the same thing we wrote inside our function. So we came here at line number 32 and we wrote our function name as what? Find max in sub array. Then we consoled it out and we tested out and we created result as an empty array to store the final output inside this. Correct? Then we wrote our for loop. Both the loops we have written I loop and J loop, right? And here we wrote the logic for pushing inside a temporary array and we wrote here logic to find out the maximum value from the sub array, right? So finally at line number 45, we stored everything into our result array. That is nothing but our final output, right? So whatever was the maximum value, by using our push method, we pushed it to that array and we got our final resultant at line number 47. We also improvised it, right? Maximum values of sub array colon and we wrote our result, right? So from line number 49 to 59, we have passed different input values, correct? We changed our array. Also, we changed our k value. So both we have seen, right? And if you test it in the terminal, we are going to get our correct output. So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. Note day 63 challenge and we hit enter. So we are getting our final resultant array, right? So 4 times we have invoked and we are getting the proper 4 times correct output, right? So what we have done, guys, here, we have used our k to determine how many elements are to be considered at a time. This solution uses a brute force approach by evaluating all the possible sub-arrays of size k and by using math.max method with a spread operator, and is a powerful and a concise way to find the maximum value. That is what we have done. Now, why this challenge is important? Because it helps us to understand the sliding window technique, which is a crucial for optimizing solutions to problems involving sequential data. It also improves our problem solving skills and prepares us for coding interviews where logical algorithm challenges are common. Okay. So in day 62, guys, we have solved the problem for finding the minimum value in every sliding sub array of size k. The approach is quite similar to this one where we used our math.min method and we passed our temporary array using a spread operator to find the minimum values.
Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is another classic sliding window problem, and this time we will focus on finding the first negative number in each sub array of size k. Okay, so let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question, right, along with the sample input and output. Okay, so let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function to find the first negative number in each subarray of size k, right? And we have here our input and output, correct? So in the input, they have been given a array and the k value, right? This is nothing but our subarray size, right? And this is our output. Okay, so first of all, we will break down this question. Okay, so what we have to write? We have to write a JS function. So I will write here what? JS function. Okay, then what is the next important part over here? That we have to find the first negative number in each subarray of size k, right? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. Okay, now we will come at line number 7 and we will define our function name. Okay, so what will be our function name? We will keep here what? Find first negative number. Okay, so let us write here what? Find first negative, okay, number with a parenthesis. So let us keep this as our function name, find first negative number. Okay, now let us come at line number 8 and we will read out once again what we have to do. We have to first find the negative number in each subarray of size k, right? Now over the last two challenges which we have solved, now you have understood how to slide it, what will be the subarray and everything, right? So let us come here to our input and output and we will understand once again. Now, if you see here, we have to use here what? The k value, right? So what is our k value? K is equal to 3. So when we slide it up here, we are going to use our k value to get our subarray. So it is 3, right? So we will have every time our 3 elements inside that subarray. So this will be our first subarray. Now when it is going to slide, what will be our second subarray? This will be our second subarray. Why? We have here k is equal to 3. So we are only going to keep 3 elements inside that. Again, you are going to slide up to the next element and this will be your third subarray, right? Then again you will slide, this will be your fourth subarray. Again you will slide, this will be your fifth subarray. And here it is the end of it because after that we don't have elements. So in this particular input, you have 5 subarrays of a window size 3, right? So now if you come to the output, what we have? -2, -2, -3, -4 and -7. So if you observe your first subarray, that is 1, -2 and -3. What is the first negative number? That is nothing but -2. Then you slide it and you go to the second subarray, that is -2, -3 and -4. In that, what is the first negative number? -2, right? Then you slide and you go to your third subarray, that is -3, -4 and 5, right? So in that, what is the first negative number? That is -3. Then again you will slide and you will take your first negative number, that is -4. And here is your last subarray. And what is the first negative number? That is -7. So this is how you are getting the output. And also you should remember the output is in an array, right? So that is why we will have to get our output in an array form itself. Okay, so we will come down and we will write our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Okay, now this question is related to what? Sliding window technique, right? What does it do? It helps us to analyze a subset or a window of the array without recalculating the values for overlapping parts. Okay, for this problem, each window will consist of k consecutive elements. Okay, in this question, we are going to use a nested loop. Now, what is a nested loop? A loop inside a loop is called as a nested loop, right? So I will just write here what? Nested loop. And in this question, we are going to use what? Our I loop and our j loop. Okay, so I loop will be what? Our outer loop, and j loop will be our internal loop. Okay, so inside our I loop, we will have our j loop. Okay, so we will come here and we will write our I loop. Okay, now what this I loop is responsible for? This I loop will be responsible for iterating over the starting index of each sliding subarray. Okay, so this outer loop, that means our I loop is running how many times? It will run 5 times. Why 5 times? Because we have seen that we have 5 subarrays, right? So that is why it is going to run 5 times. Okay, now what will be the condition we are going to pass here. So let us see here. So we will write here what for, and we will write here what let I is equal to 0, and then we will write here what I should be less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K, and we will write here I plus plus also. So now let us understand why I have written I is equal to 0, I less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K, okay. I is equal to 0, it is very obvious because we are working with an array, right? And the starting index is what? 0. So we are going to write here what? I is equal to 0, correct? And then I less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus K. That means what? ARR dot length is what? 7. Minus K is what? 3. So you will get here what? 7 minus 3 is what? 4. Correct? And we have to make sure our loop is running 5 times, right? So we will come here and we will get what? 4. That means loop is going to run 0 to 4. That means totally it is 5 times. 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. It is nothing but we are getting here 5. That means this loop is going to run 5 times. So that is all about our I loop. So I loop will iterate over the starting index of each sliding subarray, okay? Now we have to see our internal loop also. That means our inner loop J. So I will write here what? J loop. Now what this loop is going to do? It is going to gather the elements of the current subarray, okay? Why it needs to gather? Because we want to find the first negative numbers, right, in each subarray. So it will gather the elements of the current subarray, and then we can easily find out the first negative number in that each subarray, okay? So now how the iteration will be performed? This iteration I have clearly explained in my previous 2 challenges also. So do watch out over there so that you will have a better understanding what we are doing here as well, okay? So we will come here and what we will do? So we will write our J loop. So what we are going to write? For let J is equal to, it will be I. Now you will say why I? Because we have to slide along with the I, right? So if you see here, this will be our first subarray. This will be our second subarray. So whenever we are shifting or whenever we are sliding, we are moving along with our I itself. So that is why our J will start at what? I. So J will be is equal to our I. And after that, what we will have? We have to write here condition what? J should be less than I plus K. Now, why J should be less than I plus K? And after that, here we will increment that also. Let us write. And then we will come here and we will see why I plus K. Now, what is I plus K? Now, let us understand with the help of the iteration, okay? So, let us see this with the help of the iteration, okay? So, when I is equal to 0, so J is equal to I, that means J also will be is equal to 0, correct? So, that means J will be less than 0 plus 3 because 0 is our J value, I value, correct? Same value. So we are writing 0 and then plus 3. 3 is our K value, right? That is why 0 plus 3. So what will be our output? It will be 3. That means J less than 3. So the loop will run from what point? 0 to 2, right? That means it is going to run 3 times, correct? If you see 0, 1 and 2, correct? It is 3 times, correct? So the loop is going to run 3 times. So this loop will work for each element of our subarray. That is what we are doing it here. Now let us see for the next iteration. When I is equal to 1, that time J also will be equal to 1. Then what will be our condition here? J will be less than 1 plus 3, right? So what is our output here? 4, correct? So J will be less than 4. So it is going to run from where to where? 1 to 3, right? So we will get here what? 3 times only you count 1, 2 and 3. So again you will get here 3 times, correct? Then in the next iteration, what will happen? I is equal to 2, correct? So therefore our J will be also 2, right? Then if you check the iteration now here, from where to where it is going to run. So J will be less than 2 plus 3, that is nothing but 5, correct? So it is going to run from 2 to 4. So let us count 2, 3, 4. It is again 3 times. So that is what it is here, right? Now let us come when I is equal to 3, okay? So when I is equal to 3, J will be is equal to 3. What will be the condition? J will be less than 3 plus 3. Nothing but it is 6, right? So it is going to run from 3 to 5. Count 3, 4, 5, 3 times again. So that is what again we are getting it. Correct? Now let us come for the next iteration. I is equal to 4. So J will be 4, right? So then what will be the condition here? J will be less than 4 plus 3. Now, if you see in each case, plus 3 is same because K value is not changing anywhere, right? So that is why plus 3 will remain constant here. Now, what is the 4 plus 3? We are going to get 7, right? So then what will be the loop running? From 4 to 6, right? If you count 4, 5, 6, it is again 3 times, right? So I will write here 3 times. So now when I becomes 5, what will happen? It will again check this condition when I is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Till that time, this condition was turning out to be true. But when I becomes 5, this condition will become false because we have written here the condition that it should run only 5 times, right? That means from 0 to 4, correct? So when I reaches 5, the condition is going to fail. That means it is going to terminate the loop. So here our condition will fail and we are going to terminate our loop. So I'll write here what? Terminate, okay? So the condition will fail and the loop will terminate at this point. So our I loop will terminate, our J loop is already terminated for the previous execution, and since it didn't enter, our J loop will not start for that point, okay? So that is why our entire loop is going to stop here. This we will see in our function also, okay? Now let us come here and we will see how we can find out now first negative number from here, okay? So we will come here and we will write here what? Check for first negative number, okay? Now, in this, we have to examine the elements and we have to find our first negative number, okay? So, for that, we are going to use our if condition, okay? Now, in that, what will be the condition now? We will write here what? If our ARR of J is less than 0. Why I am writing this condition? Because if you see our sample input, okay? And if you see our first subarray, okay, -3 is the smallest, right? 1 is the greatest, but we don't want greatest and smallest. What we want, the first negative number, right? So if our ARR of J is less than 0, then you please push it to a new array. Why? Because our output is in form of an array, right? So whatever the output we will get after this condition check, we will push it to our result array. That is what we are going to do. So here we will declare one variable with an empty array, and to this we are going to pass our values using our push method, okay? Now here after this we will use a break also. Now why break we are going to do it? Because I don't want the further execution to be done. I want to stop the checking once our negative number is found in that particular subarray. So as soon as we find a negative number, store it into a result array and stop the further check for that particular window. That is why we are going to use here a break keyword, and this will help us to stop the execution and stop checking after the first negative number is found. So this is what we are going to use it, and this will be our final approach, okay? And also you can do one more thing. If in that particular window of our subarray, if it does not contain any negative number, so you can skip it. So right now we are just skipping it. If you want, you can add anything to that result array, or you can handle it based on your requirement, okay? So now we will do the same thing in our function itself. So let us write our function and implement this particular approach inside our function. So we will write here what function, and what will be our function name? Find first negative number, right? And we will quickly invoke it here, right? So let us come here and we will write here what? Find first negative number. And in this parenthesis, we are going to pass our two arguments. One will be our array and another will be our k value, right? So we will come here and we will put this array inside it, and we will write our window size is what? 3. So let us come here and we will quickly receive it here. So ARR comma K I will write, and we will come here and we will console it out. So I'll write here what? console.log arr comma k. Okay. Now let us come here and we will test this out. So we will write here what node and we will write here day 64 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got? We got our array along with our k value, right? So let us come here and we will start writing our nested loop. So I will just write here what nested loop. Okay. Now below that we will write our I loop. So I will write here what for let I is equal to 0 and I should be less than or is equal to arr dot len minus k, right? So that I will write here and then we will write here I plus plus, correct? And inside this, we are going to write our J loop, right? So for let J is equal to I, correct? And where it is going to end, it will end at what? I plus K, correct? And then we will have J plus plus. And then inside it, we are going to find our first negative number of our each sub array, correct? But before that, let us come here and console and see the iteration. So I will write here what? Console.log and inside this template literal, let us write here I colon and I will write here dollar of I, okay? And then we can write here what? J colon of dollar of J, okay? So this will give me our I and J value, okay? So let us come here and we will see what are the values we are getting. So I will write here what? Node day 64 challenge and we will hit enter, okay? So what we are getting, I is equal to 0, J is equal to 0. And you can see 0 to 2. So it is running 3 times. When I is 1, it is again running 3 times. When I is 2, it is again running 3 times. When I is 3, it is again running 3 times. And when I is 4, it is again running 3 times, 4 to 6. That means this execution you can see clearly in the terminal, right? Now when I is equal to 5, the condition fails and it is going to terminate and our I loop is going to stop. So you can see here after this, there is no lines getting printed here, right? So this is what is our loop, right? Now, since we have n number of lines in the terminal, so what we will do, let us just comment this out and now we will start writing our code to find out the first negative number of each window, okay? So for that, we will come here at the top and we will declare an empty array so that we can store the resultant here. So I will write here what? Let result is equal to empty array and then we will start writing our if condition. So we will write here what? If our ARR of J is less than 0, then you please push that particular ARR of J into our result array. So we will write here what? Result dot push and inside that we are going to write our ARR of J. So our ARR of J is what? It will give me the corresponding element with respect to this index number, right? So that is what we are going to do. And then we will come here and we will use our break, okay? So that you please stop checking once a negative number is found, okay? Now we can come here and we can see what are the values we are going to push, okay? So console.log ARR of J we can do, okay? And we can just come here in the terminal and I will clear it out and then we will again run it. So I will write here what? Node day 64 challenge and we will hit enter. So what do we get? See, minus 2, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4 and minus 7. If you see, this is your exact output. So if you see this line number 35 is giving me the output that is minus 2, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4 and minus 7. If we check our output, it is nothing but the same. But the difference here is what? Here are the numbers and here it is an array form, right? So that is why we have come here and we have declared an empty array and we are storing that empty array into a result variable, right? Then at line number 36, we are pushing into our result, right? So if you come here and if you print this particular result outside your loop, you are going to get the exact output. So let us come here and we will print here what? Console.log and I will write here what? Result. Let us see in the terminal what we are getting. So I will write here what? Node day 64 challenge and we will hit enter. What we are getting, see, we are successfully able to get our final output in an array form. Minus 2, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4 and minus 7. So this is what we are getting it, right? And now what we can do, we can just improvise this. So I will write here what? Comma inside our template literal. So I will come here and I will take this particular line, that is first negative number in each sub-array of size k is what. So let us come here and we will put it over here. And we can just put this k inside our dollar flower braces, right? So dollar flower braces of k we can write here, and we can have here colon also. And let us come here and clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what node day 64 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, you are getting here, right? First negative number in each sub array of size 3 is what? This, right? So we are able to get it. Now let us come here and let us get rid of all this console.log statement. So I will come here and I'll comment this line number 29. I will comment this line number 35 also, and let us run it one more time. So I will write here what CLS, clear the terminal, and node day 64 challenge, and we will hit enter. We get our exact output, and we have improvised our console.log statement also, right? So let us make this F capital, okay? Now let us come down and invoke with another input values, okay? So we will write here what? Find first negative numbers, and I will just pass here an array of 4, okay? So I will write here what? Minus 12, then 13, then I will write here 14, and then I will write here what? Minus 16, and we will write here a window size of 3 itself, okay? Now let us come here and we will clear the terminal and we will rerun it, node day 64 challenge, and we will hit enter. Let us see what do we get. We got here minus 12 and minus 16. So if you see, this was our first sub array window, minus 12. This was our second sub array window, that is minus 16. So it is giving me our first negative numbers, right? So that is what we have done, and we have successfully executed this function, right? Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question, right? So we will come above and we will read the question. What it was being asked, we have to write a JavaScript function to find the first negative number in each sub array of size k, right? Then they provided us with an input output, right? So then at line number 7, what we did, we understood that we have to write a JS function. So we defined our function name as what? Find first negative numbers, right? Then at line number, we wrote the important part of that question, that we have to find the first negative number of each sub array of size k, right? So then at line number 10, we wrote our approach, right? What was our approach? We used our nested loop, that is our I loop and our J loop, right? Then we also understood why our I loop should run 5 times, right? Because it was having how many sub arrays? It was having 5 sub arrays. So we have here our 5 times loop running, right? So we wrote here our condition, that is I should be less than or is equal to arr.length minus k, right? And we were incrementing it up till our condition is getting satisfied, right? Then we understood our J loop also. What is this J loop going to do? It is going to gather your elements, and then you are going to find out your first negative number from here. So that is what we did. We understood our iteration also, where it will start and where it is going to terminate, right? And it is going to work on each and every element of the sub array, right? Then we came down and we also understood why we need a result as an empty array, right? Because our output was in an array form. So we used our push method, and whenever this condition was passing, we were pushing into that. And then we used our break statement also. Why break statement? Because we wanted to stop the checking once a negative number is found, right? So that is why we have done this. Now we came down and we wrote the same approach inside our function also. So we came here at line number 27 and we wrote what? Function find first negative number, and we were receiving here 2 parameters, right? That is array and our k value, correct? Then at line number 28, we declared a variable called as a result, and we initialized with an empty array because we wanted to store our final result over there, correct? Then at line number 29, just for the testing purpose, whether our function is running or not, we consoled it, right? Then we wrote our nested loop, right? Our I loop, our J loop, and our condition also. Then we pushed our ARR of J inside our result also. And we were able to find our first negative numbers, right? From here. And then at line number 41, by improvising the console.log statement, we printed our result in the terminal, correct? And at line number 43 and 44, we invoke this function 2 times with different input values, right? And we got our expected output in the terminal. So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what node day 64 challenge and we will hit enter. So we got our exact output, right? Now I'll tell you guys why this challenge is important, because the sliding window technique is highly effective for analyzing the sub-array with overlapping elements. And we have used here nested loop that allows us to find the first negative number in each sub-array of size k, okay? And also guys, always handle the edge cases, like when there are no negative numbers in the sub-array, what we can do it, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is finding the first positive number in each sub-array of size k, and if there is no positive number exist in that sub-array, we are going to return 0. So this is the problem statement today we are going to focus on. So let's proceed with this question and we will move towards our VS Code. In the VS Code, if we see, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us see here. What is the question? We have to write a JS function to find the first positive number in every sub-array of size k, right? And if no positive number exists in that sub-array, we have to return 0. Now let us come here to our input. What is the input? We have here array, right? And we have here k value, right? The k value is responsible to form our sub-array, correct? Then we have here output, okay? So let us come here and we will break down this particular question, okay? So we will have to write here what first JS function, because we have to write a JavaScript function, right? After that, what is the next important part? We have to find the first positive number in every sub-array of size k, right? So that also I'm going to put it here, okay? After that, what is the next important thing here? That if no positive number exists in a sub-array, we have to return 0. So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. So we have to make sure that we are finding the first positive number in every sub-array of size k, and if there is no positive number in that sub-array, we will have to return 0. So since we have to find the first positive number in every sub-array, we will come here and we will define our function name as what? Find first positive number, okay? So I will write here what find, okay? And we will make this F capital. We will remove this space and we will make this P also capital. And we will come here and we will remove the space and we will make this N capital, and with a parenthesis, we will write here what? Our function name. So this will be our function name, find first positive number, okay? Now let us come down and we will understand the approach for this particular question, okay? Now to understand the approach, first of all, we will go to our input and output. Now what do you understand by the input? In the input, we have an array and we have the k value, right? And in the output, we have a array given, right? Now in the input, we have given an array of our 7 elements, right? Now in this array, we can form a sub-array, right? How many sub-arrays will be formed? 5 sub-arrays will be formed, right? We have seen in our previous challenges also. Let us see how the sub-arrays will be formed. Now the first sub-array will be formed 1, -2 and -3. Why? Because our k value is 3, correct? So we will have here what? 1, -2 and -3. So this will be our first sub-array. Then when you slide it, our what will be our next sub-array? Our window size will be again 3, right? So we will have here what? -2, -3 and -4, okay? Now when you slide it again, what will be our next sub-array? It will be -3, -4 and 5, okay? Now again when you slide, this will be our next sub-array, correct? -4, 5 and 6, and then lastly, this will be our last sub-array, right? 5, 6 and -7, correct? So totally, if you see how many sub-arrays we have formed, this was our first sub-array, right? Then this was our second, then this was our third, correct? And then this was our fourth, and then this was our fifth sub-arrays. So totally how many sub-arrays? So I will write here how many sub-arrays? 5 sub-arrays, okay? So that is where we have in our input 5 sub-arrays. Now from each sub-array, we have to find the first positive number. So if this is our first sub-array, which is the first positive number? 1. Now if you slide it and if you go to your second sub-array, what is the positive number? No positive number, right? So that is where we have to return here 0. That is where we have written in the line number 8 that if no positive number exists in a subarray, return 0. So that is where here we have what? 0. Okay, now when you again slide it, what is the next positive number? 5 is the next positive number, right? The first positive number. So that is where you have here 5. Now when you slide again, what is the next first positive number? In this we have two positive numbers, 5 and 6, but which is the first? 5, right? So that is where in the output you are getting 5. And in the last one, which is the first positive number? Again 5, right? So you have 5. So this is how our output is formed, and that also the output is in an array form. So we should not forget that our final result, whatever we are going to get it, it should be in an array form. Okay, so that was our output. Now since we have understood how to approach to an output, now we will come here and we will write down the approach for this. Okay, how we are going to reach to that particular output. Okay, now we know when we are working with a sliding window, so what we have to do here, we will have to use a nested loop itself, right? So we will come here and we will use a nested loop, right? Now in this question, how many loops we are going to use? 2 loops, correct? So there will be what? I loop, and then there will be a J loop, correct? Now in I loop, what we will have, it is going to work along with the starting index, or you can say the starting point of the subarray of size k, right? So our I loop will be our outer loop, and it is going to iterate through the starting point of subarray of size k. So this is our subarray of size k, so it will slide along with it. So that is why we will have here I loop, and it will be our outer loop. Okay, so I'll just write here our outer loop. Okay, and now how it is going to work, let us come here and we will write our I loop. So I will write here what? For. Then we will write here let I is equal to 0. I should be less than or is equal to arr dot length minus k, correct? Then I plus plus. Okay, now let us see why we have written I is equal to 0. I should be less than or is equal to arr dot length minus k, correct? So let us see here. Now I is equal to 0. Why? Because we are working with an array, correct? So our array index starts at 0. So that is why I is equal to 0. We want to consider from our first element, right? So that's why I is equal to 0. Then I less than or is equal to arr dot length minus k. Let us see that. Length is what? 7, right? And I will write here minus. What is our k value? 3, right? So I'm writing here 7 minus 3. That is nothing but 4, correct? So our loop will run from which point to which point? 0 to 4. So if you see, it is going to run 5 times. That means 5 subarrays 5 times. So now we have successfully got this particular outer loop working with respect to our subarrays, correct? Let us come here and now we will start writing our J loop. So I will write here what? J loop. What this J loop will be responsible for? First of all, it is going to gather the element of the current subarray, and then with the help of that, we can easily find out the first positive number. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. And later on, if there is no positive number in our subarray, then we will return 0. So that logic also we will have to write it. And this will be our inner loop. So I will just write here what? Inner loop. Now let us write our loop. Okay, so I will write here what? For let j is equal to I. Now why I am saying j is equal to I? Because we will be sliding along with our I, and we will be forming a new subarray, right? So this will be our first subarray, then this will be our second subarray, right? So and so on, we will get our subarrays. Okay, now where it is going to end? So I will write here what? J should be less than I plus k. Okay, I will explain you in the iteration why I am saying it. Okay, and then we are going to increment it. Okay, now let us understand the iteration. Why I plus k? Now we know our subarray size is what? 3, right? So our internal loop should run 3 times. Okay, now let us see here. When I is equal to 0, our j will be also 0 because j is equal to I, right? And then what we have written? J less than I plus k. That means j will be less than 0 plus 3 because k value is 3. So our loop is going to run from which to which point? It will run from 0 to 2, right? Because j less than 3, correct? So we will get here output as what? 3, correct? So we will run here 3 times. 0 to 2, if you count 0, 1 and 2. So it is nothing but 3 times. So I will write here 3 times, okay? Then what happens when I becomes 1? So I will write here what? I is equal to 1, j is equal to also 1, and we will write here what? J will be less than 1 plus 3, because j is equal to I and k value is going to remain the same. So we will get here what? 4. So our loop will run from where to where point? From 1 to 3 it is going to run. And again it will be how many times? 3 times only, right? Because 1, 2 and 3, correct? So I will just write here 1, and it will be 1, 2 and 3. So it will be 3 times again. Now if you come down, I becomes 2, correct? So we will write here I is equal to 2. J will also be 2, right? And we are going to write our condition. J should be less than I plus k. That means it will be what? 2 plus 3, correct? So we will get here what? 5. So from which point to which point it is going to run? It will run from 2 to 4. If you count here, 2, 3 and 4. So again it will be 3 times only, right? So when I is equal to 3, so now next line we will write here what? When I reaches to 3. So I is equal to 3, then j will be 3, right? And what is our condition? J less than I plus k. So j should be less than 3 plus 3, that is nothing but 6. So we will run our loop from 3 to 5, that is nothing but again 3 times, right? Now when I becomes 4, so I is equal to 4, right? Then j will also be 4, correct? Now j will be less than 4 plus 3, that is nothing but how much? 7, right? So our loop is going to run from which point to which point? From 4 to 6, right? If you count 4, 5, 6, you will get here what? 3 times again. Now when I reaches 5, our I condition is going to fail, because here we have calculated, right, properly that it has to run 5 times. So if you see 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4, it is 5 times only, right? That is where when I reaches 5, it is going to fail and our loop execution will terminate. So I will write here what? Termination will happen here, okay? And that is where our loop is going to end, okay? Now when this all is happening, okay, when we are able to find out our sub array, so every time whenever this loop is running 3 times, we are going to get our sub arrays, right? All the cases we will get our sub array, right? So I will write here what? Sub array here as well. And you can understand for the below also we are going to get our sub arrays, okay? Now in this sub arrays, now we are going to find our first positive number, okay? So for that we are going to now write the logic, okay? So I will write here what? Check for first positive number. So I will write it like this, okay? Now what we are going to write here, we will take a if condition, okay? Because we have to check, right? So that is why we need a if condition. So I will use here what? If condition, and that if condition we will take our ARR of j value, okay? So I will write here what? If our ARR of j is greater than 0, then you please there itself break it, okay? I will write here what? Break. So there itself you break it. Now if you see here, our output is an array form. That is why what we will have to do, we will have to come here and we will declare here as a result as an empty array over here. And before breaking it up, we will have to first push this resultant into our result output. So I will be using here what? Push method, and once it is pushed out, then you break it. Hey, what do you mean by break? You please stop the execution then and there. We have found out our first positive number, okay? This is what we are going to do it, okay? Now, suppose if there is no positive number in that, here we got our first positive number, we inserted into that array, right? Now, if there is no positive number, so we will have to do check for that also. So we will come here and we will write here what? Check for no positive number, okay? So I will take this particular line, and what I will write here? I will write here just no. So this will be what? Check for no positive number, okay? Now we will come down and we will write the logic. Now what we will be using? We will be using here a flag. So we will initialize a variable with a boolean value, and that variable name we will keep it as found, and we will write here what? found is equal to false. Okay. Now, when this condition turns out to be true, okay, so I will write here what this condition, if it is turning out to be true, then we will change our found value to true. So I will write here what found is equal to true, and then it is going to push, and then it is going to break. This is what it is going to happen. Okay. So our initial found is a Boolean value, which is called as a false. Okay. So we are going to store it with a false value. Now suppose if there are no positive numbers, so what will happen to this particular condition? This condition will turns out to be false, correct? Now, in this case, what will happen to our found value? There will be no change in the found value, and found will remain as false as it is, right? So if our found is false, then we will again push. But what we have to push? We will push here a 0 value to our final array. So we are going to use our push method, but here we are going to push a 0 into our resultant array, this array. So that is what we are going to do it. So we will be using a flag, okay? If it is found out to be true, our condition, it will turn into true. It will push whatever the value we are having, and it will break it up. If it turns out to be false, then our found value will not have any change. It will remain as it is false, right? So then we will push 0 to our resultant array, and thus we will get our final resultant array with a first positive number, and thus we will get our final resultant array with a positive numbers, and wherever the positive numbers will not be there, we will get a 0 value over there. So if you see here, we are getting here what? 0, because in our second sub array there was no positive number, and that is where we got here what? 0 in our resultant array. So that is what we have to do it in our function also. So let us come down and we will implement the same thing inside our function. Okay. So let us write our function. So I will write here what function, and we will write here what? Find first positive number, right? And we will use here with a parenthesis, and we will come here and we will invoke it quickly. So I will write here what? Find first positive number, and in this we are going to pass our input array and our k value, right? So let us take this input array and k value, and we will pass it over here. So this will be our input array, and we have to pass our k value, that is nothing but 3. So I will write here what? ARR comma k, correct? And then we will come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log ARR comma k, and we will test this in our terminal. So let us come here and write this. So I will write here what? Node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. What we got? We got our input array and our k value, right? Now let us come here and we will declare a result variable, and we will keep it. Okay. So I will write here what? Result is equal to an empty array. So we will initialize with an empty array to store our first positive number for each window. Okay. That is why we are doing it in the beginning itself. Now let us write our nested loop. So I will write here what? Nested loop. So now let us write our I loop. So I will write here what? For let I is equal to 0, I should be less than or is equal to ARR dot length minus k, and then I plus plus. Okay. Now inside this we are going to write our J loop also. So I will write here what? For let j is equal to I, and we are going to end where j should be less than I plus k, correct? And then we are going to increment also. So I will write here j plus plus, correct? Now inside this, let us see the iteration. Okay. So I will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here inside our template literals I colon I will write, and we will write here what? Dollar of I. Okay. Then we will put comma, and we will write here j colon dollar of j. Okay. Now let us see the iteration from where point to where point it is ending. So let us write here one more time. Node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. Okay. So if you see the iteration, what we are getting? We are getting I is equal to 0, j is running 3 times. When I is equal to 1, it is again running 3 times, right? When I is equal to 2, j is running again 3 times. And so on. When I is equal to 3, it is also running for 3 times, right? When I is equal to 4, it is again running for 3 times. And you see it is not reaching to I is equal to 5 because our condition fails and it will terminate. That is why it is not printed I is equal to 5. And if you see the same iteration we have seen here as well, right? So that is what we are printing here, okay? Now we will come here and we will write this particular conditions, okay? Now we will write here what if our ARR of J we will write, and if that is greater than 0, then you please console my value. First that I am going to do. So console.log I will write, and I will write here what ARR of J to be printed, and I will just use a break statement here, okay? Now let us come here and we will just comment this out because we will have n number of lines in the terminal. So let us come here and clear the terminal, and I will write here what node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. So what do we got in the output? 1555, right? Now let us push this into our resultant array. Okay, so I will write here what result dot, and I will write here our push, and I will write here what our ARR of J. Okay, now let us come here and we will print our result also. So where we will print here, we are going to print it outside. So I will write here what console.log result. Okay, and let us see what do we get now. So let us write here what node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. I got my array 1555. Let us check with our output array which we have. We have here 1555, but there is something inside it 0 also. Till now we haven't written logic to get a 0 inside our array, right? We are only checking for the first positive number. We have to check if there are no positive number, please add 0 to our resultant array, right? So for that, we will use a flag to check if a positive number is found or not, okay? So we will come down and we will go inside our I loop, and we will write here what let found is equal to false. So we will initialize with a Boolean value, okay? And if the positive number is found, and after pushing, what we will do, we will update the found value to a true. So I will write here what true, okay? And then it will break it up. Suppose if any of this iteration is not going to return me the first positive number, that means this found value is not going to be changed to true, right? So it will remain as false, right? So that time we will have to push our 0, right? So what we will do here, we will come here and we will write here what if not of found, okay? I will write it like this, okay? And then we will come here and we will push our 0. So I will write here what result dot push, and we will push our 0 directly to that resultant array. So let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it one more time. So I will write here what node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we got? See, we got our exact output, right? 10555. That is what it was expected from us, right? So that is what we have got it. Now let us come down and we will just improvise our console.log statement, right? So I will write here first positive number in sub array of size k. Okay, so let us take this and we will just put this in our template literal. So I will write here comma, and we will put it here like this, and we will put here colon, and let us take this as a dollar of a k. So whatever will be the k size, as per that we are going to get our result, okay? And I will make this F also capital, okay? Let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what node day 65 challenge, and if you hit enter, you will get this particular 10555. Okay, now let us come here and we will just comment out the other console.log statement. So line number 34 we will comment, line number 42 will comment, okay? Let us come here and clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what node day 65 challenge, and if you hit enter, you got your exact output, right? Let us come here and we will invoke it one more time. So I will write here what find first positive number, and in this I will pass inside this array only negative numbers. If I am passing a negative number, our output should be what 0 0, right? So let us try that out. So I will write here minus 13, then I will write here minus 67, minus 89, and I will keep here our window size also as 2. So that let us come here and we will rerun it. So I will write here what node day 65 challenge and we will hit enter. See what do we got? We got here 0 and 0. That is what I said. We need the output as 0 and 0. Okay. So if our window size is 2 and if we have passed this many elements inside the array and if there are only negative numbers, now it is giving me what? 0 and 0. That is what we wanted. So we have tested where the scenario was only the negative numbers. We have tested where the scenario is mix of negative numbers and positive numbers, right? And we have changed our k value also, right? So we got our exact output in the terminal, correct? Question. So now let us have a quick recap of this question. So we will go at the top and we will read this particular question. What it was been asked, we have to write a JS function to find the first positive number in every sub-array of our size k. And if no positive number exists in sub-array, then you have to return 0. Then at line number 3 and 4, we had our input and output, right? And then from line number 6 and 7, we broke this question in different lines that we have to write a JS function. And that is where we define our JS function as what? Find first positive number with a parenthesis, right? Then we understood that we have to find the first positive number, correct, in each sub-array. And if there are no positive number, then you please return 0, correct? So then we understood our output, how we are getting the output. And on the basis of the output, we have written our approach, right? So we understood that we have to write a nested loop. So we have to take here two loops, our I loop and J loop. What is I loop doing? It is sliding, or we can say it is iterating through the starting point of our sub-array of size k. And what is our inner loop doing? It is gathering our current sub-array to find out the first positive number, right? Then we wrote our I loop where it is going to start. It is going to start at 0 and where it will end, arr.length minus k, and then we are incrementing also, right? Then we came to our J loop and we understood the iterations, right? How it is going to perform. Our J loop should only run 3 times, right? Because our sub-array size is 3, right? That is what is our k value, right? So that is what we have done here. Then we also understood then when our I loop is going to terminate, right? When it is going to terminate, when I reaches to 5, right? And we will get our each sub-array. Now from that sub-array, we have to find our first positive number, right? So since the output was in an array, we declared an empty array and we wrote our if condition, right? And then we tested the condition, and if we found out our positive number, we have to push to our resultant array. And we have to use our break also. What do you mean by break? You please stop the execution then and there, right? And then we came here and then at line number 28, we also understood if there are no positive number, then what we have to do. That is where we used here a flag, okay? So we used a variable called as a found and we passed a boolean value to it, that is false, correct? Then we understood that if our condition is going to be true, then you please change the found value to be true and you push it and you break it, right? That is where your execution stops. If this condition turns out to be false, then our found value is not going to be updated and then finally we will not have any positive value, right? So we will push 0 to our resultant array and that is where we will get our final array with a mix of positive numbers, and if there are no positive number, we will have 0 also, right? So that is what we have seen in the output also, correct? Now that is where we understood this and we wrote the same thing inside our function. We came at line number 33 and we defined our function name as what? Find first positive number, right? And there we are receiving an 2 params, right? That is ARR and K, right? Then at line number 35, we declared a variable called as a result and we passed their empty array. Why? To store the first positive number for each window, right? Now, then we came here and we wrote our nested loop, right? And now inside the nested loop, what we did, we created here flag to check if a positive number is found or not, okay? And then we came here and we wrote our condition to check our first positive number, right? If it is there, then you please add our first positive number to the result, okay? And then we wrote here break also, right? To stop the further checks once a positive number is found. And then we came here and we wrote our if not a found, then please make sure you're pushing 0 to our result array. So that is where we have done this thing. And then we came at line number 52. And what we did here, we just improvised our console.log statement and we printed this result in our console. Then at line number 54 and 55, we invoked this function 2 times with different input values, correct? Where our array was also changed and our k value was also changed. So we see it was working for both of the scenarios, right? Now we will come here and we will test it out one more time. So I'll clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node day 65 challenge, and we will hit enter. So we got our exact output, right? What was demanded from us, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is important. This challenge helps us to optimize the algorithm using the sliding window technique. It's crucial for technical interviews and real world applications like data streaming and packet processing, where we can handle large data sets more efficiently, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is finding the next smaller element for each element in the array, and if no smaller element exists, print -1, okay? This problem is great for practicing the loops and understanding the concept of comparing the elements. So let's dive into the code and we will start with our challenge. So let's go to our VS Code. In the VS Code, if you see, we have here our question, right? We have to write a JS function to print the next smaller element for each element in the array. And if no smaller element is found, then we will have to print what? -1. And at line number 3, what do we have? We have our input, and for this particular input, this is the output, okay? Now we will come down at line number 6, and first of all, we are going to break our question. So what is the first important part here? That we have to write what? JavaScript function, correct? So that I will take here and I will put it over here, okay? Now what is the next important part? That we have to print the next smaller element for each element in our array, correct? So that also I will take here and I will put it over here. After this, what is the next important part? That if no smaller element exists, we have to print -1, okay? So these are the 3 important lines of this particular question, okay? Now, since we have to print or we have to find the next smaller element, so we will come here and we will define our function as what? Next smaller element, okay? So I will write here like this, and we will remove the space, okay? And I will replace this smaller s with a capital S. Here also I will remove the space and I will replace this smaller e with a capital E, and I will write here what? Parenthesis, okay? So this will be our function name, okay? Now let us come here to the input and output. We will understand how we are reaching to this particular output from this input, okay? Now if you see, this is our first element, correct? We have to print what? Next smaller element for the each element, right? So it is going to check from here to here. Where is the immediate next smaller element? It is 7, right? That is why we are getting here 7, okay? Now it will shift and it will find out for the next element, the next smaller element. So this will be our next element and this will be the range. So from this, it is going to find our next smaller element. So for 7, if you see, 3 would be the smaller, 9 is greater, right? So that is why you can see 3 here. Now, if you come to 9 also now, if you check from here to here, which is smaller? Again, 3 is smaller, right? So that is why you have 3 here. Now, if you come here, for the next element, that is nothing but what? 3. And what is the immediate next smaller element? It is 2, right? So that is why you have 2. Now, if you come here for this particular thing, now for this 2, what you have here? 1, right? So that is why you are getting 1. Now, when you slide it here for this element, which is the next smaller element, it is not there, right? 15 is greater, so you don't have. That is why you are printing here what? -1. Similarly, for 15, you don't have a next smaller element. That is why you are printing -1. So that is why we are getting in this particular question 2 times -1, because for this input, we have 1 and 15 where we don't have a next smaller element. So that is why this is our output, correct? And that is what we are going to solve it. So we will come down and we will write our approach for this question, okay? So I will just write here what? Approach. So in this question, we are going to use what? Nested loop. So I will just write here nested loop. Now why nested loop? Because we will be using a nested loop to iterate through the array, and for each element we will be checking the next smaller element by comparing it with subsequent elements. If we find one, we will be printing that out. Otherwise, we will be printing -1. So here, how many loops will be there? There will be only 2 loops. So I will write here what? I loop, and inside our I loop, there will be what? J loop. So let us come down and first understand our outer loop, that is our I loop. So I will write here what? I loop. Okay. Now let us write here what? For let I is equal to 0, obviously, because it's our array, right? So we have to start from our first element. That is why I is equal to 0. And where it will end? It is going to end at where? ARR dot length -1, correct? Because it has to iterate through each element of the array. That is why we will be writing here what? I less than ARR dot length, correct? So it will be always less than 1, correct, of our length. So that is why less than ARR dot length, right? And then we have to increment it. So this will be our I loop because it has to iterate through each element of the array, okay? Now we will come to our J loop. That means our inner loop. So I will write here what? J loop, okay? Now what this J loop is going to do? It is going to find our next smaller element by comparing the current element with the subsequent element. So we will come down and we will write here what? For, and I will write here what? Let J is equal to, and we will write here what? I plus 1. Why I am writing I plus 1? Because when it is at this particular index, we have to check and compare from here to here, right? That means obviously J is our next element of our I. So that is why I plus 1. So immediately it will get the next index. So it will start comparing from this point. And if you see where it is going to end, it will always end at our last element. That means here also we are going to write what? J should be less than our ARR dot length, correct? And then we will write here what? J plus plus, correct? So this will be our J loop, okay? So this will be our I loop and this will be our J loop. So if you see once again, if this is our element, then we have to compare from 9, right, to the last element. That is why we have written what? J is equal to I plus 1, and then it will compare till our last element, that is where 15, okay? And then J plus plus, so it will compare, okay? Let us come here and now we will understand with the help of the iteration, okay? So I will write here what? I is equal to 0. When I is equal to 0, J will be 1, right? So I will write here J is equal to 1. Now we have to start doing our comparison. So 10 we will have to compare with what? We will have to compare with all these elements, right? So I will write here what? 10 comparison will start with all this. And what is our next smallest element after our 10? It is nothing but 7, right? So I will get here what? 7. Now when I is equal to 1, so I will write here what? I is equal to 1. What will be our J value? J value will be 2 because 1 plus 1, right? Now what we are going to compare here? We have to compare 7 with what? We have to compare with our rest of the elements 9, 3, 2, 1 and 15. So I will write here that also. And what will be our smallest element? We will get here what? 3. If you see what is the next immediate element after 7, we have 3. So I will write here what? 3, okay? Now we will write here when I becomes 2. So I will write here what? I is equal to 2. Then J will be what? 3. 2 plus 1, right? That is where it will 3, right? And now what is the next element ready for the comparison? It is our 9. So I will write here what? 9, okay? Now what we are going to get it? We will be getting here what? 3. Why we will get 3? Let's see the comparison which we are going to do. So we have to compare with 3, 2, 1 and 15, correct? So I will write here that also. Now what will be our answer from this next immediate element is what? 3. That is where I said we are going to get 3. Now when I is equal to 3 now, okay? So J will be what? 4, 3 plus 1, correct? So it will be definitely be 4, okay? Now what is the comparison going to happen? It will compare with 3, right? So I will write here what? 3. And how the comparison is going to start? It will start from 2, 1 and 15, correct? So I will write here that also. Now what is the next smallest element from here? We will get here what? 2, right? So I will write here 2. If you see the output, we are going correct, right? 7332. That is what we have got. Now, when I is equal to 4, now, when I is equal to 4, what will be our J value? J value will be 5, right? So I will write here 5. And what is the value ready for the comparison? 2, right? And what is the range we are going to compare? From 1 and 15, right? So what is the next immediate element we have here? Smallest one. Nothing but 1. So I will write here what 1. If you check your output, you are getting the exact output, right? Now when I becomes 5, so I will write here what? I is equal to 5. That time J will become what? 6. And the value ready for the comparison is what? 1, right? So we will write here what? 15, right? That is what is left out now. We don't have any range, right? Year to year. We just have one value. And if you see, it is not the smallest one, right? So that is where we are going to get here what? -1. Now guys, I hope you have understood from I is equal to 0 to I is equal to 5, right? Now let us understand what will happen when I become 6. So I will write here what? I is equal to 6, and obviously our J value will be 7, right? And here what is the value we have to compare? We have to compare a 15 value with the rest of the elements, right? To get the next smallest element, right? But for this 15, we don't have an element. So we know the output is going to be -1 only, correct? That is where we are getting in our output also -1. But here one more important thing we have to understand. Here our J loop is not going to work for us. Why? Because if you see the condition, J is less than ARR dot length, right? So it will be 7 less than 7. This condition is going to be what? False, right? So here our J loop is not going to run. So our 15 will not travel inside our J loop, okay? So since it is not going to travel, the comparison will also not happen, okay? So directly from the I loop, we will pass it to the condition where it doesn't have any smallest value, and we will print directly -1, okay? So that we are going to see everything down how we are going to do, okay? Now here guys, there is one more important thing to concentrate. When I is equal to 6, we are only left out with one element, that is 15, right? And if we see our J condition is also failing, that is why it is not entering inside our loop, and we are printing directly -1, right? Now it is going to increment I loop, right? So we are going to use I plus plus, and it is going to be what? I is equal to 7. And if you see the condition, I is less than ARR dot length, right? So 7 is less than 7. Here will also happen the same, right? And that is where it is going to give us false, and that is where our I loop will also terminate. So we will have only this much iteration from I is equal to 0 to I is equal to 6, and this will be our end of our nested loop, okay? So guys, I have explained you the iteration, okay? And also I have explained you how the comparison is going to perform. Now we will write our conditional statement to find out our next smallest element. So I will write here what? Next smallest element, okay? And below that, we are going to write our conditional statement. So I will write here what? If condition, okay? And in this condition, we will write our statement, okay? Which we are going to compare it. So what we will write? We will write here what? If our ARR of J is less than our ARR of I. And if this conditional statement turns out to be true, then you please break, okay? Why we are writing break? Because we want to stop our further execution. So this is how we are going to get our next smallest element, okay? Now we have got this. Now what we have to do? We have to also write our conditional statement for printing -1, right? So I will write here what? Print -1, okay? And for that, we will use a flag variable. So we will come here and we will write here what? Found is equal to false. So the first we will initialize our flag as false. Okay. Now we will come here and we will take this condition. Okay. So if this condition turns out to be true. Okay. So let me just put this condition here. And if this condition turns out to be true, then we will change our found as true. Okay. So we will come here. and write mention as what? Found is equal to true. And if this condition turns out to be false, so let me write this. So if this condition turns out to be false, then there will be no change in our found value. Okay, it will remain as false, and using that we are going to print what? -1. Okay, now our output, if you see, it is in an array form, right? So that is why we will need an empty array. So we will come down and we will come here and we will declare at what? Result is equal to empty array. And what we will use? We will be using our push method. So let me write this push method. So if this condition turns out to be true, okay, so I'll write here what? True. We will push what? Our next smallest element. So I will write here push, and we will take this next smallest element and I will put it over here. That is what we are going to do. So if this condition turns out to be true, our found value will also turn to be true, and then we will push our next smallest element to our result array. Okay. Now let us come here and we will see what if it turns out to be false. So we will use again push method, because if it is turning out to be false, then also we have to push -1, right? So we will come here and we will write here what? False. If this condition turns out to be false, then again we are going to use our push method only. And what we will be pushing? We will be pushing -1, okay? And then we will get our final value. So whatever we have written, once that all execution is completed, we will get our final output. That is nothing but this. So let us take it from here and we will put it down. Okay. I will put it over here and we will write here what? This will be our final output. Okay. So this was our final output, and we will implement the same thing inside our function. So we will write here what? Function, and our function name will be what? Next smaller element, right? And we will invoke it here. So I will write here what? Next smaller element, and we will pass our input array. Okay. So let us come here and we will take this input array and we will pass it to this particular function. Okay. Now let us receive here as in parent. So I will write here what? ARR. Okay. And now let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log ARR. Okay. Now let us test this in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node, and we will write here day 66 challenge and we will hit enter. What we got? We got our input array. Okay. Now we will come here and we will write our nested loop. So I will write here what? Nested loop. Okay. And below this, we will start our I loop. Okay. So I will write here what? Let I is equal to 0. I should be less than our ARR dot length. And then we will write here I plus plus. Okay. And inside this, we will write our J loop also. So I will write here what? For let J is equal to, it will be I plus 1, correct? The starting point. And where it will end, J should be less than ARR dot length. So that also I will write here. Okay. And then we will write here what? J plus plus. Okay. And now we will come here and we will write our console.log statement for our I value, for our J value, and what will be the ARR of J. That means our exact element. Okay. So we will write here what? Console.log, and we will write here I colon, and we will write here what? Dollar of I. So I will get my I value here. And now we will come here and we will write here what? Console.log. Here also inside the template literals, I will write here what? I colon dollar of I, and then we will write here what? J colon dollar of J. Okay. And then we will write here what? Dollar flower braces, and it will be ARR of J. Okay. Now let us see what do we get in the terminal. Okay. So we will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 66 challenge, and we will hit enter. Now we will see our output and we will match up what we have done in the iteration. Okay. So we will see one by one. Now when I becomes 0, what is the J value? J becomes 1, and it is going to run till 1 to 6, right? That is what you get here, 7 to 15. Now let us see if when I is equal to 1. Okay. When I is equal to 1, it is the same. It is going to run from 2 to 6, and you have here 9 to 15, right? When I becomes 2, it is going to run from 3 to 15. That is what we have, right? When I becomes 3, then it is going to run from 2 to 15, right? So when I is equal to 3, you are getting this value. When I is equal to 4, it is 1 to 15. That means it is correct, right? Now when I is equal to 5, we have only one value, that is our 15, right? So we are checking with this, correct? So we are getting this also. So I said here clearly, when I become 6, our J loop is not going to run. So that is why you are getting here only I colon 6. Okay. Still we have the value 15 and it is going to check with this condition and it will directly push -1. Okay. So everything we are going to see inside our function. Okay. So let us come here and now let us remove the console.log statement because our terminal is full. So I will clear this out, line number 41 and line number 43 also, and we will see our rest of the things. Okay. Now we will come here and we will write our comparison statement. Okay. So we will write here, what if our ARR of J is lesser than our ARR of I. And if this turns out to be true, then we have to push, right? And plus we will have to declare a flag variable and that we will turn as true. So we need to push into our resultant array, right? Into our result empty array, and we will have to turn our flag to true, right? And then what we will have to do, we will have to finally break it up, correct? So that all we are going to do. So for pushing, first we will come here and we will declare here result is equal to our empty array, and inside our I loop, what we are going to do, we will come here and we will declare a flag called as a found and we will initialize it with false with a boolean value. Okay. Now when it is true, we are going to push ARR of J inside our result, right? And then we will write here what? Found is equal to true, and then we will write here what? Break. Why break? Because we want to stop our further execution if our smaller a number is being found. Okay. So now we will come here and outside our J loop, we are going to write the condition. If there is no smaller element is found, then please push -1. So what we are going to write? If not of found. Okay. This we have seen in the previous challenge also. Why I am writing not of found. Okay. And we will come here and we are going to do what? Result dot push, and we will be pushing -1. Okay. Now, if you come here, I will explain you what is this not of found. Okay. So here found value is what? False, right? So I will write here what? Found is equal to false right now. Okay. That means if I am saying not of found means what? Not of false, because it is a Boolean value. So if it is a Boolean value, so not of false means what? It is true. So that is why not of false means if this is true, then you please push it to result array a -1. That is what we are saying. At the end of the day, we need here found as a false. If this value is true, then you will get here false. Okay. So then you cannot push it. So for that, we will have to come here and we should have a false value only. Okay. Now I will explain you not of found also. Okay. Now what is our found value right now? It is false, correct? Because it is not going to enter inside this loop. So it is going to stay as false, correct? Now what will happen? Found is equal to false. Okay. What is our condition? Not of found. That means not of false. That is nothing but true. Okay. Not of true will give me false. Not of false will give me what? True. So that is what we are writing here. So not of found means not of false. Not of false means true. Then you please push it -1. That is what is the understanding here. Suppose you think what if it is true? Then if you write here not of true, then it will be false. So then definitely it is not going to push. So definitely for running this condition, our found value has to be false. Okay. And now outside our loop, we will come and we will print our result. Okay. So I will write here what? Console.log, and I will print our final result. Okay. So let us come here and we can clear the terminal and we can just test it out. So note day 66 challenge, and we will hit enter. See, we got our exact output 7, 3, 3, 2, 1, -1, -1. See, this is our final output. So we will come here and we will improvise it also. So I will write here what? next smallest element for each element is, so I will write here next smallest element for each element I will write, and we will write here what, colon. Okay, and then we will just test it out in the terminal. So let us come here and we will write here what, node day 66 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, I got this correct. Next smallest element for each element is what, 7 3 3 2 1 minus 1 minus 1, correct? So we have successfully printed this out, and we will come here and we will just comment this out. Okay. Now let us have a quick recap of this question. So we will come at the top, and what it has been written here, we have to write a function to print the next smaller element for each element in that array. And if no smaller element exists, you can print minus 1, right? And we had our input, and for this input, this was our output, right? Then we understood how we are going to get our output, right? And we came at line number 6, 7, and 8. And what we wrote our JavaScript function as what? Next smaller element, correct? And we also understood what are the important part of this question, right? So print the smaller element for each element in an array. And if there is no smaller element in it, then we are going to print what? Minus 1. We understood this question and we wrote our approach, right? What was our approach? We used a nested loop. Why nested loop? Because we wanted to iterate through the array, and for each element, we will have to check the next smaller element by comparing it with the subsequent element, right? And if we found the next smallest element, we are going to print it. Otherwise, we are going to print minus 1, right? Then we understood here why we have written I loop, why we have written J loop also, right? And we also understood that we have to compare it with the subsequent element. That is why we have to start our J loop with I is equal to I plus 1, correct? Because we want to compare it from the next element. So that is why J is equal to I plus 1, and J should be less than our ARR dot length. And we know our I loop is simple. It is going to iterate through the array. That is why it is I is equal to 0, and I should be less than ARR dot length. So both the loops are running till our length minus 1. Okay. Now we came down and we understood the iteration. Okay. So we have understood the iteration from 0 to 5. It was fine. But when I reaches 6, J is 7, right? So when J becomes 7, the condition of our J loop fails and it is not going to enter inside our loop. But I is holding a value of 15. So that is what it will do. It will directly come to this particular condition and we are going to print what? Minus 1. Okay. Then we wrote here how we are going to find our next smallest element, right? So we wrote our if condition, we are going to compare it up, and if it turns out to be true, then we are going to break it then and there. Then only we will find here what? Our smallest element, right? And how we can print minus 1? We have to create a flag variable, right? That is what we used, a found is equal to false. And if this condition turns out to be true, then we will convert the value from false to true, right? And we will break it also. And if it turns out to be false, then it is not going to go for the comparison, right? So it will come out and then we will get our what? False as false itself found value, and we will print here minus 1, right? So our final output was as an array form. That is where we came here and we declared a variable called as a result, and we initialized with an empty array. Okay. And then what we did, we used a push method. If it is true, then you push the smallest element. And if it is false, you push the minus 1. That is what we have done. And we got here our final output, right? And the same thing we did it in our function also, right? At line number 38, we came here and we defined our function. Next smaller element, here we were receiving an array, right? At line number 39, what we did, we declared an empty array to store our final output, right? Then we wrote our nested loop, right? And inside that we wrote our comparison statement also, right? And also we used our found variable where this condition was turning true, right? We have come here and we have updated the value to true and we were breaking it up, right? So this was our loop which we have done, correct? Then we came here and we wrote here, if our found value doesn't change, that means you are not getting a smallest value, right? So come here and you push our minus 1. So here it is pushing our smallest value, and here it is pushing -1. Then at line number 58, what we did, we just printed our result with an improvised statement that is nothing but the next smallest element for each element, right? And at line number 60, we invoked it one time and we passed our input array. You can pass and test it out with the different inputs, okay? So we will come here and we will retest it one more time. So I will write here what node day 66 challenge, and we will hit enter. And this is what we are getting. So this was our final output, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because this problem helps in understanding in how to compare the elements with an array, and it is a crucial skill for solving the algorithm problems, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is, let's move to our next challenge. Today I am exploring Gooey Codekata platform. All about finding the minimum element in an array without using any sorting method, okay? So let's dive into today's challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. So in the VS Code, if we see, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? Let's read out. Write a JS function to find the minimum element in an array without using sorting, right? And here we have our input and here we have our output, okay? So first of all, what we are going to do, we will break this question, okay? So first of all, what we have to write? We have to write a JS function, okay? So I will write it over here, okay? And what is the next important line here? That we have to find the minimum element in an array without using any sorting method. So I will take this line and I will put it over here, okay? Now let us come at line number 6 and we will define our function name. Since this question is asking what? Find minimum element in an array. So we will write here what? Find minimum element as our function name. So find min element with a parenthesis. I will write it over here. And this will be our function name, okay? Let us come down and we will write here our approach, okay, to get this particular output, okay? Now, in this question, we are going to use what loop, okay? Why loop? Because they have clearly said don't use sorting method and we will not be using any math methods. We have math.min method, right? We can do that here, but we are not going to use that. We will be using here loop, okay? Why we need a loop? Because we will be using that loop and we will be iterating through the entire array and we will keep track of that smallest element, okay? So first of all, what we will do, we will come down and we will assume that our first element is the minimum element, or you can say our first element is the smallest element. So I will declare a variable called as a min, and to that min variable, I will assign my first element. So how will I get my first element? Since it is an array, what I am going to write? I will be writing here what? ARR of 0. So this will be our first element which I will be assigning it to the minimum variable. And I will assume that this first element is the minimum, okay? Now, I will write here our loop. Now, in this question, we will be using only one loop, that is a I loop. So, we will start writing here our I loop, okay? So, let us write it over here. So, I will write here what? For. And then I will write here what? Let I is equal to, okay? Now, here we are not going to start from 0, okay? From where we will start? We will start from 1. Why I am starting it from 1? Because I want to iterate through the array from the second element onwards. Why? Because first element we have already assigned it, right? So that element we will pick and we will keep a comparison with the rest of the elements, okay? So that is why I is equal to 1. Okay. And then till where it is going to run? Obviously till ARR dot length minus 1. So I will write here what? I should be less than ARR dot length. Okay. And then we are going to increment it. Okay. And now in this, what we are going to write now? So this is the iteration, right? So we are taking our minimum variable. We have stored our first element to this and we will start our loop after that element. So that is why I is equal to 1 and it is going to run till the last element. So that is why ARR dot length. Okay. Now we will come down and we will write our condition. Okay, so here we will have to compare it, right? Now you know that whenever we want to find minimum, maximum, what we have to do, we will have to compare it, right? So we will be comparing our first element with the rest of the elements. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what our ARR of I should be less than our min. Okay, if our ARR of I is less than our min, then I will have to update my minimum variable. Okay, so I will have to do what? Update my minimum variable. So if this condition, whenever this condition is turning out to be true, then I will update my minimum variable. Okay, so what it is going to get updated, I will just update with the value of the I. So what I will write here, min will get assigned as ARR of I. That is what I am going to do. So if any element is smaller than the current minimum element, then we are going to update our minimum variable. That is why I have written min is equal to ARR of I, correct? Now let us understand the iteration along with the comparison check how it is going to do. Okay, so we will write here what, when I is equal to 1, because we are starting our loop with I is equal to 1, right? So when I is equal to 1, this condition is going to be true, right? So we are going to go inside our loop and we are going to check our if condition, correct? So we are going to write here this particular condition, correct? So I will come here and what I will write now, we will do a check. So what is our ARR of I right now? It will be at a first element. So we will get here what, 4, right? And what is our min? It is nothing but our 3, right? Because we are going to store our first element. So our min will have 3, right? So we will write here 4 is less than 3. No, it is false. So there is no change in the min value. So our min value will still remain as what? 3 itself. Okay, now we will come down and we will check here what I is equal to 2. Now when I becomes 2, what we are going to check? We are going to check with 9, right? So we will write here what? 9 is less than what? Again 3, because min value didn't got updated, right? So I will write here 3. Now 9 is less than 3. No, it is again false, right? So I will write here what? False. And what will be the minimum value? Again here, it is not going to change, right? So it will be what? Min is equal to 3. Now when I becomes 3, let us see that. So when I is equal to 3, what will be our element over here? It will come as what? 1, right? Now we will write here what? 1 is less than 3, because minimum value is right now what? 3, right? So we will write here like this. Now 1 is less than 3. Yes, it is true, right? So we will get here what now? True. Now here we will have to update our min value with our ARR of I value. So you will come here and you will do this particular part. So then what you will have here, your min will be is equal to nothing but 1. Okay. Now what you are going to do, you are going to check for the next iteration, right? So what you will get, it will be I is equal to 4, right? And what is our next element? 6, right? So we will come here and we will write here what? 6 is less than what? Now 1, right? Again here it is what? False, right? So our min values doesn't get updated, right? So you will get here what? Min is equal to 1, okay? Now when I is equal to 5, so what is going to happen at 5? So we will come here and we will check our condition now. I is less than ARR dot length. Now what is the I value? 5. 5 is less than 5 because the length of the array is what? 5, right? So the condition turns out to be what? False, right? And that is why no further execution will happen. So iteration will stop and the loop is going to terminate here, correct? Finally, after iterating through the entire array, we will get our minimum element as what? 1. So I will write here what? Min is equal to 1 and this will be our minimum element in that particular array. Okay. So this will be our final approach which we are going to use it for this particular question. Okay. So only one loop, then there will be a comparison check, right? And then we are going to update our minimum value. So let us come down and implement the same thing inside our function. So we will define our function name as what? Find min element, right? So I'll write here what function, and function name is what? Find min element, okay? And we will quickly invoke it here. So I will write here what? Find min element, and we will write it inside this parenthesis, our input array, correct? So let us take this input array and we will pass it over here. Okay. And we will quickly receive it here as well as in param. So I will write here what ARR, correct? And let us come down and let us just console our ARR. So I will write here console.log ARR, and in the terminal, let us test it out. So I will write here what node day 67 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you got? You got your input array. Okay. Now after that, what was the first thing we have to do? We will have to assume that our first element is our minimum element, right? So let us come here and we will declare a variable called as a min, and in that we are going to store what? ARR of 0. That is nothing but our first element. Okay. Now let us start writing our loop. So we will what do? We will write here for let I is equal to 1 we are going to write, and where it is going to end? It will be less than ARR dot length, right? And then we will write here increment I plus plus. Okay. Now in this we are going to do a comparison check inside our if condition. Okay. So I will write this particular condition, right? So we will come here and I will write here if, and I will write if ARR of I is less than our min. And if this condition turns out to be true, you please update our min variable with the smaller element, right? So that is why we will write here what min is equal to our ARR of I, correct? And then finally, after all the iteration is going to happen, we are going to just console our min value. So I will write here what console.log min. Okay. Now let us come here and test it in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 67 challenge and we will hit enter. Now, if you see here, we got our 1, right? That means this is our minimum element from that particular array, right? I just want to show you that how many times this condition has turned out to be true, okay? So I will come here what, and I will write here what console.log, and I will just write here what true, okay? And now just let us test it in the terminal. So I will write here what node day 67 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you got? You got 3. So initially we assigned it with 3, right? And only one time it was true, right? You can see here. And that is where we are also getting only one time true in the terminal, okay? So we have successfully achieved it here, what we have done, and the output also we are getting it, okay? Now we will come here and we will invoke it with another input array, okay? So I will write here what find min element, and we will write here what 67. Let us take a big numbers, okay? Because it was single digit number. Let us take a double digit and 3-digit number. 100 I will write, 56 I will write, 78 let us write, 90 let us write, okay? And now let us run it in the terminal and test it out. So I will write here what node day 67 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you got? You got 56 here. Can you see? That means it has got updated and we are getting here the smallest element. If you see which is the smallest element here, 56, right? So that is what here we are getting it. And here also only one time it has been true. Initially it was 67. After that it is 56, right? So that is why only one here true you are getting it, okay? Now let us come here and we will comment the other console.log which is not needed, okay? And we will come to our line number 32 and we will improvise this console.log statement, okay? So we will write it inside a template literal what? Minimum element from that particular array is what? Let us take this here. So minimum element in an array and we will use our array also, okay? So I will write here what? Minimum element. Let us make M capital and in that array, okay? Now, I have told you that whenever we want to write an array, we will be using a square bracket inside our template literal. So, square bracket, dollar, and then you write array. Then you will get properly in an array form, okay? Now, let us come here and we will clear the terminal and I will write here what node, day 67 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you got? Minimum element in an this array is what 1 and minimum element in an this array is what 56. Let us write here in an array, okay, and we will use here our colon also, okay. Now let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what node day 67 challenge and hit enter. You got here final output as a properly written here what minimum element in an array and our array also and the value also, right? So we are getting the proper output here, okay? Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. Okay. So what was the question? We have to write a JS function to find the minimum element in an array without using sorting, and we have not used any other methods also. We have just used a loop to solve this. Okay. Now if you come here, we have been provided with input and output as well, right? We understood that how to reach to this particular output. Then we came at line number 6 and 7 and we defined our function name, right? Find min element. Then from our line number 9, we started writing our approach. We understood our question and also we understood how we are going to reach to that particular output, right? And that is where we wrote a loop here. Why we need a loop? Because we need to iterate through the entire array and we have to keep the track of our smallest element, okay? So for that first thing what we did, we came here and we assumed that our first element is the minimum element, and that is where we stored our first element, that is ARR of 0, to our min variable, okay? And then we wrote our for loop. What was our for loop? We wrote here I is equal to 1. Why? Because we are not starting from 0 here. We will be starting from our second element onwards. Here, this is the most important point, guys. So please remember, whenever you are doing a check like this, you have to leave the first index because you have already assigned it and start from your next element. Okay, then we iterated through the array from the second element onwards. After that, we came inside and we wrote here what? One condition to keep a check, right? That our ARR of I should be less than our min variable, correct? And if any element is found, if it is smaller, then you please update our min variable. That means if this condition turns out to be true, you update our min variable with a value of what? ARR of I, correct? Then after that, also we understood how it is going to complete the iteration and the comparison check, right? So here if we see only one time it turned out to be true, that particular condition, and that is where only one time our min variable got updated, right? And when I is equal to 5, also here we need to see that our loop is going to terminate because the condition turns out to be false, right? And that is where we got our min value updated as what? Only with 1, correct? Then the same thing we wrote inside our function also, right? And we wrote here what? Function, and your function name was what? Find min element, and here we are receiving ARR as what? Parameter, right? Then at line number 24, we just consoled our array and then we declared a min variable and we updated our first element of that array, right? And then we wrote here our loop where we were starting with I is equal to 1, correct? And we did a comparison check of our ARR of I should be less than min, right? And also we saw how many times we are getting true. That means how many times this condition is going to be true, correct, in the terminal. And finally, if it is true, you please update our min variable with our ARR of I, right? That is what we have done. And at line number 32, we just improvised our console.log statement by printing min value in the terminal. And at line number 34 and 35, we invoked this function 2 times, right? And we got our final output also. So let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I wrote here what? Node day 67 challenge, and we hit enter. What do you got? You got your minimum element in an array as what? 1 and 56. And also we understood in this particular line that if we have to write an array inside a template literal, what we have to use? We will have to use it inside a square bracket, then our dollar flower braces and ARR, right? That is where you will get here ARR in your terminal also. That means correctly in an array form, right? That is what we have done, okay? And this is what the question was demanding from us, okay? For both the invocations, we got our correct output, right? Now I will tell you why this challenge is important, because this challenge helps us to find the minimum element without sorting. It also saves our time and builds foundation problem solving skills which are applicable in our real world scenarios like data processing. It also strengthens our understanding of iteration and comparison technique. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about finding the maximum element in an array without using sorting method. Okay, so let's explore this simple yet powerful technique, and we shall move towards our VS code. If we see in the VS code, we have here our question along with our sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. What is the question? We have to write a JS function to find the maximum element in an array without using sorting, right? And we have been provided with an array, correct? That is our input, and we have here output as 9. Okay, now let us come down, and first we will break down this question. Okay, so first we have to write what? JS function. Okay, so I will write here what? JS function. Okay, now let us come down and write the next important part of the question, that we have to find the maximum element in an array without using any sorting or any inbuilt method. Okay, so I will take this and I will put it over here. Okay, now let us come to line number 6, and we will define our function name as what? Find max element. Okay, so I will write here what? Find max element. Okay, with a parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Okay, now let us come to our input and output and understand how we are reaching to this particular output. Okay, now if you see what is our array, it is 3, 4, 9, 1 and 6, and we have to find what? Maximum element, right? So we can see here that 9 is our maximum element in this particular array. You can check with any other array as well. Okay, so we will have to get the maximum element from that particular array, and we are not going to use any inbuilt method, no sorting, no math.max method. Okay, now let us come down and we will write here what? Our approach. So I'll write here what? Approach. Okay, now in this question we are going to use loop. Okay, now why we will be using loop? Because with the help of that only we will be iterating through the array and we will be reaching to this particular output. Okay, so what first we are going to do here? First of all, we will declare a variable called as a max. Okay, and we will initialize with the first element of our array. So how to get the first element of this array? It will be nothing but our ARR of 0, right? So we are going to assume it that this element is our maximum element. Okay, and that is why we will store it and we will keep it here. Okay, now we will take here our I loop. Okay, so I will write here what? I loop. Okay, now what we are going to do? Let us write it. So I'll write here what? For let I is equal to 1. Okay, why I is equal to 1? Because we will be comparing this particular element with the rest of the elements of the array. That is why our loop is going to start from the first index, not from the 0th index. Okay, and where it will end? It will end at where? Our length minus 1, right? So I will write here what? I less than ARR dot length, correct? And we are going to increment it, correct? Now, after this, what we will be doing it? We are going to compare, okay? So we are going to compare what? Each element, okay? With whom? We will be comparing our each element with our max variable. Why max variable? Because max variable is holding our first element of our array, right? And we have assumed that that is the maximum element of that particular array, right? So that is why we are going to compare our each element with our max variable. Okay, so we are going to write here what? If condition we will write, and inside that what will be our condition? We will be writing here what? Our ARR of I should be greater than our max, and if it is true, then you please update our max variable. Okay, so if this condition turns out to be true, we have to update our max variable. So how it will get updated? So we are going to write here what? Max is equal to our ARR of I. That is what we will be doing it. So if an element is found greater, it means true, means this particular element is greater, right? And that is why we are going to update our max variable with the ARR of I. That is what we are going to do. Okay, now let us come down and we will understand the iteration, how it is going to run and how the comparison will be performed. Okay, so let us take this line number 15, 16 and 17 and we will put it inside our loop itself, because it is going to happen inside our loop itself, right? Now let us start our iteration. Okay, so when I is equal to 1, it is going to be true, this condition, and it will go inside this loop, right? And we will have a comparison check, right? So what is our ARR of I? ARR of I is nothing but ARR of 1, that is nothing but 4. So we will write here what? 4, and it is greater than what? Max. What is max right now? ARR of 0, right? That is nothing but 3. So I will write here 3. Now if you see, this turns out to be what? True, right? 4 is greater than 3, it is true, and that is where our max value will get updated as what? 4. So from 3 to it will become 4, okay? Then again the iteration will happen, right? So I will become what? 2. So I will write here what? 2. That time, what is our ARR of I? It is nothing but 9. So we will write here what? 9 is greater than now 4 it will come. Why? Because max value got updated, right? So it is now 4. So what we will get? Yes, true, right? Because 9 is greater than 4, right? So we will get here our max value updated as what? Max is equal to 9, correct? Now we will come down and third iteration. So when I is equal to 3, what will happen? What is the value here? 1, right? So 1 is greater than 9. So I will write here what? 1 is greater than 9. And this is going to give me what? False, right? And that is where you will get here what? Max value is equal to 9 itself, because it is not going to update, right? So I'll not write here anything. So there will be no update here, okay? Max value remains as 9. Now fourth iteration. So I will write here what? I is equal to 4. When I is equal to 4, it is 6, right? So here we are going to write here what? 6 is greater than 9. This again turns out to be what? False, right? That is where here there will be no update in the max value. So there will be, I will write here 3 hyphens. That means no update, right? Now last iteration, when I is equal to 5. So when I is equal to 5, this condition is going to fail, right? Because how many elements we have? 5 elements. So 5 is less than 5. False, right? So I will write here what? False. And here itself, our loop is going to terminate. So this will be our end of our I loop, and we will get our maximum element from that particular array, or we can say the largest element from that particular array. So once the loop finishes, max variable will hold our largest element in that particular array, right? Now what we are doing it here, we are iterating through the array using a loop, right? And then what we are doing, we are assuming and initializing the max variable with the first element of the array, correct? After that, we are writing our loop, and inside this we have done our comparison check. That is, we are comparing the each element with our max variable, and if an element is found greater, then max value will get updated, right, in the max variable, right? And once the loop finishes, our max variable will hold the largest element in the array, right? And that is where is our final approach, okay? Now, similar to this, we have solved in the previous challenge also, that is 67 challenge, right? Over there, we have found out the minimum element from that particular array, okay? So please do watch out that video as well, okay? Now let us come down and we will start writing our function, that is nothing but our find max element, right? So we will come here, and what we will do, we will write here what? Function, and our function name will be what? Find max element, right? And we will quickly invoke it, okay? So I will write here what? Find max element, and in this we are going to pass our input array. So let us take it from here, and we will come here and we will put it over here, okay? Now let us come here and we will pass it here as an ARR, right? So we are receiving here as an params, right? So I will write here what? Console.log, and I will write here ARR, correct? Now let us come and test it out in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 68 challenge, right? And we will hit enter. What we got? We got our input array. That is nothing but 34916, right? After this, what we will do, we will come here and we will assume and initialize our max variable with the first element of an array, right? So we will write here what? Let max is equal to ARR of 0, right? And after that, we will write our loop, right? So we will come here and we will write here what? For let I is equal to 1, because we have to compare our rest of the elements with our max variable value, right? That is nothing but our first element of the array, right? That is why I is equal to 1. And where it will end, I should be less than our ARR dot length, right? So I will write it like this, and it will be I plus plus because it is going to get incremented, right? Now we can test our I loop till what it is running. Okay, so we will write here what console dot log of I. Okay, now come here and let us test it out in the terminal. So note day 68 challenge and hit enter. So what do we get in the terminal? We are getting 1, 2, 3, 4. That is nothing but our I value, right? So you can see here the same we have written. I is equal to 1, I is equal to 2, I is equal to 3, and I is equal to 4. When I reaches 5, this condition is failing and the loop is getting terminated, right? And that is where it is running only till 4, right? Now let us come down and we will write here what our comparison check. So I will write here what comparison check. Okay. Now we will come here and we will write our if condition, and what is the condition we have to write? That our ARR of I should be greater than max, right? So I will come here and I will write ARR of I greater than max, right? And if it is true, we have to update our max variable, right? So we will what, right? Max is equal to our ARR of I, right? That is what we are going to do it. Now let us come here and we will also print here console.log true. Let us see how many times this is getting printed as true. Okay. So let us come here and I will write here what node day 68 challenge and we will hit enter. How many times? It is printing 2 times true, right? That is what we have here written. When I is equal to 1, we are getting true, and when I is equal to 2, we are getting true, right? And rest of the time it is nothing printed, means it is getting false, right? Now let us come here outside our loop and we will print our max value. Okay. So let us write here what console.log, and I will just write here what max. Since it is getting 2 times true, that means 2 times the value will get updated, right? So first time it will become 4 and after that it will become 9. Okay. Now let us see the same in the terminal we are getting or not. So I will write here what node, and I will write here what day 68 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do I got? See, I got here 9, right? So that is what it is giving me the correct output, right? If you check your output here, it has given me 9, right? Now let us come here and we will improvise this as well. So we will write here what template literals. Okay. And we will put here comma, and I will write here what maximum element in that array, and we will write our array as well. So inside and template literals, whenever we have to write an array, how do we write? We have to first use our square bracket, then dollar, and then flower braces, and then write ARR. So this only will give you in an array form, right? So we will come here and we will write here what node day 68 challenge, and let us hit enter. What do we got? We got here maximum element in that array is what 9. Okay. Now let us clear the terminal here and we will just comment this out. Let us comment this out. Let us comment this out, and let us put here colon as well. Okay. And let us save it and let us rerun it. So I will write here what node 68 challenge, and we will hit enter. Okay. What do we got? Maximum element in that array is what 9. Here we can see. Okay. Now let us come down and we can invoke it one more time. So I will write here what find max element, and let us pass in another array. So I will write here first as 100. Then I will write here 200, then 500, then 67. And now let us test it. We know the output should be what 500, right? Because that is the maximum, or we can say the largest element in that array, right? So let us come here and let us print it. So I will write here what node day 68 challenge and hit enter. So what we are getting? We are getting here 500. That means what? Whatever we are going to pass here, the input array, this function is going to properly execute and it is going to give you a final output, right? Let us come here and now we will have a quick recap of this particular question. Okay. So what we have to write? We have to write a JS function to find the maximum element in an array without using sorting, right? And we did not use any math methods also for this, right? And what we have here input and output, correct? Then at line number 6 and 7, what we have done? We have understood this question and we have wrote our function name, right? Our function name is what? Find max element with a parenthesis, right? Then we understood that how we are reaching to this particular output, right? From this input array, and we wrote our approach also, right? So we understood that we have to take here a loop, right? And what we did then, we assumed and we initialized our max variable with the first element of an array, right? Then we wrote our loop, and our loop is starting from where I is equal to 1, correct? And then inside that, what we have done, we have done a comparison check, right? That if an element is greater than max, please update the max variable, right? That is what we have done here. And then once the loop is terminated, we will hold our largest element in that array. For the same, we understood here how the iteration is going to perform, right? We understood it will run till 4 only. When I reaches 5, it is going to terminate, right? And we also understood for this particular input array, only 2 times we are going to get true, and that is where only 2 times our max value gets updated also, right? Now the same thing we wrote inside our function also, right? Then at line number 25, we wrote our function called as a find max element, and we were receiving here what? Our array, input array, right? Then at line number 26, we just consoled our array to check whether it is running properly or not, right? Then at line number 27, we assumed and initialized the max variable with the first element of that array, right? Then we came here from line number 29 to 36. What we did, we wrote here our loop, and inside that we wrote here our comparison check also, right? What was the comparison check? That it has to compare each element with the max, and if an element is greater than our max variable, then you please update it. And also the most important thing was what? We started our loop with I is equal to 1. Why? Because we want to compare our first element with the rest of our element, because we have assumed here that our first element is the maximum element, right? Then we came here at line number 37, and we wrote our console.log statement with an improvised way, right? And also we understood that if we have to write an array inside a template literal, we have to use a square bracket, dollar, flower braces, and then our array we have to write over there, right? That is what we have done. And then what we did at line number 39 and 40, we invoked this function 2 times where we passed 2 input arrays, right? And then this execution was done correctly, and we got our output. So let us clear the terminal one more time. And we will write here what? Node day 68 challenge, and I hit enter. What do we get? We got our exact output, that maximum element from this array is 9, and from maximum element from this array is what? 500. That is what this question was asking, and we have done this as well. Okay. Now I will tell you why this challenge is useful, because it teaches us how to find the maximum element without sorting, which is faster and saves computational resources. This technique is valuable in real-world applications such as finding the highest score in dataset or identifying the largest transaction in financial data. It also strengthens our understanding of iteration and comparison logic, which are fundamental in programming. Okay, let's move to our next challenge. Today I am exploring Groovy Codekata platform. I hope you found this challenge is helpful for your coding journey. Keep practicing, keep improving, and have a great day. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like button, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Code with Poonam for more coding challenges, interview preparations, and JavaScript tricks. Also, let me know in the comment section which problem you found the most interesting or the challenging one. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Happy coding, guys. And I would like to give special thanks to Groovy for providing such an interesting challenges to sharpen our problem solving skills. So here is the question, and we have here input and output description as well. And here is the sample input and output. So everything I have taken into my VS Code, and we are going to proceed with this challenge in the VS Code. Okay. So let us come to our VS Code. Yes. So this is our problem statement, right? And this is our sample input and output. Okay. So now what is the question? They have said that you have been given with a task, and your task is to print whether an array is majestic or not. And they have said a majestic array is an array whose sum of first 3 numbers is equal to the last 3 numbers. Okay. And if an array is majestic, we have to print 1. And if it is not, then we will have to print 0. Okay. So here we have what? Input and output examples, correct? We will come here, and first we are going to break this particular question. So we have to write a JS function. Okay. So I will write here what? JS function. Okay. After that, what is the next important part? That we have to print whether an array is majestic or not. Okay. So that also I am going to take it here. Okay. After that, what it has been said in the next line, that an array is an majestic only if the sum of first three number is equal to the last three numbers, right? So that also let us take here and we will put it over here. Okay. And after that, they have said that print one if an array is majestic. Okay. So we will take this and we will put it over here. So these are the four important lines which are important, right? So first is what? JS function. Then we have to find out whether it is a majestic or not. What is a majestic array? They said the sum of the first three elements is equal to the last three elements, right? And if it is a majestic array, then you have to print 1. And if it is not, you will have to print 0. Okay. So these are the most important lines of our question. Okay. Now we will come here at line number 10 and we will define our function name as what? Is majestic. Okay. Why is majestic? Because we have to find here, right? Whether an array is majestic or not, right? So let us come here and we will define our function name as what? Is majestic. Okay. Now let us come down and we will understand our input and output. So what is the input here? It is 1, 2, 3, 6 and 00, right? So let us take this particular input, okay? Now what is the sum of the first three elements here? 1 plus 2 plus 3, that is nothing but 6, right? After that, sum of the last three elements is what? 6 plus 0 plus 0 is equal to 6. And if you compare it, 6 is equal to 6. What it is? It is true, right? That means it is an majestic array. So I will take here and I'll put it over here. So what it is? It is an majestic array. And that is where we have to print what? 1. That is why you are getting here output as 1. Now let us go for the second input. Okay. So this is our second input array. So let us take it and we will put it over here. Okay. Now we will come here and we will add our first three elements. Okay. So we will write here what? 1 plus 2 plus 3. This is nothing but 6, right? And what is the last three elements sum? It will be 5 plus 0 plus 0, right? That is nothing but 5. So if you now compare 6 is equal to 5, what it is going to give you? It will give you false, right? And that is where we know it is not a majestic array, right? So we will take this and we will put it over here. Now, since if it is not a majestic array, what we have to print? We have to print 0. That is where you get here in the output 0 and here you get in the output as 1. Okay, now we have understood how we are reaching to the output. So we will come down and we will write here our approach. Okay, so let us write the approach. I will write here approach. Okay, now in this question, we know we have to calculate the sum, right? That also we know we have to compare also. So what do we understood from this particular lines? That we have to calculate the sum. Okay, we have to compare also, right? And we also understood that for doing a sum of the elements, we will have to use a loops, right? So that is where we are going to use all these three, okay? So here we will have to take not one loop, we are going to take here what? Two loops, okay? So we will take what? Our I loop will be there and we are going to take our J loop also. So I will write here what? I loop and J loop, okay? So these are the two loops which I am going to write it for this question, okay? Now you will say why two loops? Because our I loop will what do? It is going to give us the sum of the first three elements, okay? So I will take this and I will put it over here, okay? So it will calculate, okay? So I'll write here what? It will calculate the sum of the first three numbers, or you can say sum of the first three elements, okay? Then what will our J loop will do? It is going to calculate the sum of the last three elements, okay? So let me take this and I will put it over here and I will write here what? Last three. Okay, that is what we are going to do, okay? So let me just write here what? Last. So this will be our I loop and J loop job, okay? Now, since we have to calculate the sum also, so we need here what? Two variables, right? So I will come here and I will declare a two variables as what? Sum first three, okay? and then I will initialize it with 0, okay? And another variable I'm going to create here, what? Sum last 3, and I will initialize it with 0, okay? And first of all, we will test it for this input, okay? Now let us see how we are going to write a loop, okay? So I will write here our first loop, that will be our I loop. So I will write here what? For, and I will write here what? Let I is equal to 0, and where it is going to end? It will end at 2, because 0, 1 and 2, right? So our loop should only run here how many times? It should run only 3 times, right? That is what we want. So that is why I will write here what? I should be less than 3. Then only it will run from 0 to 2, right? That is what we want. And we will write here what? I plus plus, okay? We will increment it, okay? Now we will have what? Our flower braces, right? Now inside this flower braces, we are going to what do? We are going to calculate the sum of the first 3 elements. So I will write it over here. Now how we are going to write it? Now we have here what? Our variable called as a sum first 3. Why we declared it? Because we are going to store the sum of the first 3 elements here. And how we are going to write? We will write here what? Sum of plus is equal to our ARR of I, right? That is what, how it is going to be. Ideally, what it is at the end of the day, it is sum first 3 is equal to sum first 3 and plus ARR of I, right? So it is going to accumulate all the total, and it is going to finally get updated in which variable? Sum first 3 variable, right? And that is where we will get the addition of the first 3 elements, right? So this will be our I loop, okay? Now let us go for the second loop, that is nothing but the J loop, okay? Now first we will understand where our J loop is going to start and where it is going to end, okay? So let us come here and we will take this input array, okay? And we will put it over here, okay? Now what is this length of this input array? It is nothing but 7. If you count also, till here we know it is 4, then we have 5, then we have 6, and we have 7, okay? So we have total of 7, okay? Now we have to calculate the sum of last 3, right? So let us just subtract it minus 3 from here. Now what do we get? 7 minus 3 is nothing but what? 4. Let us check. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. If you see 4 is coming at 6, that means this 4 is nothing but the correct index number, right? So we are going to target with this 4. So our start point will be for this particular input, it will be 4. And where it should end? It should end at 6, right? 4, 5 and 6. So the loop is again going to run from 4 to 6, right? 4, 5 and 6. So where it is going to start, then it will start at our ARR dot length minus 3, right? And where it will end? It will end at ARR dot length minus 1. And if I have to write the same inside our loop, let us see how we are going to write. So I will write here what? For let J is equal to ARR dot length minus 3, correct? And where it should end? ARR dot length minus 1. So here I will write J should be less than ARR dot length, right? With respect to this input only I am considering. J less than 7 means it is going to run till 6. So 4, 5 and 6, that means 3 iteration is going to happen, correct? And I will write here what? J plus plus, correct? So that is what we are going to do it. And in this flower braces, again we will have to calculate what? Sum of the last 3 elements. So I will take this and we will put it over here, okay? So let us write it here. Now how we are going to do it? So I will take this variable which we have declared, sum last 3, correct? And we will write here what? Plus is equal to our ARR of J. This is nothing but the same. Sum last 3 is equal to sum of last 3 plus ARR of J, correct? That is what we are going to do, and it will accumulate all the addition, and finally we will get inside this particular variable, that is sum last 3, right? And that is why we will get our sum of first 3 also and sum of last 3 also, right? And then, so guys, this is not the end of the solution for this question. Here we have to determine whether an array is what? A majestic array or not, right? So I'll write here majestic or not, correct? That is what we have to find. So for that, we will have to do a comparison check, correct? Now, what will be the comparison check? That if our sum of first three is equal to our sum of last three, okay, then it will be what? It will be a majestic array, okay. And if it is a majestic array, then we have to print here 1. That is what it was been said. And if it is not true, that means if the result comes out to be false, then it will be what? Not a majestic array, and we have to print here what? 0. So that is what it is going to be. So here we will come and I will write here true. So if this condition turns out to be true, then it will be a majestic array and we have to print 1. And if this condition turns out to be false, then we have to write here what? Not a majestic array, and we have to print what? 0. That is what we have to do. So for that, here we will be using what? If condition, correct? And in that if condition, we are going to pass. So I will write here what? If sum of first three is equal to sum of last three. And if this is true, then you please print us for 1. So I will write here print 1. Otherwise, you please print 0. That is what it was been said to us. So this is our final output. So either we are going to get 1 or we are going to get 0, okay, depending upon our array. So if you see this particular input, our first one is what? Majestic, and second input array is not a majestic array, right? Now we have understood. Now we will do the same thing inside our function also. So let us come down. We will write here what? Function, and our function name will be what? Is majestic, right? And we will quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Is majestic, and we will pass our first input array, okay. So let us come here and take this input array from here and we will put it inside our function call, okay. So at line number 58, we will pass here as an argument and we will receive here as an params, right? So I will write here ARR and let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log ARR. Now let us come here and test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node day 71 challenge and we will hit enter. What we got? We got our input array, right? Now we will come here and first of all, we are going to declare our variables, okay? So what we decided that it will be what? Sum of first three, right? And we will initialize it with 0, right? Then we will come here and we will declare here what? Sum of last three and we will initialize it with 0. Why we have declared it and initialized it with 0? Because it is going to accumulate our sum inside this, right? Now let us come here and we will write our both the loops, okay? So I am going to write here what? For, and I will write here what? Let I is equal to 0 and I should be less than 3, right? And we are going to increment it, correct? And inside this, we will first see how many times this loop is running. So I will write here what? Console.log of I, and we will clear the terminal and rerun it. I will write here what? Node day 71 challenge and we will hit enter. We got here what? 0, 1 and 2, right? That means it is running only 3 times and therefore we can easily get our addition now, right? So what we will do? We will write here what? Sum of first 3 plus is equal to our ARR of I, right? That is nothing but this itself, right? We have written here. So here it means this only. Now let us come here and we will just console the sum of first 3, okay? So I will write here what? Console.log and I will put this first inside the double quotes and we will put colon and then I will write here comma and we will pass this as a variable, okay? Now we will come here and we will clear the terminal and I will write here what? Node day 71 challenge, and if we hit enter, what do we get? Sum of first 3 is what? 6. That is why I wrote it like this, okay? So that we can see properly in our terminal, okay? Now let us come here and we will write our second loop. So what is our second loop? That is nothing but our J loop. So I will write here what? For j is equal to arr dot length minus 3, correct? And where it is going to end? It will end at our arr dot length minus 1. Therefore, I will write here j should be less than arr dot length, right? And I will write here what? J plus plus. Now inside this again, I am going to just console and show you how many times this loop is also going to run and from what index to what index, okay? So I will write here what? Console.log of j, and we will come here and clear the terminal and let us rerun it. So note day 71 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got? 4, 5 and 6, right? So now we can easily calculate the sum, right? So we will come here and we will write here what? Sum of last 3 plus is equal to our ARR of j. And we will come here and we will write here what? Console.log, okay? And we will just print also our sum of last 3 elements, okay? So I will write here what? Console.log sum of last 3 colon I will write, and now I'll put comma and I'll put it as a variable, okay? Now let us clear the terminal and see what output we are going to get. So I will write here what? Note day 71 challenge and hit enter. We got here sum of last 3, right? So if you see sum of first 3 and sum of last 3 is the same, right? Now, therefore, we can see we are getting here what? In the first output, it is 1. So we have to get this output as 1, right? Now we will do what? Our comparison check we have to do, correct? So let us come down and let us do our comparison check. So we will write here what? Our if condition, right? So I will write here if our sum of first 3 is equal to sum of last 3, then you please come here and print what? 1, right? So I will write here console.log of 1, right? And then if not, then you please print console.log of 0. So let me write here console.log of 0 and let us come here and clear the terminal and we will rerun it one more time. So I'll write here CLS and note day 71 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? 1. That means it is equal, right? Now let us test it for the another input also. So we will take this another input array and we will pass it to our function, okay? So let us come here and we will invoke it one more time. Is majestic, right? And let us pass this input array, okay? So we will come here and we will write here what? Node day 71 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got here? Sum of last 3 is what? 5 and sum of first 3 is what? 6. And we are getting here what? 0. That is what we also calculated and we also got the same, right? See here for the second input array, it was 6 and 5 and that is where it is printing 0, correct? So we have got here, right? Now let us come here and we will remove the console.log statements, okay, which are not required. So line number 56 we will remove, 61 we will remove, 64 also not needed, 67 also, and the last one is what? 70, right? Now let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what? CLS and then note day 71 challenge and we will hit enter. What we got? 1 and 0. That means for this input, we are getting 1 and for this input, we are getting 0, right? So this is what it was expected from us and we have easily find out what it is a majestic array or not, right? Now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question, okay? So let us come above and what is our question? We have been provided with a task to print whether an array is majestic or not. An array is a majestic only if the sum of first 3 elements is equal to the last 3 elements, right? And they also said you have to print 1 if an array is majestic and print 0 if it is not, right? And they gave here our input and output, right? So first of all, what we did, we took the important part from this question, right? So we wrote here what? JS function and we defined our function name as what? Is majestic, right? And this were the important chunks of our question, right? Then we came down and we understood how we are reaching to the output, correct? Then after understanding, we wrote our approach, okay? Then we understood from this particular line number 15 to 23, there we will have to do the sum, we will have to use the loops and we will have to compare also, right? That is why we have written here what? Sum, compare and loop, correct? Now after that we used here two loops, right? First was our I loop and second was our j loop, right? Then we calculated with the help of our I loop the sum of first three elements, and our j loop was calculating our sum of last three elements, right? And we initialized two variable here also with a 0 because the addition accumulation has to be stored inside this variables, right? Then we came at line number 34 and we wrote our loop, and we understood that since we have to calculate the sum of three elements, so we have to run this loop three times, right? And here also we have to make sure for our j loop also it is running three times. So here the logic was easy because we have to start from 0 and we have to end where? At 2. That is where we wrote less than 3, right? And we did here addition, right? Then we came here at line number 40 and we understood for j loop what will be the start point, what will be the end point, right? So what will be our start point? It will be ARR dot length minus 3, and what will be the end point? ARR dot length minus 1. So we wrote the same thing inside this also. J should be is equal to ARR dot length minus 3 and j should be less than ARR dot length, right? That is what we did, and then we calculated here sum of the last three elements also. So after that, we wrote a comparison check to find out whether an array is majestic or not. For that, what we did, we wrote here our if condition, and inside an if condition, we passed a condition that sum of first three is equal to sum of last three. Then you please print 1. That is where we consoled 1, and else otherwise you print 0, right? That is where depending upon the array, we will get 1 and 0. If it's a majestic array, we will get 1. If it's not a majestic array, we will get 0, right? Then at line number 55, we came and we defined our function name as what? Is majestic. And we were receiving here as in params our array, right? Then at line number 56, we just consoled it out and tested in the terminal, correct? Then line number 57 and 58, what we did? We initialized the variables with 0. This is the place where our sum will be stored, right? Then we wrote our I loop, we wrote our j loop, we understood the iterations also, and we understood that what will be the value of each sum, right? So sum of first three and sum of last three. Then we did a comparison check here, and we printed in the console our 1 and 0 depending upon our input array. So if you clear the terminal and rerun it one more time, you will get your exact output. So note day 71 challenge, and if I hit enter, I got here what? 1 and 0. That is what it was expected from us, right? So guys, I will tell you why this challenge is useful, okay? This challenge strengthens our array manipulation and conditional logical skills, okay? It's particularly useful for working with cumulative sums and validating conditions based on subsets of data, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is about to calculate the prefix sum array. This is a common and a useful technique in programming for cumulative calculations. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JS function to calculate the prefix sum array of a given array, right? And here we have the input and we have the output as well, okay? First of all, what we are going to do, we will come down and we will break down our question, okay? So I will write here what? JS function, okay? After that, what is the next important thing in this question? That we have to calculate the prefix sum array of a given array, right? So we will take this line and we will put it over here, okay? Now let us come at line number 7 and we will define our function name. So what will be our function name? We will keep our function name as what? Prefix sum, okay? That is what we want to calculate. So we will keep our function name as what? Prefix sum with a parenthesis, okay? Now let us understand this particular line, how we are going to calculate the prefix sum array of a given array, okay? So for that, we will go to our input and output, okay? So I will take this input array down, okay? And now let us understand from this input array, how can we reach to this particular output, okay? So let us take this here and I will put it over here. So first one is our input array and second one is our what? Output array, okay? Now, if you come here, what is here? 2. So that is nothing but the first element of our input array, correct? So I will just write here 2, okay? After that, what do you have? You have 6. Now, how can you reach to 6? If you see here, 2 plus 4, right? It is saying sum. So let us do the sum here. So prefix sum, okay? Prefix means what? Before, correct? So that is what we have to do here. So 4 plus 2, if you take, you will get here 6, right? So that is what we are going to do. So I will write here 2 plus 4 is nothing but 6, okay? After that, what do we have? 10. So as soon as you go to the next element and if you start adding it, 2 plus 4 plus 4, it will be nothing but what? 10, right? So I'll write here what? 2 plus 4 plus 4. This is what? 8 plus 2 is nothing but 10, right? That is what we are going to get. After that, what we have? We have 12. So how will you get it? Add this. 2 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2. So I will write here what? 2 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2. So what you will get? You will get 12. So that is what it is doing. It is adding the prefix sum. So 2 first time, after that 2 plus 4, that is where you are getting 6. After that 2 plus 4 plus 4, that is giving you 10, and after that 2 plus 4 plus 4 plus 2, and it is giving you 12. That is how you are reaching to an output array like this. Now we understood that how we can reach to this particular output, right? So for this, now we are going to write our approach, okay? So I will write here approach. So what is a prefix sum array? It is nothing but the array whose every element is the sum of all the elements of the original array up to the current index, okay? So if you see what we were doing, first we took here 2 and that was our output. After that, what we did? To get our 6, we added here 2 plus 4, right? To get 10, what we added then? 2 plus 4 plus 4, right? So if you see, we are traveling from one element to another, right? And we are maintaining our running sum here, right? That is what we have done. So we will come down, and for this question, we are going to use a loop because we are traveling from one element to another element, right? So I will write here loop, and we are going to take just one loop. So I will write here what? I loop, okay? Now after that, whenever we use a loop, what we have here? We have our start point and our end point, right? So where it is going to start? Obviously, it is going to start at our 0th index, right? So I will write here what? Start will be our 0, right? But where it is going to end? It will end at arr.length minus 1 because we have to reach to our last element, right? So I will write here what? arr.length minus 1, correct? Now let us come here and we will write our loop here. So I will write here what? For, and then it will be what? Let I is equal to 0 and I should be less than our arr.length, correct? And then we are going to increment as well, okay? And then here we are going to write our flower braces. Now inside this flower braces, what we have to do? We have to calculate the sum, correct? And then after calculating the sum, it is going to accumulate somewhere, right? You can see your accumulation is happening. So we have to calculate the sum and we have to accumulate, plus what we have to do here? We have to push it to our resultant array, right? So we are going to write here what? Push to resultant array, correct? So that is what I will write here. We have to calculate the sum and we have to accumulate the sum, correct? And then we have to push to our resultant array, correct? So now for this, what we will do? We will come at the top and we will declare here two variables, okay? So first variable will be what? Sum prefix, okay? So I will write here sum prefix and we are going to initialize with an empty array. Why I am doing this? Because this is the place where we will store our prefix sum, okay? So this will be used to store the prefix sum. So I will write here what? Store the prefix sum, okay? After that, what we are going to do? We will declare another variable called as a sum and we will initialize with 0, okay? So here, this place, what it is going to happen? We are going to calculate the sum and here we will be accumulating it up, okay? So I will write here accumulation is going to happen here, okay? Now let us come here and we will write the logic for that. So what we are going to write to calculate the sum and to do the accumulation, we will write here what sum plus is equal to our ARR of I, right? That is what is going to give us our sum. And after that, what we will do, we will use our push method in this, okay? So push method will what do? It will add up the elements to our empty array, okay? So what element we want to add? We want to add our sum, right? So we will come here and we will write here what sum prefix we are going to write. So and dot push we will write, and here we are going to pass our sum, okay? Once everything is done, we are going to print our what? Final resultant array. That is nothing but our sum prefix, right? That is where we are going to get our exact output, okay? Now let us come here and we will understand our iteration, okay? So I will write here what? Iterations, okay? Now when I is equal to 0, what we are going to write our condition? 0 is less than 4. Why 4? Because the length of the array is 4, right? Then what will happen? Once this condition turns out to be true, it is going to perform this operations, right? So is it true? Yes, it is true. So it is going to perform the operation, right? What is the operation? Sum plus is equal to ARR of I. So what is this? This is nothing but sum is equal to sum plus ARR of I, right? That is what we are going to write here. And let us come here and let us do that. That is what 0 we will get here plus what is our ARR of I? That is nothing but 2. So you will get here as 2. And this is what our sum. So sum is equal to 2. After this, what is written in the next line? We have to use our push method and we have to update our resultant array, right? So I will write here our push method and we are going to push what? 2. So our resultant array, that is nothing but some prefix will have inside 2, okay? Now, next iteration is going to happen. So I will write here what? I is equal to 1 and 1 less than 4 we are going to write here. And this is also true, right? So that is why now further calculations will happen. So what is it? Sum plus ARR of I. Now some value has got updated. It is what? It is nothing but 2, right? And 2 plus our ARR of I. So we have here what? 4, right? So 2 plus 4 we are going to write, and that is what we are going to get 6, and our sum will be nothing but 6. So after this we are going to use our push method, right? So I will write here what? Push, and then we are going to push it to our resultant array. So we already had 2 and then we are going to push our 6 also inside it. So if you see, we got our 2 comma 6, okay? Now let us go to the next iteration. So when I is equal to 2, so we are going to write here what? 2 is less than 4, and this is also true, right? That is where now calculations will happen. So our sum value was updated as 6. So we will write here 6. And what is our next element? That is nothing but 4, right? So I will write here 4. That is nothing but 10. So our sum will hold what? Our 10, right? And that is where we are going to get here sum is equal to 10, and we will then push this out, right? So I'm going to write here our push method, and in this array, it is going to have now 2 comma 6 comma 10. Okay, that is what we are going to get here. Okay, now in the next iteration, what will happen now? So let us come here and we are going to write here what? I is equal to 3. Okay, so 3 is less than 4. Now this is also true, right? So we will come here and we will write here T. Okay, for true I am writing. After that, what is our sum value now? It is nothing but 10 because it's updated, right? So 10 plus we are going to write. Now what is our last element here? That is 2. So I will write here what? 2, and this is nothing but 12. And what will be our sum value now? So sum will become here nothing but as what? 12, right? And then finally we are going to push it inside our resultant array, right? So we will have here what? 2 comma 6 comma 10 comma 12, right? So I will write here 10 comma 12. This will be our final resultant array, okay? And that is what you are going to get it that as well. So this is what we will be achieving it after that. Okay, now after that, what will happen? When I is equal to 4, okay? Now we will test our condition, because I have told you n number of times we are writing plus plus, it is going to increment it. But when it tests the condition, that time it terminates, okay? So if you write here 4 is less than 4, right? And here you get here false, right? And this is the place where your condition is going to fail and the loop is going to terminate, okay? So final termination will happen and you will have in your resultant array this one, and that is where after this we are going to print our resultant array. That is what I will take it here and we are going to put it over here. So finally then we will print our sum prefix. Okay. Now let us come down and we will implement the same approach inside our function also. Okay. So I will write here what function, and what will be our function name. It will be nothing but prefix sum, and we will quickly invoke it. Okay. So I will write here what prefix sum, and I am going to pass our input array. So let us take it from above. So this is our input array and we will pass it over here. Okay. And let us receive it here as in param. So I will write here what ARR. Okay. And let us just console it out. So I will write here what console.log of ARR. Okay. And let us come here and we will write here what node 72 challenge, right? And we will hit enter. What do we got? 2, 4, 4, 2. That is nothing but our input array, right? So this function is properly running. Okay. Now let us come above and we will see our approach, and accordingly we are going to do. So we are going to now create our two variables. Okay. So I will write here what let sum prefix is equal to, and we are going to initialize this with an empty array, correct? And then we will come here and we will write here what let sum is equal to 0, correct? After that, we are going to write our I loop. Okay. So we will come here and we will write here what for, and then let I is equal to 0, correct? And where it should end, ARR dot length minus 1. That is where we are going to write here what ARR dot length. Okay. And then I plus plus we are going to write. And in this, I will show you by printing our I. Okay. So I will write here what console.log of I. Okay. Now let us come here and I will write here what node day 72 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do you got? 0, 1, 2, and 3. If you see, we have written the same. At I is equal to 4, the loop is getting terminated. So only this many iterations are going to happen. Okay. That is what we have seen here. Okay. Now I will just comment this out and we will come down and we will now start calculating our sum and accumulating it in our sum variable. And after that, we are going to push it as well. Okay. So let us write here what sum plus is equal to ARR of I. Okay. And after that, what we are going to do, sum prefix dot push our sum. Okay. I have written here and I will show you now what is the sum here. I will come here and I'll write here what console.log sum. Okay. And let us write here our I also. Okay. So that we can see here what we are getting. Okay. So I'll write here I comma sum. So we will come here and we will clear it up and I will write here what node 72 challenge and we will hit enter. So if you see at 0, the sum is what 2, right? That is what we have done. When it is 1, it is nothing but 6. So that is where it is getting pushed 6 also. Then we have here 10. So you can see here 10. Then we have here 12, right? And we are getting here 12, okay? So that is what we are able to get it. So after each iteration, we are printing our sum right now in the terminal, okay? Now let us come here and we have already pushed this. So we will come outside our loop and we are going to console our sum prefix, okay? So I will write here what sum prefix and we can just see in the terminal now. So let us clear it up and I will write here what node day 72 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got? 2, 6, 10 and 12. So same thing, we have pushed it inside our resultant array. That is nothing but our sum prefix and we are getting here the final output. Okay. Now let us come here and we will improvise it. So sum prefix of an given array we will take up and we will pass it here inside our template literals, right? So let us come here and I will write here this template literals and we will paste it here and we will put here comma, okay? And given array we will remove and I will write here what square bracket, flower braces, right? And then we will write here what our ARR, correct? And now we will make this P also capital, okay? Now let us come here and we will just test it out, clear it up, node day 72 challenge and we will hit enter. What do you got? See, prefix of an array is this, right? That is what is our output 2, 6, 10, 12, okay? Now let us remove this console.log statements, okay, which we used it for debugging purpose, or commenting this console.log, commenting this console.log, right? And now let us come here and we will write here what clear it up node day 72 challenge and we will hit enter. You can see here prefix sum array of a 2 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2 is what? 2, 6, 10 and 12. We can write here an also, okay, of an array is this, okay. Now let us come here and we can just invoke it with another input. So I will just write here what? 10 comma 20 comma 30, okay. So I'll write here prefix sum and we will write here what? 10 comma 20 comma 30. Now what will be the output? 10 comma 30 we will get, and after that what we are going to get? 60, right? Let us clear it up and see. Note 72 challenge, hit enter. See 10, 30 and 60, right? You can test it out with different inputs, okay? You will get the exact output, okay? Now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question, okay? So what we have to do, we have to write a JS function to calculate the prefix sum array of a given array, right? And here we had our sample input and output, right? We understood that we have to write a JS function. That is where we defined our function name as what? Prefix sum, right? And at line number 8, we wrote the important chunk of this question. That is what? We have to calculate the prefix sum array of a given number. We understood here from line number 10 to 14 that how we can reach to our particular output, right? And that is where for that we wrote our approach also, right? So what is a prefix array? It is nothing but the array whose every element is the sum of all the elements of the original array up to the current index, right? So we are traveling from one index to another index, right? That is where we are going to use here loop, okay? And we used our I loop, correct? What was the start point? It was 0. And what was the end? Nothing but ARR dot length minus 1, right? And then we came here and we wrote our loop, right? Now inside the loop, what we had to do, we had to calculate the sum, then we have to accumulate, and then finally we have to push to our resultant array, right? That is where we defined here another two variables, right? That is nothing but sum prefix, and we initialized with an empty array. Then we again declared here what? Sum, and we initialized with 0, right? Then we came down and we wrote our operations, right, to calculate the sum and to push it to our resultant array by using a push method, right? And then down we understood our iterations, right? After the iterations are completed, we are going to print it here, our sum prefix, right? And we also understood in the iteration that when I is equal to 4, a loop is going to terminate because our condition fails. Hence, that is the end of the loop. And finally, we will get our sum prefix, okay? That is nothing but our resultant array, right? Then the same thing we wrote inside our function also, and we defined here function as what? Prefix sum, and we were receiving here as an ARR, right? And then we just tested out our function by writing console.log ARR, that we were passing it from here and we are receiving it here or not, right? Then we declared here our two variables, that is sum prefix is equal to empty array and sum is equal to 0. Then we wrote our I loop, and then we did our calculations, that is for the addition, and then we used a push method to push it to our resultant array, right? Then at line number 49, we came here and we printed our sum prefix also, and we improvised our console.log statement also, right? And at line number 51 and 52, we invoked it with different inputs, right? And we tested in the terminal, okay? You can invoke it one more time, and I will just write here what? Prefix sum, and we will pass here 1 comma 1 comma 1, okay? Let us see what do we get, okay? So we will come here and we will clear it up, and we will write here what? Node day 72 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, we are getting here what? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That is nothing but if you add it, it is going to give you 1, 2, and 3 and 4. That is what is our resultant array, right? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful. This prefix sum technique is widely used in various computational problems, including range queries, cumulative calculations, and dynamic programming. This challenge helps us to understand the logic and the practice of the implementation of cumulative sums efficiently, okay? I hope you found this challenge is helpful for your coding journey. Keep practicing, keep improving, and have a great day. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like button, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Code with Poonam for more coding challenges, interview preparations, and JavaScript tricks. Also, let me know in the comment section which problem you found the most interesting or the challenging one. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Happy coding, guys.